saying this, you guys wouldn't be saying this if we were the ones that could never ever see past 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Let's say we could never see past it. Every time we looked, the horizon was right where it was supposed to be. And what if flat earthers were saying, but the reason that the world looks like a globe is because of refraction. The reason that geometric horizon, it's not really a geometric horizon, it's really an artificial horizon, right? But the reason the world doesn't look flat is because of refraction. You guys couldn't even have an honest conversation. You'd be laughing so hard. You guys would laugh so fucking hard, throw a whole bunch of rotten tomatoes at us, and then you'd get out of here. You'd be like, that was a joke.
But
like, they're not serious.
It would have to be the same every single day, right? But if it was changing, then, you could see
your geometric horizon is moving. So why is the geometric horizon moving? Is the Earth blowing up like a balloon and deflating?
No. The apparent horizon. So, if the apparent horizon moves a whole bunch, then it's like, okay, well, maybe there's a point. Maybe there is refraction doing that. Right?
There's a lot of maybes in what you say, though. Maybe.
Can you define refraction? Because I don't think you know what that word means. It's when when the light hits the border, the boundary between two media.
Yeah.
Right. You realize the atmosphere is one media. Now, I know that light can do some wonky stuff, right? But this is turbulence, not refraction. So what you're claiming is that when you stab the fish with a spear, you don't stab where the fish is appearing to be, right? You stab where the fish isn't appearing, right?
Right.
That's because of refraction. Now, if you're in the water and a shark is coming straight at you, you stab right where the shark is, right? Because you're in one medium.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll turn it over to you, Jen. Or whoever else wants to go.
Wait, no, you do the same for the fish, because the fish and the shark, if they're in the same situation, right? I mean, if you're above water and looking down at the shark, then
No, I'm just saying if you're in the water with no goggles on, you're in the ocean and the shark is coming right at you.
Yeah.
You're in one medium. There's not a whole lot of refraction going on because you're in one medium, so there's no boundary where the light's bending. You stab where the shark is.
Right. Yeah.
If you're outside of the water, Right. If you're outside of the water, looking into the water, you stab where the fish isn't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because of refraction.
The light hitting a surface, and then it's bending towards the normal or perpendicular line of the surface on entry, right? And if it's less dense, it's bending away from the normal line. And so I think the atmosphere also has a temperature gradient, right? You have like colder water.
That's true.
More.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the colder water would be more dense.
Here's the interesting thing about that. I know what you're going. I know where you're going. I'm already there with you. All right, so Jen and I ride motorcycles. And anyone else who rides a motorcycle, we know that there's pockets of hot and cold. So you'd be going down the road, and it's like, whoa, that was cold. And then you, like 2 seconds later, you're like, oh, it's warm again. Right? Yeah. So what you have to demonstrate is that somehow the oil rigs, right, when he took a picture that day, it was like walking into a freezer that's open. And when you first walk in, it's kind of a little colder. And then you keep going, it gets colder and colder and colder and colder and colder and colder and colder. And that would make the light bend down at 8 inches per mile squared. But it's a dynamic system. It doesn't actually do that. Jen, have you ever rode down the road and it got colder and colder and kept dropping and dropping and dropping until you finally had to pull over and go, fuck, it's dark now. Like a second ago, the sun was up.
It doesn't get colder and colder and colder. I think
so the light isn't going to bend down and down and down because it's not getting colder and colder. It's going cold, hot, hot, cold, cold, hot, hot, cold, cold, hot, cold, cold, hot.
Well, because it goes like from hot to cold, and then as it goes hot. Wait, let me look at the diagram because I'm pretty sure this explains it.
You're just not going to, you're banging your head against the wall here, because this individual is not conceding to anything at all at this point. He can't even concede that he hasn't presented any evidence yet.
He's got an anchor bias. He's got a sunk cost bias.
He's got no evidence.
He's got a confirmation bias.
He's got no evidence. Let's be straight here. He has no evidence for the belief he carries. Okay, he
And see,
carries a belief, and there's no evidence for that belief, even.
the thing is, we got bias too, right? We got confirmation bias, but we got evidence. You got confirmation bias, sunk cost bias, and confirmation bias, but no evidence.
I think the
We can
truth
actually
is the
see
truth at the end of the
that
day.
it looks flat. We see that it looks flat. Remember,
Mhm.
like it's not looking curved, and we're saying refraction. It's looking flat, and you're saying refraction.
Yeah, okay, hang on. How do you explain when you're flying, if you've ever flown, the aeroplane not taking a arced course? You know, an arc flight path, arcing. That means following the actual curvature of the Earth, which it must do if you're living on a spherical ball. Because every flight I've done from the 1970s to today has been leveled all the way, except for when we take off and when we come to land. That's
Mhm.
it. Other than that, it's been a leveled flight.
Right, but
How can that be?
because even if you have a level on the plane with you and you're flying, it's like the bubble's going to be in the middle the whole time because there's not going to be like any, major change in curvature that's going to be able to be visible.
I'm sorry, that doesn't apply, because if I put my hand on a beach ball, on a football, on a
Mm,
tennis ball, even on a ping pong ball, when I start at the top and I articulate my hand across the surface, my
mhm,
hand becomes inverted. Now, that is the law of nature. It doesn't matter what you put. Say, if I'm at a location in England and I'm on my way to New Zealand, that plane must be upside down by the time I get to my destination. Has to be. It cannot be 180 degrees and not notice a single degree of that curvature during that flight. That would be a violation of nature's natural law, yet alone the laws of physics and the laws of geometry. Okay? So
I don't.
you
Well,
can't tell me that I can be flying level all the way, because when the plane takes off, the bubble is not in the middle, because the nose of, hang on, listen clearly, because the nose of the plane is up for takeoff. I look at the bubble up, it's not there, it's off center. Yeah? And then when the plane levels off now, okay, at 40,000 feet, the bubble is in the middle of my spirit level bubble, in the middle, and it's there for at least 95% of the flight.
mhm. Yeah. I mean, my simple answer to that would be the rate of change. If it's so
There is
slight,
no
then
rate
it's
of
not going to be
change. It's just a
measurable with the
level plane.
bubble.
Look, it's level, isn't it?
It's going to.
It's
It
level.
appears level, but it's
No,
it's
it doesn't
not.
appear level. Hang on. How can it appear level when I use that same bubble app to put up shelves on my wall, to draw straight lines on a piece of paper? Level.
Because
Yeah? So
the paper
that
is
app is
much
working all the
smaller.
time. So it's not that the app is not faulty. Okay? So there's no it appears. The app is registering the correct situation. It is level. Okay? If I put a spirit level on all my paint frames, it will begin to beep, 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 because it's level. It's registering.
Even
Yeah?
after like hundreds of miles, it would do the same.
Even after hundreds of miles, the thing is dead in the middle. It doesn't. My children, we watched it. The cabin crew were wondering what we were doing. We're seeing how level the plane flies. Okay, whether it's following the curvature of the Earth or not. You know, bang in the middle.
Um,
And I've done
I
that
don't know, man.
for 7 years now.
I don't know if
See, the
is the
thing
app
is, bro,
even
you
made
haven't.
for
Have
something
you?
like that?
Hold
I
on,
don't
bro.
think so.
Have you went out and measured it yourself
You're
yet?
silly, silly.
No.
Have you went out? No, no large body of water
I've done.
anywhere near.
When I was in California, I was thinking about this type of thing, and even where the
Understood.
oil rigs were actually located off the coast of Santa Barbara. I flew out of Santa Barbara when I was in California, and so I took a video, and I saw some things like way out in the ocean. I don't know if they are actually oil rigs, but I literally they might have been the oil rigs. I'm not exactly sure, but literally, if I was in San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara and then Los Angeles below that, I was literally in basically the town or the area on the coast that's just north of Santa Barbara. So I saw a couple oil rigs out there, and so I took a video. I was just kind of looking at it. But that's not going to prove anything because it's not like I have a telescope and I'm like looking through it. I'm zooming in. I'm doing measurements. But yeah, I don't know why I said that. Like, it's just a thing I remembered. But other than that, no, I haven't
It's all right,
really
bro.
done
You
my
gotta
own like
go.
measurements.
You
But
really should go, man, because you coming in here and you're arguing with us, which is fun. You know, we enjoy it. We hope the audience enjoys it, so they can hear both sides and kind of make up their mind. But you really should go, man. I know you're a busy guy. You know, you're a young man. You got a job and all that stuff, but you get vacation time working for the government, right? So there's really no excuse. You should go to the ocean one time when it's cold, and you should go again like during the solstice when it's like springtime, and then you should go again when it's hot. And you should take like several observations. And you know what? I've only been once. Well, I only measured once. I've actually been to the ocean twice. But you know, that one time measuring, I measured in the day, at night, in the morning, you know, at night again, during the day, and then I left. So, you know, the thing is that I can't unsee it. At 10 miles away, while I was in the water, the ocean, the water's up to my armpits, right? There's not a whole lot of waves in between Mustang Island and Corpus Christi. But, you know, I was 1 foot at least, or about, above the water, and 10 miles away, I could see the lights at night from the street lamps, and I could see the buildings during the day shining bright.
mm,
And over there on Ingleside on the Bay, there's no 6 stories over there. Like all the 6 story and taller buildings from the city are behind me because I'm on the beach. So all the big buildings are back there. So at Corpus Christi, from the USS Lexington, right there at North Beach, I could see every single bit of Ingleside on the Bay. Not every bit of it, but I could see the lights. So there should have been 66 feet of curvature
mm,
because I'm giving a foot to the waves. So there might have been a foot high wave. I was a foot up. So it's the best as I can get to putting my eye on the water without actually putting my eye on the water.
okay. I know. I'm definitely visiting the beach this summer. I'm going. Either in June or July. I'll take leave and I'll head over to the Oregon coast. Do beach vacation. I usually do something around that because kind of grew up there. But yeah, I'll probably do like another video, but I don't think it'll really mean much. Um, uh, like an experiment. I feel like I need something. I need like a instrument to do it.
Laser.
Yeah, laser. Probably like a high-powered laser pointer or something.
I mean, a
Okay.
spotlight, a mirror, you know?
Yeah, it's 2 o'clock for me right now. I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, it was fun talking to you. You know, bro, I think I remember our last conversation too. You really should come around, you know, because we need more Globers like you to bounce things off of. It's no fun if it's just us flatties. You know, we all start ripping each other apart if you guys don't come in and let us rip you apart. So you should come back and see us. I think on ladies' night, you're going to be the most welcome. So
Yeah, I
yeah,
was
come
I was
back.
here yesterday, and I think that was like
Yeah,
the first time I was really talked to any of them, and they sure have a lot of stuff to talk about. Like it's crazy.
You're my
That was
favorite
actually
Glover.
pretty entertaining for me. Like,
I really enjoyed the conversation, guys, and you're my favorite Glover from now on. Thanks
oh,
for
good
that.
to know. Yeah, yeah. I noticed there's not very many. It's mostly just flat earthers. I know that, like when there is that one person who comes in doesn't really know what to say, and you just get screamed at. I don't know. But yeah. All right. Nice talking. Later.
peace. Robert Simmons. Hey, who's that guy that did we mute a guy earlier? Let's see. Whammy.
I don't understand how a guy like that is as intelligent as he is, but he can't let go of what he's been told. You know,
Yeah,
it's
that's
slapping
it.
right in.
That's what flabbergasted me. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he's such an intelligent, smart guy. He handles himself well. It was a joy to listen to the conversations, and it's just it is kind of frustrating though that he he won't let it go and really admit to himself like, holy shit.
You're looking at it wrong, buddy. Right? You're looking at it all wrong because this is like a blood test, right? So when you get a blood test, it's a snapshot of what your blood was like at 9 o'clock that morning when you went in to see the doctor. So if you didn't wake up early enough and have yourself, a few bottles of water to lower your blood pressure and get everything to homeostasis and then go see the doctor, if you were like nervous and in a hurry, right, you're going to get there and your blood pressure is going to be all out of whack. And then your doctor is going to be like, oh my God, your blood pressure is this and your blood looks like that. You can be like, oh, you need all these medicine. But as soon as you go home and relax and drink some water, you're waiting on your subscription. If you were to take a blood test there, it'd be a totally different snapshot. So,
Right.
this guy's got 100 years to figure it out, right? He may not live that long, but you get it.
Hey, you guys want to know why he's so friendly? Because he was originally an Oregonian.
That is about as close to Canadian as you can get, eh?
Yeah, in a certain sense, without the accent.
Well, those people are awfully nice up there, eh?
I meant to say something to him before he left. I meant to say, yeah, you sound like an Oregonian.
Homeostasis.
What's that tapping noise?
Yeah, I heard some people getting a vibrating text message and somebody's tapping Morse code.
Oh shit, that's me. I'm sorry.
I'm over here
Hey,
doing some deep breathing. A little meditation after work. Never hurt anybody. Oh, good. Need more Globers.
Quiet after he left.
I'm telling you, we need more Globers. Hey, you came in clutch earlier too with the hairspray thing.
No, that wasn't me, I don't think. With the
Are you? Oh, you're
picture.
not Truth. I'm sorry.
No, I'm Trish.
Okay,
I was
sorry,
on here
Trish.
before and I haven't been on here. Shoot, it's been months. So
Welcome back.
yeah, thank you. I checked in just to see how everything was doing.
how
The
dare you
lobby
leave us
is
for so
just
long?
Yeah, the ladies need you on ladies' night.
oh. I tried to join before with work. It's hard with the time and me working. It's hard.
Don't worry about it. Just show up when you can on
Yeah,
Friday.
I wanted to. Yeah, I wanted to join to, give another lady to, to have in the group. So.
Damn, you got a lot of roles.
Oh.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I think I got attacked by, who was it? There's a couple of them actually.
Are you a Glober?
Far from it.
Okay, well, you got so much stuff on here. You definitely don't have a broken mic, so I don't know why you got that. Somebody ought to do something about that. If only there was a mod here.
No, he gave me all those roles. I also have the too many roles complainer.
If
Mhm.
only.
Who was it? I think it was, what was his name? Gosh, I can't remember his name. I'd have to go look through the. He used to be on here all the time. Where was he from?
Michigan?
Yes.
Yeah, I got him on.
Yeah, it was him. He's the one who did it.
I could have figured it. Could have figured it out.
There was another one though. There's another one that's like was kind of joking and gave me all the roles. I don't remember his name. It's been months, like, gosh, 6 to 8 months since I've been on here. You know
I
when?
don't remember you.
Yeah, I remember listening to you. I was gonna say you're like one of my favorites. I feel like I'm talking to like a celebrity. You know when I hear your voice.
Oh no, I'm a pizza guy, homie. Like I'm just like you. I'm just a regular dude.
You sound like
He sounds like Bill Cooper from The Time and the Hour. That's what he sounds like.
He's lying to you. He's not a regular dude.
I really doubt that. I hope you're not a regular dude.
Oh fuck it, I'm Hank Hill.
He's a government agent.
I thought so. I would believe that. Yeah,
I'm a secret Asian man.
a secret Asian man. I definitely hear the Asian part.
The paid flat earth shill is what he is.
Oh,
Hank Schill.
there you go.
Hank Schill, well known.
Thanks.
Asian? What the hell are you talking about?
Have you ever seen me when I'm high? Woo.
Oh, that's too funny. I'd like to buy some propane from you.
No, I can't say that I've seen you when you're high.
We got whips and chains and dog collars,
Oh shoot!
all the accessories. Yep, I'm just joking.
So, is anyone from California? Anyone else?
There's
I
lots of
am
people here
from the
from
Bay Area.
Cali.
Wait, who's that?
I did.
Rookie 1973.
Oh,
Right.
okay. I'm Bay Area. I'm in the central. I'm in the middle.
I live in Antioch, east of
Oh,
Oakland.
okay. Oh, okay, cool. You're not too far away. You're like a few hours. I think like 3 or 4 hours away. That's not too bad.
Well, I'm upside down. Beat that.
You're upside down. Are you in Australia?
Mm-hmm.
I figured that. There's another one. Where's he at? Oh, he
Is that
left.
kind of like peeing in the wind? If you're upside down and you pee, do you have to like dodge it? How does that work?
That's exactly what we have to do.
Wait, hold on. But I thought there was no like upside down or right side up on the globe. Like there's no up and there's no down. You're just like fucking like levitating or something and like, going back and forth. I don't know.
Well, thank God for gravity.
There you
Gravity. It grabs them and keeps them tethered to the earth.
go. I
Gravity?
doubt gravity.
Gravity.
Dark gravity.
I doubt gravity can hold my fat ass up like, or down. Is it up or down? They pull you down? Does it pull you up? Or is it kind
It
of
pulls you
selective?
to the center. To the center.
I
To
thought
the
it does.
center of a
I thought it does.
presupposed Earth.
I thought it does everything though. Isn't it kind of selective?
Yeah, it
Does
is.
whatever you
It's
want it to do.
incredibly. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Whatever you need it
multifunctional,
to be.
kind of like refraction.
Mm-hmm.
That,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, exactly.
And in space,
Yeah,
when they see
it's
like
universal.
you take pictures of the stars, and sometimes there's like two of the same star in space, and they call this gravitational lensing. I like to call it refraction.
Refraction.
Oh, that's a good one.
I'm surprised I haven't seen like an infomercial for gravity yet. It does
Cool.
everything.
I always wondered, like, I asked them, I was like, well, so what type of gravity? They're like, what do you mean, what type of gravity? The kind that, is responsible for, fucking planets staying in orbit and us, not floating in the air. And I'm like, okay, so which type is that? Like, oh, you mean Einstein? Like, well, no, I'm asking you which type of gravity. And they don't know. They don't know what type. So, like, is it like the bending of space time, or is it like the supposed force?
Well, see, it's kind of like being Jewish. It's a religion, but it's also a nationality. So it's whatever you need it to be at
Oh.
the time. If you're dealing with
And
the
a
government,
race.
Oh.
if you're dealing with the government, it's like it's a race, right? But if you're dealing with like persecution, it's a religion. So it's whatever you need it to be at the time. Hey, I love the Jewish people. God bless
That's.
you all.
I mean, my dad's family was Jewish, Russian Jew, but I'm not. So. So why I was okay. So I was wondering, why are they so like stuck on gravity? Because what I tell them is like gravity's like their god of like the pseudoscience. Like they worship gravity.
Well, yeah, in their model, Spaceballs wouldn't have formed without it. So yeah, it is their god in their minds.
But
Their
then they
whole
make
cosmology hinges upon it.
oh yeah, and then they make fun of like us like believers and Creator, Jesus, whatever you want to believe in, like the Sky Daddy or something. But it's like you worship gravity, like it does everything. It's responsible for everything.
And it's also
Yeah,
never been
and-
validated experimentally.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Or isolated, right?
Yeah.
But they
Or,
say
or
there was.
used to demonstrate gas pressure.
Well, no, they say, what do they use? They use Cavendish, and they also use the what is it? The Foucault's pendulum. What it is?
For gravity?
Yeah, they use the Cavendish. That's what they always like to use as like their proof or their
Well,
source.
Yeah. Whenever they discuss Newtonian, that's their go-to in quotes experiment. But as for space-time, I've never even heard of them trying to postulate a particular experiment or observation. They don't have any.
No, they just use Newton's.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's no you can't do anything with the whole bending of space time because it's a it's math. So
Yeah.
how are you going to use that in reality in the real world, other than
Well, yeah.
an equation?
You can't physically bend a concept, just like you can't physically bend a centimeter or a mile. You can't bend that physically. But
No.
they say that you can bend and warp space and time. Both concepts, both ideas.
Yeah, but there's no proof. Like you cannot see it. You just believe it.
Yeah, well you can't do anything physically to an idea, something that's in your head.
Yeah, that sounds kind of crazy. That sounds like a cult. That's how it sounds.
Well, yeah, they even had to invent a whole separate geometry for it, the pseudo-Riemannian force space.
Oh wow, I did not know
Yeah,
that.
yeah, it's a particular kind of geometry that classifies space and time as a dimension.
That is crazy. Are those
Physical dimension.
wow? So are those weird equations? Because some of them, like I guess they're very highly indoctrinated. They have all these equations, and I can give a care less. I'm like, fuck your equations. I don't care. They mean absolutely nothing. They were made up. So they give all these equations, and it's like, okay, cool, but where's your proof? Oh, I gave it to you. Mass equals whatever, and how whatever it is for gravity, and everything else is just like, yeah, okay. So it's just a little too much that I don't catch up on that. But I'm sure those that like went through physics and learned all that crap and all the fake equations are familiar with it. I'm not. I'm just a regular, no scientist, physicist, nothing like that.
Mhm.
I just know that we
That's
don't
not true.
run a
That's
ball.
not true. I bet if I were to talk to your mama, I'd be like, how many times she throw down the cup? She'd be like, well, after about 10 times, I was like, fuck that little cup. He could do without it. And then, you're like, okay, well, she ain't going to pick up the cup. What's she going to do if I throw a temper tantrum? Right? And then you were experimenting with cause and effect from the time that you were like 1 to 2 years old all the way until now. I guarantee you're a scientist. You just don't know it. But the problem is these ballers, they're poets and they don't know it. Because they don't like to actually test stuff. They just affirmation. Like, I swear, the king said that this is gravity.
Oh,
There's no king here.
Yeah, the appeal to authority, right? They have to appeal everything
Yeah,
to authority, and the oh, what are they?
so
Everything
saith
has
the
to
king's
be.
fallacy.
I'm trying to
That's why
think
we
of the
call them secret kings. Did you get a secret king? I'm wondering if you did.
secret king.
Yeah, that's a tag. Careful with your affirmations around here.
I get
You know?
attacked like ridiculously attacked on Instagram. I have so many trolls that will just, and I don't know if they're agents, I don't know if they're shills, whatever. They're just relentless and they just attack and just it's crazy.
Well, don't you watch Cat Williams? You're supposed to count your haters. If you ain't got 4 or 5 haters at least, you can step up your game.
No, quite a few. I have quite a
Oh,
few on
good. You're
Instagram.
doing good then. Huh?
But I'm just some dumb flat earther, that didn't graduate like third, fourth grade, doesn't know physics and geometry or whatever.
The truth is, I dropped out of school like as soon as I possibly could,
Oh wow,
right?
yeah.
And
I
started
hate school.
working. So, yeah, I was like, this is bullshit. I'm out of here.
No,
And, I
yeah.
just started working. But the thing is, we don't ever stop learning. Like I said, you started by dropping the cup, see how many times you get away with it, right? And, we're
Mhm.
still doing it. Like, we're still seeing what we can do, seeing what we can't do. It's just there's some people that believe that even though something could be behind a building, they can still see it because of refraction. And it's
You have to
like, yeah,
believe
you're
that
gonna
they.
need a mirror or something.
So, like, what about as far as like zooming in, right? Like, if you look at the ships, you can zoom in, and they think, okay, the curve is there, but you cannot zoom in over a curve. So I don't understand like how they don't
So what they
understand
say
that.
is that if you can zoom in on it, it didn't go over a curve then.
Yeah. So how far is this
So that's when you say,
curvature?
okay, well, where's the curve? So what you have to
Yeah.
understand is there's the dark side of the moon, you can't see it, right?
Yeah. Well,
And then
there's
there's
one time
dark
it did
matter.
show it.
No, you can't see the dark side of the moon unless you're watching the TV. It
Oh,
might be on TV. But here on Earth, we always see the man in the moon or whatever you see, a rabbit or whatever you see. We always see the same side of the moon. So there's the dark side of the moon that you can never see, right? Then there's dark matter and black holes. We can't see those. Well, we've come to realize that there's a dark horizon that we can't see, right?
okay.
But it has to be there because boats are going over it.
Oh, okay.
It's a joke.
That's
The
interesting.
dark
Yeah, I
horizon.
was like, yeah, that's interesting. I've never seen it, but
Yeah, no one has. There has to be a dark horizon at
but it
1.225.
but it's there. It's there. You just can't
But
see it.
it has to be. It has to be. I'm getting a phone call.
That reminds me of the picture of the dark side of the moon, in front of the Earth, and it looks ridiculous. Where you could see the green going around it, going around the moon. I know I have it in here somewhere. I was looking for it.
Oh, I'm back.
So we can talk about like anything else in here, right? Does it have to be like stay on topic of?
We can talk about anything but like medical industry stuff, um, stuff like that. We can't really talk about the jabba jabba do and the kung flu. We can't talk about that.
How about the muzzles?
Yeah, if you say muzzle, we can talk about it.
No. Okay. Here in California, it's been ridiculous. Like it's been crazy.
Oh, I can imagine. I can imagine.
And I'm like, I'm done. I was done with it like 2 years ago. I'm just like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm not going to do that.
Well, you know what? I'm a firm believer in like choose whatever you want to do, but I don't
Mm-hmm.
want to make a stink with my fellow Texans, right? I kind of see them as like these are my brothers and sisters, and if they ask me to wear a mask, like who gives a fuck? I'll wear a mask. And
Oh wow.
I started out like that, and then after a while, I was like, nah, I'm done.
Yeah, screw that.
But
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have any Karens, so if it would have
Parents.
been like, yeah, or Darrens, they come in pairs. Karen McGarrison, you know. Um, yeah, I didn't really have a whole lot of issues with it because in Texas it's kind of like, you know, we're here dealing with the heat so we can have a little bit of freedom, you know, just a
Yeah,
little bit.
I couldn't imagine like having to be like suffocated and it be hot. Oh no, don't think so.
Yeah, it gets pretty humid this side of Texas.
Yeah, well, it's been pretty hot over here in California. It's been like 80s, like high 80s,
Crazy, crazy,
which
crazy.
is way too hot for right now.
You guys are usually dealing with like 70
Yeah,
year
usually.
round.
Yeah, but it's been hot. I'm just not looking forward to the fires, that come every year.
Gotta wonder if those are being set on purpose.
Have you seen the I don't know what I could say
You have
on
to
here, but
wonder.
I
I think
can't.
you have to wonder.
Yeah, I was gonna say, have you seen the DEWs?
Don't speak of
GE.
that.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
No, you can. It's all good. I'll fuck around.
Oh, can I or no?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. No, the directed energy
Direct
weapon.
energy weapon.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I
So
thought you said G.
it's
D.
blasphemy. Can I speak of that? I'm gonna be shot down probably right now. But no,
Wow.
yeah. There's been like all kinds of proof and like sightings and like it's like okay. So with the fires, is a fire smart, right? So it takes out all of the houses or whatever, but leaves like trees and everything. So all the houses are gone, but the trees are there.
Yep.
So
I've been talking about this too.
Sounds like it's right out of Revelation. You can destroy all this, but you can't destroy the greens and the grass and the trees.
yeah. Well, of course they do.
Mhm.
They do burn.
You're right. That's fucking creepy.
Yeah.
It's very
So
creepy.
it's like, why though? Why are they doing it? What's the reason? Oh, it's to be put in these little tiny sustained livings, right? I don't know. I'm
Maybe.
kind of a conspiracy theorist, so.
I thought they did it to build that train system.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
The one that's going like all the way through the high speed rail that's never going to be finished. It's like a waste of tax
Santa
dollars.
Rosa, yeah, the one that goes through Santa Rosa and all that, yeah.
Because we have it in like Fresno area where it's like, unless it's a different one, because what was his name? Brown. He's the one that started it, and I don't even know how much it's going to cost. We're never going to see it. It's ridiculous. It's like, ridiculous amount of money, and it's not even. Gosh, it's not even a few miles long. It's not that long. If that's the one you're talking about, if it's like the high speed rail.
Yeah, that's what I heard anyway. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah,
But I know there's the fire in Santa Rosa, and then there was one in Paradise too.
yeah, and then
It's kind of weird.
there was another one by Magic Mountain. That one was pretty big.
Yeah, and there's a couple in LA too right after that.
Yes.
But then I started looking online, and I saw that there was like thousands of fires all over the world, and they didn't hardly advertise any of them. I was like, what?
Yeah.
I mean, I know there's probably a lot of fires that happen worldwide or wherever you want to call it. Like there's got to be, right? But you wouldn't think that it would be that drastic, right? Thousands of fires?
Yeah, well, some of them
one
just
day? Like,
kind of weird. Like they don't make sense. Some of the fires.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, the stuff I saw, and I've got all kinds of collections of videos if anybody's interested.
Yeah.
But I got lots of videos of stuff like metal roofs, like steel
Yeah.
roofs just melting in. Like fire doesn't burn that hot.
Well,
Not
cars
without,
too. Melted
not
cars.
without some kind of gas or something assistance.
Yeah, the fires in Paradise was the same day as the fire down here where I live. Down by it started in Simi Valley, the Woolsey fire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
it was the same day.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I did not know that Woolsey fire was the same day. I heard a lot about it though.
Yeah, it was November 8th.
I keep cutting you off. Sorry.
Hey, rookie.
Oh.
The Paradise fire was November 8th, 2018.
Yeah.
Have you heard of John Milton?
I don't know. It sounds
He's the guy,
familiar.
he died in the 1674, I think. He wrote Paradise Lost.
Oh, really? Yeah, I heard about the connections to that too. I don't know if I'm not sure about
These
all that.
fires are kind of a repeat of history, right? There's been like all kinds of fires like throughout history, like the Boston fire. What was it? Yeah, there's been a bunch. But I wanted to ask you guys a question. Do you know what the difference is between the Bureau of Land Management and Black Lives Matter?
No. No idea.
The name.
Was that a
The
trick
name.
question?
The name?
Yeah, well, they're both buying up
I know,
real
I'm
estate
kidding.
for cheap, right?
Yep.
Burn it down and buy it.
That is true.
Burn it and then buy it cheap, yeah. And then if the people try to move back into there and build new houses, then just tell them that no, there's now a law that you can't do that now because it's too dangerous. There might be another forest fire. That's hilarious, huh? Like that stopped any Californian from living anywhere, right? And fires never stop people from living where they want, and neither do the earthquakes. It's like, but why all of a sudden is there like a rule now? You can't live there. It's funny, right?
You guys seen the maps? The maps for Agenda 2030. It's called the Wildlands Project.
No, I don't think I've seen that. I've heard about it.
Heard about it, yeah. I haven't seen the maps.
Yeah, they show areas that they're going to cut off by 2030, like make it no access for civilians. It's like 75% of the United States. And the reason they're doing that is because they can't set up the 5G infrastructure in those areas.
It's kind of already like that with the reservations.
Sucks being them.
So
is that get over that? Huh?
Yeah, does that go along with the whole thing with the Georgia Guidestones with the 500 million people, sustained living? Like, no one's going to be able to travel so far. You're going to be in like sustainable type living, and these like whatever the hell they define that as.
Yeah, it's all connected. But basically, they can't set up the infrastructure that they need for the chip in all these places. It's just the terrain's too treacherous in some places, or it's too rural. So they're basically just burning the people out, flooding them out, or just setting up Walmarts in certain places, and then all the shops close down, and then the Walmart closed down, and then 10 years later they come and buy the whole town.
Yeah, and then they put the Walmart back up again.
Yeah, they need their infrastructure to run with zero latency. Otherwise, it won't work. And they can't have zero latency everywhere in the United States, only in selected places like giant cities,
So how do we know which areas these are?
You could try to get the PDF to look at the map. They put it right
I would say areas that have tax breaks are going to be the areas that they attack. So if you find like an area that has like tax breaks.
Well, if we just start putting all of our property into trusts, then we won't have to worry about it, would we?
Dude, I'm so glad that you said that. How do you know about trust law? It's like I feel like sometimes I'm the only person.
I didn't say I knew anything about it. I'm kidding. I know a little bit about it, but not much.
Common law.
I just know you can fix a lot of things.
Is it common law? Common law stuff? Is that to do with trusts and that?
Absolutely. Yeah, when you're studying law, the first thing you need to know is either trust law or contract law. That's what you should start out with, because once you understand trust law,
you want to know about too. But yeah.
Well, yeah, eventually you want to learn it. But why trust law is so important? Because there's a famous quote from the Rothschild that say you want to own nothing and control everything. Because if you own something, it's a liability. But if it's all in a trust and you control it, it's not a liability. So, for example, say that I'm a single man, right? I'm not. But let's say that I was, and I wanted to, go out there and date and find a woman. I didn't want to do the MGTOW thing because that's like gay feminism or some shit, right? So I would take all my stuff and put it in a trust. And my brother is going to be like the trustee. So he's the one in control of everything and my assets. I get with a woman, and then she's like, oh, he's got a nice motorcycle. He's got a big house. So she's a gold digger, right? And then I get pregnant, and then she's like, I'm going to need, the house and everything, the motorcycle, you You can keep the name. So she gives me back my name. Oh, thanks. Right? It's like, oh, well, actually, I don't own any of this stuff. You thought I owned this stuff? So this is one example of how it would work, right? Or let's say you have a business and they sue you and, they want your house and everything. They want, it's like, I don't own this house. Like, I live here because I'm the beneficiary, right? So what it is basically when you create a trust, you are creating the law. I know it sounds crazy, but think about it like this. If I sign a contract, NDA, non-disclosure agreement, I can't go to court and be like, what about my Constitution and my freedom of speech? Sir, you signed a contract here that says you weren't going to disclose the recipes of the sandwich shop. So I'm going to need you to pay $10,000 for every year that this business is open that you sold the recipes to. So what about my rights? You signed them away. So when you make a contract, you're basically making the law. And when you go before the court is going to uphold the contract. Forget about whatever law the state made. You made the law when you signed the contract. So if you look at trust again, say, you've been working your whole life, right? You amassed a little bit of wealth, right? Not a whole lot, but a little bit. Like you want to protect it, right? So what you do is you take the stuff that you own, you put it in a trust. That way you can open a new business, and then if that business, say, cause somebody harm, injury, or loss, you can't get sued for what you did the first part of your life. Well, I mean, you could get sued, but you're not going to take the stuff that was. And there's different types of trust. So a lot of times, you think you're dealing with a business, and they'll name the business. So sorry, they'll name the trust as if it were a business, right? But if you look at the Constitution, it's arranged like a trust. So the government doesn't go by what you're saying it is; they go by what it substantially is. So if you're doing the trust wrong and you're acting as the trustee when you're the beneficiary, which you can't do, then they're going to backstack you for so many years in the past because you've been treating this like a corporation. You're going to get taxed like a corporation. But if you treat it like a trust and you let your brother control everything, right, and you're the beneficiary, you have no decision on what goes on with the trust. He's controlling everything. Then you're the beneficiary. You get to reap all the benefits. And of course, the rich people know this, and they all go to private schools and they learn how to be a trustee because that's what you want to be. You want to be a trustee because if you know how to be a trustee, then people are going to hand you their trust. And then guess what? You're going to hand someone else your trust. And it's called trust because you have to trust the other party. But a lot of times they'll name this stuff like Bradford and Braxton LLC, and that's the name of a trust. It's not a limited liability company, but that's what they named their trust. So they're really tricky on how they do this. Like the Federal Reserve, it's not federal, just like Federal Express, and there's no reserve. But it's called Federal Reserve.
There you go.
So you got to watch out for people. They're tricky.
It's called legalese. Legal speak. Business contract law and stuff like that.
Yeah, Trish, I do think I remember you a few months ago. You used to come on Ladies' Night, and you were kind of feminist, right?
No, not me.
Okay, got you confused with someone else.
No. Yeah, I mean, I'm all for women's rights, but not a feminist. Yeah.
If feminist means equal rights under the law, then I'm a feminist. But if it means get pregnant by as many baby daddies as you possibly can and make sure that they're all, paying child support and alimony, then I'm not a feminist. I'm more of a MGTOW. and I'm married, so.
That's why when you get married, you form a trust, and then you can really trust somebody.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? It makes it easy because you both benefit by it no matter what happens. But there's none of that taking advantage of the other person. So you don't have, that's just something you don't have to worry about.
All right, so with contract
I could be
law,
wrong, yeah.
Like I said, with contract law, you're making the law. And with the trust, you're making the law that the court is going to uphold. So if you contract with someone, you have the right to contract unlimited according to the Constitution. So you can contract with anybody, put in any stipulation, anything you want, and then once you get them to agree and sign, that's basically what you're held to. Like you're literally held to it as if it was the law, and the courts will literally enforce it. Well, I say they'll literally enforce it. If you get a judgment in your favor, that's cool, but how are you going to enforce it? So I guess I can't really say that they're going to enforce it. They're going to reinforce it, maybe. But you have to enforce it. So let's say, let's say you win a case against Bill Clinton and he sexually assaulted you like back in the 90s and you're awarded all this money. How do you actually like enforce it?
Poor Bill. He gets picked on so much.
Well, I mean, he does
It's
got a
messed
name.
up, dude.
But you know what I mean? Like if
I was
if
trying to be funny.
he's in Greece, if he's in Greece, how do you enforce it? You can't expedite him. Greece is like, that's none of our business.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they'll be like, yeah, what are we gonna do?
Isn't that what OJ
Get
did? Didn't he
what's
get out
what's
of
in
it?
it for us? That's what they'd say.
I don't think OJ ever paid. He lost the settlement to the Ron Goldman's family, and I don't think they've seen a dime of that money.
Sure, that was all just for show.
Yeah, just because you win in court, doesn't mean that you enforced it,
Can't squeeze blood out of a turnip, though.
Right. And that's
You know
the
what I
thing
mean?
about
That's
trust.
why I look at it.
You can't squeeze the blood out of a trust. It's an irrevocable trust, which means that you can't take it out.
That's probably where that phrase came from.
But if we owe money to the government, you better damn sure believe they're going to come and force you to give up whatever you got.
Well, right. If you own it, you're liable for it, right? Like if I don't pay the taxes, let's say on my motorcycle, right? They can come take it or whatever, right? Because I don't pay taxes on it. But if it's in a trust, that's a different story. You can't come take something
You
that,
get private plates, and yeah, there's a way around all that stuff. But people
So
always think,
here's
oh,
another
no, you're
thing.
just a scumbag because you don't want to pay
Someone else
taxes.
would
It's like,
sue you
no,
for it.
you don't have to.
Here's another thing to think about.
If you're holding someone else's trust, can you get sued and lose that money? That's not.
I don't know. I can't give legal advice. I'm sorry. Consult your lawyer. Doing this for entertainment purposes.
No, I know. I was curious.
Best thing to do for that is research it yourself. Just like you do anything else. Don't take our word for it.
Well, I wouldn't. I just thought we were having a conversation.
Yeah, we are.
I'm sorry. I had a phone call. Can you ask that question again?
No, that's all right.
So I don't know a lot about this stuff. I'm still a student when it comes to law. I'm just telling you guys what I've learned so far. But basically, you should know how to contract because everybody's contracting around you all day long. And if you got a job, you're not used to contracting. So you have to learn to advocate for yourself, right? If you got a job, like once every 6 months or every year, if you're not getting a raise, like you should be filling out like 10, 20 applications and right on there, yes, you can contact my boss. And then when you get all these job offers, your boss is going to either say, wow, I don't want to lose this person, right? They're one of the, the price, what is it, prices law, where it's like 10% of the people do 50% of the work. Like I can't lose this person, so I have to give them a raise, right? So you either take the better job or your boss offers you a raise. And then you get to decide. And you have to negotiate because no one else is going to negotiate for you. So when it comes to selling a vehicle, it's like that too. You have to learn conditional acceptance. Like, okay, I'll sell you my car for $1,000, but you're going to put the battery in it and fix the whatever else is wrong with it, right? So you have to learn to do this. It's the same thing in everyday life. Like if you get a ticket, right? You're thinking, oh my God, they're going to steal my money. Not necessarily. If you don't say too much and he didn't get it on camera, look at it like as an invitation for him to violate your rights and maybe you get to sue him, right? Or you can go to court and be like, yeah, sure, I'll pay the fine just as long as you can prove that you didn't violate my rights. And then quote the part, I forget what it's called because I'm tired. quote the part where it says, that they can't violate your rights. And then they're going to be like, oh, he gets it. He knows what's going on here. But you have to be willing to rebut everything that they say, because if you don't rebut what they're saying in court, then it stands as true. It's crazy. It's like if gentlemen, if you go to divorce court, first of all, you're in a kangaroo court. Like, it's not a real court. And if she says he never does anything with a boy, and you're like, wait a minute, I got like pictures of, his birthday, and here's Christmas. But if you just stand there and you don't rebut her, and you're just like, oh, this is bullshit, then it stands true in court what she said, even though you got evidence otherwise. So, when in court, you have to stay in honor at all costs, right? Don't ever say no. If you say no, you lose. So it has to be, I see no evidence before the court. I have evidence to the contrary. Here's me throwing his birthday party at my house or at my family's house for Christmas. Here's me, on his birthday. Here's me for Christmas. Here's Easter. And then she's a liar. She's dishonored, right, in court. Now it's going to be different. So whenever you're thinking about, oh, I got to go to court, what you want to do is you want to contract outside of the court before you ever have to go to court, and agree with them. That way, if you do actually go to court, you say, well, I got this contract here. We've already settled our differences. We've already come to an agreement. And you remove yourself from the jurisdiction of the court. Now, this is written plain as English. And what is it? Matthew chapter 5. Agree with your adversary quickly on the way to court, unless they turn you over to the bailiff, and the bailiff put you in the jail, and you don't get out till you pay every last penny. So Jesus saves you tens of thousands of dollars on lawyer fees. All you have to do is learn to contract, learn to negotiate with people on the way to court. That way, you remove yourself from the jurisdiction of the court and the judge and the jury and the jail cells. How crazy is that? That's crazy, right? Right there in the Bible. Like the first 5 chapters, Jesus saves you tens of thousands of dollars because he's teaching you how to contract. Come to an agreement. So how do you come to an agreement? Well, like in the big, corporations, they're like, well, how about we do this? Okay, you don't like that? Okay, we'll table that. How about, or we'll couch that. How about this? How about this? Is this still on the table? Okay, we can agree to that. Okay, what do you want? Okay, I'll accept that, but we're going to have to couch. I don't like that part. Okay, well, what about this? Is this still on the table? Okay, we got an agreement here on the table that if I do this, you do this, we have an agreement. That's how you do it. Like every day throughout your whole life, you're supposed to be contracting with people. So contract law is something you should study, like first and foremost. They should be teaching this in every single school. Every single school should teach trust law. Like instead of middle school and like wasting all that time, this is what you should be learning in like middle school. Grammar school, obviously, you should be learning like the trivium, grammar, logic, rhetoric. And by grammar, I mean like 5 languages at least. Logic. Who knows logic when they get out of public school? Nobody. Am I still on?
You never want to just leave it up to your lawyer either.
Hell no.
You need to really work side by side with him, and don't let him just fight your case. You need to fight it yourself too. Don't just think he's going to do everything in your best interest.
Yeah, the lawyer is part of the system. He's a bar member. He's not a U.S. citizen. He's not an American. He's not an American national. He's none of those things. He's a bar member. He's literally the court. Like they're all in on it together. So if you look at how the divorce court works, they all pretend to be opposing each other in the courtroom or in the negotiation, right? But then they all go to lunch together and they're like, oh man, I can't believe we got them to, get a $30,000 mortgage on their house and pay for all these, psychiatric stuff. If they would just calm down and relax and wait a year before they do their divorce, just separate for a year and calm the fuck down. They could have got this done for like $300. They're
And it gets
stupid.
worse than that. I've seen it where before hearings, the DA and the lawyer will go off in a little conference room and have a little powwow before anything even starts, and they try to hash out deals outside of the courtroom.
Yeah, they're hashing out deals because you told them you were incompetent when you hired a lawyer. So he's negotiating on your behalf because you didn't read the book that you just, stuck your hand on and swore an oath to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. If you'd have just read 5 chapters of that book throughout your busy, busy life, you know, and it's literally right there. I mean, it's right there. Basic instruction before leaving Earth.
Don't ever tell your lawyer the truth either.
Man, I don't know what you guys think about lawyers, but man, if you guys only knew with them divorce court people taking advantage of people's emotions, wringing them dry, and at the very end, when you're completely maxed out on all your stuff that you owned and your credit maxed out, then all of a sudden you get the divorce, and people say, you know why divorce is so expensive? Oh, because it's worth it. It's like, no, it's so expensive because you're emotional, and when you're emotional, you lose like 50 IQ points, and you make really bad decisions, and you say stupid shit that you don't really mean. So, like I said, separate for a year, and then talk about it once you've calmed down. Unless she's still pissed off after a year, then you should probably go ahead and get the divorce. But it only costs like $350 to file it. Why would you get lawyers involved? Yeah, there's no. I feel bad for Trish. All those things. I think I need to take some of these off.
Are you going to get rid of some of my roles?
I was thinking about it.
Well, I have, let's see, there's a few of them that I'm like, oh, which ones were they? A LARPer? What's a LARPer?
You're pretending to be a flatty and you're not.
Oh, that's funny. Do I need to take like a quiz or something? I'll take a quiz.
No, I'm
Is that
just
what
trying
that
to figure
means?
out.
I always wondered what the hell that meant.
Yeah, I
Oh,
thought the
live
LARPers
action
were like,
role play.
yeah, like the people that go and like fight or whatever. Like I don't
Yeah,
know.
live action role play.
Oh, okay. And then which other one did I have? Pretender clown. Okay, sure.
Yeah, that's not a good one.
Oh, seems sincere. I was like, all right.
Don't ping me ever.
Oh, OG Sauce Kami? I think because I told him I was from California.
Degenerate anime PFP. I don't know what that means. PFP.
The profile picture. Yeah, I don't have an.
Oh yeah, I've seen those.
Yeah, usually they're Globers. No, no offense to Globers,
Yeah,
but normally
yeah.
they're
I've
Globers
seen
and they're young kids, and they're
them.
the ones like trolling and making fun of the other side. And they have the anime picture. So there's like a meme. It's like if you have an anime picture, nobody takes you serious. Like,
Hey, you got bird enthusiasts. Me too.
but birds aren't real.
I love birds. All right, let's see. Weaponized autist. I don't know what that means.
Autist, like autistic. Where's that one at?
Right. Is that what it means?
I don't see it. Hold on. Oh,
I
I
think
don't
I know what it
know.
is.
I don't know. Do they have like definitions?
Uh,
Like if we click on it, that'd be cool if they had like definitions or something.
no, but I think I know what it means. This is just a guess. Okay, so I saw this movie one time, and it was about the Special Olympics, and all these kids that were in the Special Olympics, they were talking, and they were like, "Yeah, sometimes we just pretend to be stupider than we are, so that we can get our way with things. So we'll just pretend to be stupid, and nobody questions us because we're stupid."
Oh, that's nice. I mean, I guess
What
that
was that?
works.
That was a funny movie. That was a funny movie. What was that?
Was that the one with Oh,
Vince
who
Vaughn?
played? No. Was that the one
Was it
with
Vince Vaughn?
and the other one, Johnny Knoxville?
Yes, I think so. I'm gonna look it up right now.
Was
That
that
movie was funny.
what was that called? I'm pretty sure. And he played like he was special,
Yeah.
and but he was pretending though. He was
Yeah.
faking it because he wanted to, win money or something. I can't remember what it was, but if that's the one.
And that really funny Irish guy. See, what did he play in?
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe it's not.
You talking about PMAC, Hank? He's an Irish guy.
Oh yeah, PMAC. So the guy I'm talking about in the Special Olympics movie with Vince Vaughn, he was the one. No, it wasn't him. Oh, Agamemnon. It's hard to say.
Huh?
Agamemnon. Shit.
Oh, I
What's the
don't know.
movie about Helen with Brad Pitt? Helena. Alexander. No, that wasn't Alexander. That
I
wasn't.
don't know.
No, it was Trojan Horse. It was the Trojan Horse movie. He was like Agamemnon. I can't. Fuck it. I'm not Greek. Can't say it.
I can barely speak English sometimes. Sometimes my
Right?
my words get mixed.
Are you Spanish? Are you Mexican?
No, I'm pretty white. Pretty white. Caucasian. I know a little bit of Spanish. Poquito español.
You know, I think Caucasian is a bad word.
Is it? Why? Okay.
Is it basically like chicken Asian? Like rooster Asian?
We're saying you have an Asian cock.
Oh no,
Yeah, I
that
mean,
is
every
bad.
time I think about that, I think that's kind of a rude thing to say. Like, really?
What about Magic Johnson? Why don't they just call him Lizard Penis? Johnson. Johnson means
I,
euphemism.
She's a girl, dude, not dumb.
wait, who's a girl? Magic Johnson?
Yeah, Troy. He was in Troy.
Did you guys see that video of, was it Michael Jordan? And he had like the weird like hands. I don't know. It was like a video. It's like they had like lizard hands or something. It was weird. Like his hand just like stretched. He was able to like get the ball. Did you
That
see that
wasn't
video?
Jordan. That was some singer that was playing
What?
basketball. Yeah,
It wasn't. It wasn't Michael Jordan.
no, it was a singer of somebody. I don't think it was a basketball player. He was just shooting hoops.
I thought it was. They said it was him. Like,
I can't remember exactly who it was, but I don't think he was a basketball star. I think he was just playing basketball on the court. So I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. I seen that like a few days ago. I was like, it looked like the hand like extended, like his arm and everything. Like,
Yeah, I know. I've seen
weird.
it.
I was
Of
like,
course, I think it was faked, but you know what I mean.
it could have been. Yeah, there's a lot
I
of
think it
fake.
was Kanye or somebody, some silly. I don't know. It was somebody like that. I thought.
Yeah, there's a lot of crazy shit out there that gets posted. There's a lot of weird stuff. Like weird like lizard people stuff and just very strange like reptilian stuff.
Oh, The Ringer is the Johnny Knoxville film. That's good. Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, Ringer. Yeah, that's what it
Yeah,
is.
that's it. And this guy right here that I posted, Agamemnon, I think I said it right that time.
Let's see.
He's the funny ass old guy who's like, yeah, do it. You can do it.
Oh
He's like
yeah. Isn't that
trying to
the coat?
convince him.
Brian Cox, is it? Is that Brian Cox?
I don't know his name. He's a funny ass actor though. I'm trying to remember what movie he did the Irish accent.
He's in the Bourne Identity films. If it's the same guy.
Yeah, I remember that movie. It was funny. We were talking about movies earlier.
Phenomenal compulsory bribe.
What?
He wants me to fucking bribe him.
Bribe?
Yeah, he wants a bribe.
I didn't know there was compulsory bribes. That's a thing?
Phenomenal compulsory bribe. He wants
Phenomenal compulsory bribe.
Yeah. Where I nominate myself to compulsorily give him a bribe. And he'll do
What are you playing, boy?
do for him. Outer Worlds.
Outer Worlds? My son's playing space video games.
Your designation is deputy wine taster. What are you
Did you
should
say
ground him for a week.
space video games? Does he
Yeah.
believe in space?
I don't know. I don't think so.
No. Only
Hey,
one
you
of
think
my
you can go to
kids.
space?
Only one of my kids like no. I guess you could say the truth, depending on whose truth it is. My older kids are already like been in public school and the whole gravity thing and planets and all the other bullshit. Yeah. So they think I'm crazy.
It's okay if they haven't done the research.
Yeah. Well, there's even
When
stuff I've
someone's well
showed them.
researched, when someone's well researched and they call you crazy, you might want to watch out.
It's funny, my 5-year-old, she'll see like commercials or like ads or something, and she'll come up to me. She's like, "Mom, look at this." She's like, "This is ridiculous," and that's what she tells me. I was like, "I know, isn't it crazy how they fake that?" And then she just laughs. It's the funniest thing. She's 5, smarter than a lot of Globers that I've run into, argued with. It's weird. Her like I guess take on what Earth was, even before I like got into the whole flat Earth anything. I asked her before what she thought Earth was, and she told me it was. She told me it was a round hole or round ball, like prison with no doors. That's what she told me. It was like a prison with no doors. And I'm just like, oh yeah, it kind of is like a prison. But she was young when she said this.
Your children have like phenomenal like basic instincts, and they're so in tune with their intuition, and it's like they completely break us out of that. You ever
Yeah.
watch a little kid? The ones that like we haven't conformed yet. Like we call it the terrible twos, but this is just normal. They're just walking around like screaming and laughing and yelling and blah blah blah. And then eventually, you tell them shh, and then eventually they stop talking, and then they start the conforming thing, right? And then they learn to like walk like everybody else, talk like everybody else, and act like everybody else. And then you send them to public school, and it's like trauma-based mind control.
That is true. Yeah, no, that is true. My daughter has like the craziest imagination. She can entertain herself, for a while just with like her dolls and like doing like, imaginary whatever, playing house or, doing whatever. And it's crazy how kids are, when they're young and before 'cause she's not in school. Um Not yet. I didn't really want her to go to school, but she wants to go to school. So I've just kind of been like holding off a little while.
Ooh.
And but yeah, I know eventually she's going to have to. And I just don't want her to lose that imagination and let the school like indoctrinate her with all of the, all the bullshit. And I've even talked to her before that, they're going to teach her stuff later on as she gets older and she's just like, "Well, I'm just going to tell them that's not true and that's a lie." That's what she told me.
Wow.
And then my oldest daughter tells me, "Well, she's going to get in trouble, for saying all this stuff." And I'm just like, "Well, I'm not going to let her just believe all this bullshit that's not true."
So you know what's going on, right? You were talking about, and
Yeah.
kung flu and the jabba jabba do, all this stuff. It's like a mass formation psychosis.
Yes. Yeah. 100%.
It's no different than the witch hunts. Like before people know it, they woke up and it's like all the women are dead. It's like, what were we thinking? Like it doesn't even make logical sense that, well, if we
No.
put her in the water and she lives, then or if she dies, she's innocent. But if she floats and comes back up, then she's guilty. What does that mean? She's guilty. Kill her again. Like, why? Because
That's
she's harvesting herbs? So, you as a woman, have you ever read The Witch's Hammer?
no, that's crazy. I know just a little bit about like, the with the witches, they burn him on the stake. I just know a little bit, not a lot.
Oh, that's not all they did. That's the one of the lesser
Oh.
things that they did to him. I
I
don't even
think they
want to
were
tell you
just
about.
I think they were just different. Like they weren't, they thought they were witches, but they were just different cuz some people are just different and not that they're witches.
They're nonconformists.
Oh,
See, with
like
the Catholic Church,
I would be
the
considered
Catholic,
that.
yeah, you would. The Catholic
Yeah.
Church is like you assimilate or die, right? It's just like the Borg from Star Trek. So I talked to a lady from Buenos Aires, wherever she's at. I hope she's safe. She's from Argentina, right? And I was like, "What was your original religion like, before like the Catholics came?" And she was like, "I don't know. You know, all the ones that were like that, they're gone." And then I asked a lady from the Philippines the same thing. She's like, "I don't know. They're all gone." It's like, how could they all be gone? It's like, oh, if you don't assimilate your religion into their religion, and the missionaries, they're on a mission to get you to pay tithes and taxes, right? And if you don't pay, and you don't want to join the church, then you're a witch. You practice church on the wrong day, which is Sabbath, which would be Saturday, you're dead. And like this went on for hundreds of years. We don't know how long it went on actually, but allegedly, like the estimates is like 3 million women were dead this way. And they did it to men too. There's stories of men that were like, say, under two like wooden pallets, and they would get a horse to come walk up on top of the wood and crush the man's pelvis bone. And if he confessed, then they could take his women, take his land, and everything that he owned. But if he didn't confess to being a witch or a warlock or whatever, and he just like died the most painful death possible, and then the women got to keep the land, and they couldn't come take his women and his land. So he like didn't confess, even though like the horse is like standing on his pelvis, crushing all his bones and stuff. Anyway, I looked into that for a while, and then you look into like Alexander Solzhenitsyn. He wrote the Gulag Archipelago, and this was like under Stalin. Under communism, everybody had to like be tortured into confession, and then once they confessed, then they could go 10 years, 20 years to work in Siberia and the gulags. It's crazy. It's crazy, crazy, crazy
That's
shit that people do to each other.
that is really crazy. You bring up the gulag because I didn't really know what that was. But I've heard more and more. It's like, oh, you're going to be sent to the gulag, and it's like, what the hell? Like for
Hold on, I
not,
got a phone call.
complying, for not going with society and with the rest of them. It's like I joke, like if government or whatever, like had their eyes on me and like going through all my stuff I've posted or whatever, I would be like in a camp somewhere.
Yeah,
Because I don't conform.
so there's nothing wrong with a little decorum. If you act proper in public, you should never act like a Karen or a Darren in public. Like no matter what's going on, if you're pissed off, just leave. So other than that, like conformity is stupid. Like you shouldn't be like extremely angry and emotional in public. You should like this is just my opinion. You should act proper in public. But in private, you gotta cover the fuck you want. However you want. Like it doesn't matter. So that's my thing. Like in public, I'm a proper gentleman. I'll smile, I'll wave. But in my house, different story. I can be as introverted as I want to. Go hang out in my room, stare at my phone all day. Who's going to tell me different? It's my house.
Yeah, no, that's true. I agree. I have kind of lost my temper a few times, but for the most part, I'm very, I guess,
Well,
well,
hopefully
kind
not
of
on the clerk. Like the store policy is like enforced by the owner, and the clerk is just sitting there like, you realize I'm only getting paid minimum wage, right?
only a couple times. Only a couple times. Like, what's really pissed me off lately is I drive a lot for work, and I go out of town. So I drive out of town. And having to go find a bathroom coming like from 2 hours away, and I'm going to a different location, has been ridiculous. Like, oh, our bathrooms are closed. And it's like, okay, like, or I'll have a sign on their door, it's like broken or out of service. And I'm like, both your bathrooms are out of service? Like, I really doubt that. So then it's like all these places did not have bathrooms because of, the Rona, whatever. Closed it down.
I've been there. I've done Lyft and Uber and whatnot. What you have to do is you have to find a truck stop. They're 24/7. Now you may not find any 2 liters there, but you'll find a toilet like no matter what. They got a bunch of toilets at truck stops. So truck stops in certain stores, like around here, we got like Quick Trip, like that brand always that convenience store like always has a restroom.
Okay, well, I'll keep that in mind because I went to like a Circle K. I even went to like a Walgreens because I want like a clean, bathroom. I don't want to just go to like some like hole in the wall like gas station or I wanted like a decently clean bathroom. So like I'm thinking like Walgreens, and I used to be able to use their bathroom no problem. And they're like, oh no, our bathrooms are closed to the public, and it's like, what the heck? To even customers like, okay, if I bought something, no, they're closed. And then I went to Circle K. I was gonna put my stuff down and I asked if I can use the bathroom. Like, oh, we don't have bathrooms. It's like, you don't have bathrooms? Okay. It's just ridiculous. Like, but it's been like about a year that it's just been ridiculous. Like,
Yeah, I gotta admit, I would probably flip out a little bit too. I think I would be like, I'm a human, damn it. I need to go to the bathroom. Like, I'm gonna get arrested for peeing behind your dumpster if you don't let me go.
no, I told them, I was like, well, I said, am I gonna have to like go like pee outside? Like, what am I supposed to do? And they're just like, oh, well, I don't know what to tell you. And then one time I asked the guy, I said, do I have to like rent a room to use the bathroom? And then he told me, well, it's coming to that. And I said, that's ridiculous. Like, I come from out of town, for work and can't find a bathroom anywhere. So it's like they don't think like, people that travel or whatever, like, what are they supposed to do? They don't care. Not at all.
Yeah, you just gotta know your places. I had some close calls in Dallas. And then I started realizing, like, okay, these ones right here, they got a bathroom 24/7. So I'll just remember. Because in Dallas, you're always about 5 minutes away from those stores. They're everywhere. Quick Trip.
Yeah, no, that's good to know. Usually I go to Bakersfield. Bakersfield's the worst. Having to go over there and try to find a bathroom, they're the worst. I don't know why, but they've been, and Porterville too. Both of those places, terrible.
You ever been to Stockton?
Yeah,
Near Stockton, California?
Yeah, I've been there.
What's it like there?
Nothing special.
Don't answer that question.
Yeah, nothing special. Why? Have you heard? What have you heard about Stockton?
Well, I'm a descendant of some Stocktons. I'm a direct descendant. And some Sheltons.
A direct a direct descendant?
Yeah, I'm a direct descendant of some Stocktons and Sheltons. That's the British side of my family.
Oh, the name. Okay. I gotcha. Well, that's kind of cool. So you have family that in different country?
No.
You mean your
So
name's not
most of
really
us are.
Hill? Damn it!
I know, what the heck?
right. Yeah. So most of us are like Hans 57. Most Americans.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I am too. I'm like Russian and Indian and like German and I don't know. I don't know what else. Probably some Irish. Yeah.
Yeah. So me, I'm English, Irish, Scottish, Dutch, and Cherokee Choctaw, I think. So the Dutch is Scandinavian, the English, Irish, and Scottish is British Isles, and then the Cherokee is from like the Tennessee, Carolina area, and then the Choctaw, I think, I don't remember where they're from, but that was from Grandpa. The Choctaws on his side, so I'm guessing South Texas somewhere.
Well, didn't they have it in was it Oklahoma and Arkansas? Like there was a few states, but I'm
Choctaw Nation, yeah.
Yeah, Arkansas, Oklahoma. Where else? I can't remember there's a couple other ones for the Indian.
Yeah, Oklahoma.
Yeah, Oklahoma. That's the biggest one. Yeah, for
So
the native.
if I could prove my heritage, I would get like a whole bunch of benefits, but I've never done it. And I don't have contact with anybody from my dad's side. He passed away. So I don't know if I'd be able to prove it.
Yeah, that'd be
Yeah,
good.
I'm a 3/16 Native American, which isn't much, but apparently it's enough to prove.
So you did like your ancestry, like to see what your genealogy and all that, all whatever all of
No,
it.
I've done some of it, like on my mom's side, really well done. As far as my dad's side, if it's been done, I don't know about it. But I know for a fact my grandmother is half Cherokee and half Irish, and I have the same mole on my face that she does on my chin. You can't see it because I have a beard, but when I shave, you can see it. And then my son has the same mole, but it's on his lip where my dad's was. So I know for a fact I'm related to her. I got her mole.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
So,
Oh, that's
and
cool.
she did her genealogy, and she was a descendant of Chief Redbird. So they named a river after him in Tennessee.
That's pretty cool. Well, yeah, if you can prove it and get all of the information you need, you would definitely be taken care of.
Yeah, there was this guy. He said I got my Indian card, and I was like, what? No, because this dude's like 6'1", like 275 pounds, like 10% body fat, huge white German looking dude. I mean, just stacked full of muscle. I mean, this dude made me look small. Like this dude picks me up and cracks my back, right? And I'm looking at his Indian card, and I'm looking at him, and I'm looking at his Indian card, and I'm like, how the fuck did you get this, bro? He's like, I'm half native. I'm like, but you look like Hitler's dream machine.
That's funny.
He said, I'm half German and half Cherokee.
Well, wasn't Hitler like German and Jewish, right?
That's what they say. He was definitely a Zionist.
Oh yeah, for sure. But because I thought his mom was Jewish and his dad was German.
She worked at the Rothschild mansion or something like that.
Oh, I don't know that much into it. I just know he didn't like his mom because she was Jewish or some shit like that, and his dad was German. So it was like, half and half.
Whenever we're talking about war, right, we're obviously talking about propaganda.
Yeah.
And it's like there's all this, fog of war and wartime propaganda and mystery and everything. And it's kind of like, what do we actually know?
Yeah.
Like,
What
what
do
can
we
we
believe is
actually
more like?
prove?
Yeah, with all the history, it's only his story, right? So it's like whatever
Right,
we're told, we don't really know anything. It's just what whoever was in charge decided they were going to put.
right.
So, yeah, and then war, like it's crazy. I didn't realize before, which makes sense. It's all bullshit. It's all money grab and gun grab or
hmm
whatever. Taxes, for us, tax us for them to make money. That's all it is. Both sides. Like one
Wait,
will fund
wait a
both
minute.
sides.
Texas. I live in the state of Texas.
There you go. That's funny.
I wonder if there's anything to that.
That's a good. That's a good one. Well, but
No, Tex ass.
Texas. That's funny. Well, you guys don't have like super high taxes over there, like in
We
California
don't
and New
have
York.
state tax.
At
Yeah,
all.
no state tax, whatever.
Okay, but the cost of living is cheap
Cheap.
over there. Yeah, compared
It
to.
used to be, gosh, man, before like 2008, um, you could get like a trailer house, like a 4-bedroom trailer house for rent out in the
Mhm.
country for like $500.
Oh wow.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's like with a huge freaking yard and trailer house
that's pretty
for
good.
like $500. So, like an in-town rent house, the same would be like 750. And now I pay 1,100 for rent, which is outrageous.
Well, I'm sure in Texas, yeah. Yeah, well, good old inflation, it's just gonna go up higher and higher. Well, the gas, I'm sure you guys have had the gas prices rise over there, right?
Yeah, I went up to a little above 4, and that's kind of coming back down a little bit.
It's almost 6 over here. Some places are over 6, almost 7.
Jeez.
So like I paid, let's see, it was 540 something. It's ridiculous. It used to be, I'd say about a year ago, it was like 3 something, like 320, and now it's, the mid like 5 something, 550 to 6. It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
So gas got up to like 4.15 here, and then it started like creeping back down. But it's actually cheaper in the big city than it is here.
Well, that's because they have more opportunity. So of course it's going to be a little cheaper because if it's
More competition, yeah.
yeah, and those small towns like, oh well, we can we'll charge you guys an extra 75 cents just because there's not that much opportunity for different gas stations. You guys are going to pay more.
I guess we have to pay for the diesel it took to brought the gas way out here. Like,
have you seen
why?
the price of diesel? The price of diesel over here it's almost $7.
Well, I enjoyed the conversation, but I think I'm gonna take a little time to little chill time, little R&R. Gonna center my chi. Peace out.
All right, nice talking with you. Oh, it is getting late. It's like 2:30 over here. Who's all on here still awake?
I'm still in here. Not for long though. I won't be in here too much longer. Well, maybe it just depends.
I think everyone else may be asleep. There's not too many in here. So, Rookie, you said you're in California, right? You said Antioch? There you are?
Yep.
So, did you see the whole, bullshit that Gruesome wants to pass by, was it 2024, 2023, somewhere around there? That, what is it, 1933? Is that what it's called? You know what I'm talking about?
No, not really. I don't pay much attention to politics.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
I saw somebody out there, trying to get signatures on something that I don't know what it was. I'm assuming it probably had something to do with that because there was a sign up.
It may,
at a grocery store or something. You know what I mean?
yeah, it may have been, but he wants to have all corporations in business require the jib jab, you know. So and to make it I don't law or some bullshit. He wants to make it a requirement, like a mandate. Yeah.
He's gonna get a lot of opposition around here.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of people pissed. Real pissed. And I'm just yeah, I don't think so. I'm
What
not
most
gonna
people don't realize is that even though there's highly populated areas, most of California is urban and suburban. You know what I mean? It's like it's not all city. There's
Yeah.
a lot of people out here that don't believe in that crap, and they, and it's never been a problem.
Yeah.
Just differently.
Yeah, that's true. I could see that. And some of the big cities, the bigger cities, you go to, you can see that, a lot of people still wearing, muzzles and all of that, and still scared of their shadows. The mainstream media did a real good job on them, by scaring everybody continually for 2 years. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. It's just crazy. Like, it's over and they're still going on and on with it. And then did you see the thing with the whole like UFOs and all that they've been talking about? Have you heard anything on that?
I see UFOs all the time. I know they're not real. They're not alien. They're just lights in the sky.
Wait, you cut it out. What did you say?
I said, yes, I've heard about it, but it's gone. But I don't believe in aliens from outer space. I only believe in just, things that fly in the air that you can't explain.
Yeah, true.
Flying objects, like.
Yeah, it's just funny that on like different news I've seen that they're talking about like unidentified objects and like, oh well, we don't know what it is, and it's just kind of funny that it's after all of this and then now they're bringing up that next card or whatever you want to call it. Have you seen anything on the Bluebeam Project Bluebeam?
Yeah, I've heard all that. But I don't really know it, you know what I mean? But I have learned a lot of stuff about it.
Yeah, I've seen a few like videos where it shows like how it's used and different sightings, like different places, like what is this, and like it's clearly.
Yeah, I like sharing pictures and stuff. That's fun. Videos and stuff like that. It's always fun. I got a couple of friends that we share, photos and videos of the sky and different stuff because we see the same kind of anomalies and we always trade. We show each other our scars. You know what I mean, so to speak.
Yeah. Oh, it's definitely pretty crazy to see all the different stuff. Whatever it is. I don't believe in aliens from different planets either, different places or whatever.
My bad. Sorry about that. I dropped something.
Oh, you're fine.
Trying to get soaked by this sprinkler. In the process, I dropped what I was carrying.
Oh, you're outside?
Yeah. What's that?
So how long have you been on here? On the Discord?
About it. Maybe less than a year.
Oh, okay, cool.
Like that. Maybe a little longer. I don't know. Maybe it's been longer and I don't realize it.
Yeah, I think I've been on here, I think maybe about a year. I can't remember what month I came on, but I was gone for a while. It was like 6 months or so I wasn't on. Yeah, I just came back recently and just see what was going on.
Yeah. So you drive a truck or?
No, it's just my job.
Down near Bakersfield?
Yeah, no, my job. I drive.
Yeah,
I do.
I used to drive to Bakersfield 1 day a week from up here.
Yeah, that's ridiculous drive. I usually go to Bakersfield like sometimes 3 times a
week. Not in a big truck. I used to deliver shower doors and stuff like that. Extruded aluminum, crap like that.
Oh wow.
I know. Yeah. Oh wow. You're like, what? What's that?
Yeah, I would not want.
What I mean.
No, I would definitely not want to do that.
I didn't mind it so much. I got paid good. Worked long hours, so
Oh yeah,
it always works out to your advantage when you get paid good.
yeah, that's true. No, I do claims for insurance. I do insurance claims when I travel. Yeah, not life insurance though. Insurance on like phones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I take them the new device and help them set up and all that. But we drive like 2 hours away, so in our own vehicles, which kind of sucks with the price of gas, being ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we get some like mileage for it, but not that much.
Oh, it's getting cold out here.
You say it's getting cold? What's the temperature?
I don't know, but it's cold to me. I have no idea what the temperature is. What do you want, cat? You're always hungry. You're always hungry. There you go. There you go, buddy. Well, I was wearing shorts because it was warm today, so I got a jacket on, but I just got wet.
It was warm. It's 60 right now. Well, over here it's 60.
I'm not sure what it is. It's nice and warm in the house, though. That's my daughter. Probably still awake. I have to kick her out. Tell her to sleep.
You say your dog or your daughter?
Daughter.
How old is she?
She's 11.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
But then,
my boys are 12.
hey, go to sleep, please. She said no, but then she turned the TV off and laid down. Pretty tired.
It's a weekend.
Nice talking to you, though.
Yeah, you too, Ricky.
I might be listening for a while, but I'm not going to talk for. I'm going to go lay down.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem.
Let's
You're
chat
gonna
later.
get off.
All right, sorry. Didn't want to sound weird. I'm trying to whisper.
Have a good night. Nice talking with you too. Bye.
Check, check. Yeah, I'm not in the mood to do a monologue, but does anyone have a recommendation for a video that we need to play for this live stream? And I'd prefer it not be a dead live stream, so I can find something to play. But if someone has some good recommendations, just go ahead and post it in the live stream voice text. Expensive petroleum. That's good, Hank. I like that one. Let's see. Let me find something here that might be beneficial for the general public that are curious about this, since we're all just sitting here, just listening. All right, on YouTube, there's only like 5 people listening, so let me get creative here. Let's find some video, which we can't watch the video on here, but we can play the audio. Hold on, find something that won't get us in trouble. You know what's funny? I just listened to it was a comedian performing in front of prisoners. This might help people to understand. Hold on, let me look at my history really quick. It's only like 3 minutes long, but it's funny, but at the same time, pretty dangerous for him to say that shit in front of a room full of freaking convicts. So, let me see. Oh, here it is. I mean, it's from Comedy Central. I'm gonna, and I'll play it on my stream. But if it might. There's a lot of people that I went to high school with that are really good musicians. I'm sure it's the same for a lot of people here. You know what's really strange is like all the flat earth people are all musicians. It's like, oh, all of us can play music and sing. Not all of us, but there's a like 50% at least. Oh,
I slap at the bass, man. You slap at the bass, I slap at the bass, man.
that's not, I heard you talking. You were talking about your guitar for like 2 hours last night, Hank.
Was I?
Yeah, you were talking about playing your bass, man. Fuck yeah, we were talking about that shit for a while last night, bro.
I
I
gotta
was like,
stop. I
yeah.
gotta stop the monologuing.
No, you don't. No, man, don't stop talking about it, man. I mean, there's a reason I think that people that are musicians, artists, are have a proclivity toward this idea, or not an idea. I mean, it's Earth. I mean, the we just see through the bullshit more, more than people, other that. But and to be honest, we, at the same time, we have a passion to express it so that it's like, are you a flat earther or a globe earther? Is there such thing as either? You know what I mean, Hank?
I'm a man, demon.
I'm a man on Earth, and you're a man or a woman on Earth. Oh shit, I just said something that might, have something to do with some other proclivity, but in order for people, men and women, to exist on Earth, we have to be men and women here. Don't tell anybody. If we stop procreating as men and women, there won't be any more boys or girls.
Man, that shit's too good. People ain't gonna quit. That shit is too good.
Hello? Hello?
What's up? Hello.
I have a question.
Ask.
So, is there like God or some kind of God?
Well,
Kind of a weird question, isn't it?
exactly. But if you okay, so you are a flat earther yet?
Yes, but like I'm trying to find out the reality, so I need to gather some information. So, is there like a God or some kind of God?
Well, if you watch the flat earth, you can ask how it's possible that we are living here and above us, close to us, next to us, is the sun and the moon. So who built this? This place, and who put the moon and the sun working in a perfect
Okay, yes.
system? So yeah, and yeah, I don't like to mention the Bible, but there are some things in the Bible that came from other manuscripts. But you can see there, the 7 days of creation. So yeah, so maybe I think it's someone had to build this place, and yeah. So the God who created this place and maybe with others.
Okay, so you just so you like don't know who, but there is something. Like somebody is there, but you don't just know who. Like just something was there.
Yeah. So that may be some god, the creator. So, but before that, was this place already existed? Below water. So there is another god, maybe. So
Right,
that's
I'm with Miguel on this one. Hey, now we live on Earth, right? Everything we experience, what we see, sun, moon, and stars, right? The sun is moving, the Earth is stationary, the moon is moving. We have an explanation about this, from history in the Bible. Now, and I'm also with Miguel. We can't necessarily say, "Oh, well, the Bible said so, and this is why it happened." But at the same time, we have an explanation from the globe side, right, about the motion of the sun, moon, and stars, right? Which is their explanation is it just happened on accident, basically. It's like we am I following the same line of logic or
yes, go on.
no, oh, sure. I just want to make sure I'm not interrupting your line of thought here, Miguel.
You are welcome. Because you talk better English than me. So
No, sure. Yeah, you're doing good. So this is what I think you were saying. This is like, hey, the Bible says, hey, first day Earth was created. Second day, the sun, moon, and stars weren't created until the fourth day. And I'll tell you what. I mean, most creationists follow that line of logic. Now, here's what happens with the other line of logic. 14.5 billion years ago, everything that exists in the universe was condensed into a single dot, and then it exploded and then started to coalesce into different galaxies and shit, because of, pardon my French, and I don't care if you if you're offended by my language. This is how they all started coalescing into different galaxies, and then those galaxies formed solar systems and all this kind of stuff. We have no evidence for that other than stories. And so I guess you could say the same thing about the Bible. We have stories about what we experience on Earth. But guess what? You're not in outer space, you're on Earth. So the more plausible story would be the creation story.
Okay.
We live on Earth. Have you ever experienced outer space?
No.
Okay, nobody else has either. So the more plausible explanation for what we experience here is that the sun, moon, and stars move above us and the Earth is not moving.
Okay.
Now, do you have any evidence for how, the distance from Earth to the sun, Earth to the moon? I have stories about those distances and the ball Earth spinning around the sun. I mean, are you under the impression that the scientists have figured this out? Because I grew up learning that we were the third rock from the sun spinning around in the solar system as a really small, minute part of the Milky Way galaxy. And so this is how we figured out distances from surface of Earth to the moon to the sun. Do you know anything about that, or? I mean, I don't want to dominate the whole.
I think he left.
Oh, he left.
Yeah.
Well, that's not surprising. Too much truth. Too much truth going on there, Miguel.
Yeah. Oh, I think.
Yeah, it's just like they think we've been flat earthers our whole lives. It's freaking crazy.
Yeah.
Like, dude, I knew this. I knew everything I was just saying before I ever was a flat earther. So it's just like I didn't learn this shit from flat earthers. I already knew this shit.
I was going to say that I've noticed this tactic. People have been coming in here and like over and over again, they're like, why are you guys flat earthers? Is it because you believe in God? And then over and over again, they keep coming in here and like, do you believe in God? Like I think it's a tactic they're doing. Like they want to get us on record, all of us saying that we believe in God. And then they want to get us all saying, that basically that's why we think the earth is flat.
Yeah, maybe one of them. I mean, how many tactics do they have? Because what's really strange about it, Hank, is that all of us were on the same page with them before we actually took a look at what reality is. Dude, I thought flat earth was, and we all have the stories and we've said it many times. I thought flat earth was the dumbest shit. I'll never look into it because obviously, the general consensus and general science, they've proven that the earth cannot be flat and we're the third rock from the sun, we're in the solar system and all that kind of shit. But once I really got into it and understood what Earth is, I couldn't buy into that concept anymore. I mean, if you want to buy into that concept, once you understand both sides, you're going to have to make a choice. It's not about us trying to convince anyone or manipulate anyone to the flat earth or whatever. if you're too dumb to figure it out, then you're too dumb to figure it out. But once you see it, you can't unsee it. So if you come in here and ask us questions and you think you have an argument that we haven't heard before, or you're going to tell us something we haven't considered, you're probably on the wrong side of the argument. But okay, if you want to believe it, keep on believing it. Go for it.
Hey, Helio.
Hey, Jay. How you doing, brother?
So here's my question: is this is painting of too broad of a brush. Painting with too broad of a brush. But thought that come to me is my kid's first construction project. I have 2.5-year-old twins. Their first construction project was when I was putting their train set together a few months ago. So here they are. They were closer to 2, and I had them outside handing me wood.
You have twins?
Indeed.
Identical?
Identical, yeah.
Oh, cool. Continue.
Yeah,
that's cool. That's really cool.
And one of them was instinctively holding 2 pieces of wood together, just like where I needed to drill it together. Like he instinctively knew what the next step was. I didn't tell him. I didn't show him. I just kind of had the wood. I had one piece kind of one way and one piece kind of the other way. And the next thing I know, he's holding the other 2 and he's looking at me like, Dad, okay, come on over and do what you need to do. And, it's, and that's kind of one of the things I think of with Globies is did their parents never take them to do any kind of little construction projects like that? Did they never look through telescopes? Did they never actually go out and fire a rifle? Did they never actually get out of their basement? And I know that's a big broad brush, but how many of these people that we see on here all day, every day, and then you start talking about these examples, and you realize, or I realize quickly, that they've never done things like that. They've never wired up like they were watching me wire up the switches and stuff like that. Now, of course, they don't have any idea as to what that means at 2 years of age, but as I keep doing that when they're 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7, well, you know what? When they're 7, 8, 9, and 10, they're gonna have all that recollection of little things, and now they're gonna know. So when they're 7 or 8, I'm not taking them the first time. Say, okay, wire this up.
Yeah, sure, but I wouldn't. I mean, even with an adult that's been through the indoctrination system, I wouldn't expect them to see it right away. But as an adult, if you're curious about the topic and you want to come in here and talk to us about it, once you're familiar with the topic, you can choose whether or not. I mean, once you understand our argument versus theirs, if you're a sensible person, you should be able to figure this out pretty quick.
Yeah, like I was telling a young man on here some time ago, about how the horizon always meets you at eye level, and he was trying to this and that and the other. And I said, well, look, I said, you know what? We could sit and talk about this till we're blue in the face. I know you live in the UK. Why don't you drive over some of those wonderful hills and stop and take a few pictures? And why don't you, if you sometime take you a trip over to Germany during Oktoberfest, ride through the Channel and take a drive through England and through France and stop at a few of the pubs, meet some of the local women, and go have a great week trip through France and Germany and wherever else, and stop on mountains here and there and take a look and say, wow, this does do this. No, this doesn't do that. And that idea, and it was totally a foreign thing. Like you might go out and actually use your eyes.
Yeah, what should I call you? J.E. I don't. I know we've talked
His voice
before.
sounds so familiar, like a character on TV.
No, I know who he is, but I'm just wondering if should it just be J.E. J.E. I'll just call you J.E. This is
Well,
what you're saying.
Real name's Leonard. I just go by J. Barrington because of the Iron Republic story. But you can call me whatever.
All right, cool. So Leonard or J.E. Hey, check this out. This is what's really interesting about people that I've met on the internet here. Like with this topic, they'd rather, even if in their spirit and their mind agree with you, they'd rather disagree with you to keep the conversation going. And I can tell when their mind changes because their arguments become more ridiculous once you make sense.
Yeah.
And it's pretty pathetic for adults to be able, to do that.
Yeah, and that's why I like to kind of cut them off and say, look, I tell you what, instead of just sitting here talking about it, why don't you go out and do it? You live in the UK, or you live in Arkansas, or you live in Kentucky, or you live in Florida. Man, I tell you what, why sit behind a computer all day? Why not get out and actually enjoy the sun? Like today, we've got a meet up over in Okeechobee, and then we're going to ride over to the massive WRMI shortwave radio station. And, you may not come out seeing things the way that us flat Earth people accept.
Yeah, well, we always ask them, where's this damn curvature you keep talking about? We can't find it. And it's just like, we're sensible adults. We're all here looking for the curvature. I live in Arkansas. You live in North Carolina or something.
Florida.
You're somewhere that's Florida. I mean, there's people from all across Earth that are flat earthers, sensible human beings that are looking for the curvature, and we can't find it. Now we have people that say, well, the curvature is there, but there's all sorts of distortion toward the horizon. Like, why are you making shit up, man? This is not your job. Nobody. Who convinced you that the Earth is curved? I used to think the Earth was a globe, but once I saw it, I can't unsee what I didn't see in the first place. There's no fucking curvature, bro.
Dude, when I was a kid, we used to have to go out there and make curvature ourselves with shovels. Nowadays, the kids got it so good they could just Photoshop the curvature in there. They don't know how good they have it.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well, and now, and for better or for worse, with the age of all the Nigerian scammers and everything else, you would think
Nigerian scammers.
What?
No, I know what he means because I mean, don't you get some fucking random phone calls from Africa every once in a while?
Yeah.
You would think in the days of Nigerian scams that people would know when they're looking at a scam. And I get these globies who actually send this Japanese satellite to me like it's a real thing. And I pull it up and I say, you mean to tell me you can't tell that that's a drawing? I mean, it says right here that it's visualized data. You mean to tell me that you can't, by looking at this, do you think that a weather map is real? I said, this is a drawing. And these people cannot, that's the thing is they cannot tell that it's not real. That's how pervasive Photoshop is with this generation.
And that's why I'm saying, the adult, we're having an adult conversation, right? But we get we do get teenagers in here a lot, and we take baby steps with them. I mean, kind of, you have to pay attention to who you're talking to and how you're talking to them. And it doesn't necessarily matter what age, but it just depends on their intellect. right? So you just devise the conversation from. That's why I always want them to talk more than I do. When I meet new people in here.
Yeah, and but the thing that I just still can't get over is like, and maybe it's because I've been designing things on Photoshop for since 1998.
So you're a computer guy, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
So, but my point is, like with all the Photoshop things, you would think people of this day and age would know when they're looking at something that's fake, but they don't. They'll look at this, they'll look at a weather map and think that it's real. They'll say, "Wow, that's real," and you'd be like, "No, that's a visualization. That's not."
What's funny? Do you engineer with Photoshop? Like virtual things that people design in physical reality?
No, I don't do a lot of that. A lot of what I do is I with Photoshop anyway, I do more of marketing kinds of things, or like
Okay, cool. I'm not trying to put you on blast.
No, feel free to. No,
I used to fucking work at a company where they would give me virtual images, and they would freaking I would have a box of products in front of me, and then I would use their virtual imaging on a computer, 3D modeling. It was called CATIA. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that software. And then I would have to put these objects together based on their virtual imaging. And I'm going to tell you something. These engineers never touched a fucking thing had anything to do with this product, right? They just designed it and told me to put it together. Now, that was built into the company. It was just like, yeah, we know we're, the engineers were, but they're not necessarily engineers. They're young, but they don't know. It's like, well, motherfucker, you just spent $100,000 to make a bad product that I have to put together, and I have to look on this fucking computer 3D modeling, and I can tell you within, it's like it won't work this way, and so then I have to go through a different process. I worked for a company like that for 9 years. It's like, why would you give these fucking engineers this much power? It's fucking stupid.
So their engineers they had were probably outsourced through like someplace Upwork.com, and they were probably in the Philippines.
No, I know exactly what I know what happened, but I'm not gonna call them out. But hold on, I'm gonna whisper it. It was a French company.
Ah, understood.
But hey, I worked for them for 9 years. They treated me well, but they gave me a lot of money. But it was their engineering is their engineering is good, but they really maybe do shit that could cause planes to fall out of the sky.
Well, like I said, I would bet you the actual engineers were in like India or Pakistan or somewhere and actually never seen the product, and they were just kind of told, "Oh, make it look kind of like this." They'll know what to do.
I mean, I was just working on the interior, so I mean, for the most part, the planes necessarily won't fall out of the sky, but yeah, I was working on the interior.
The real important question is, today, Sunday, 9 in the morning, Are you drunk already, Helio?
I don't. Hey, Jimsy, did you sleep last night?
Yes.
Okay. So, what is night and what is day?
For you, it's 9 in the morning, bro.
What's am I causing a disruption here?
No. I didn't ask about any disruption.
Okay, then what the fuck is your problem, bitch?
No, I have no problem. Do you have a problem?
Okay, cool. Then let's continue.
Do you wanna, throw fists?
I'm just fucking with you, Jimsy. God damn it.
Are you?
Yes, I am fucking with you. Yeah. I really am fucking with you. I don't care what you think about me, to be honest.
So Helio, the engineers from India that you used to work for, is
No,
like
you didn't understand what I was saying. They weren't from India. They were in France. I worked for a
for
French
the
company.
Indian company, Helio?
What? Say it again. Be wrong again.
How long did you work for that Indian company?
Oh.
No, it's a French company.
Yeah, I'm gonna have my friends are gonna defend me here because they remember what I said.
It's the same thing.
Habla
French,
sprechen Sie
Indian,
Dutch?
Mexican, all the same.
Habla sprechen Sie
All
Dutch?
the Mexicans, and it was it was a Puerto Rican company. Let's get back to Puerto Rico. Anyway, see who interrupted this conversation? Not me.
No, they can't see me, Helio. This is Discord. I don't have my, my video on. They can't see me.
Still love you, Jimsy, brother. Anyway.
But yeah, Helio, you think about it here. How many of these globies are those they're putting these products together virtually, then they go, oh wow, we've done a great job, we this and that and the other, and they never actually put the product together. They never actually.
I'll tell you something about this 3D program that this company I worked for. It's a French company.
Indian company?
Okay, Jamesy, are you curious about the 3D program that I used?
Yes, I'm sorry. Continue. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so it's called CATIA. It's capital, all capitals, CATIA. And what it is, it's a 3D modeling software that they use, and they program it into the CNC machines and everything. And I would get a product from these 3D modeling softwares, and I had to once I received these designs from these generic engineers that have never had their hands on the product that I'm building, and it was so frustrating for me. Now they paid me well to actually make them look like idiots, but I never got back to the source from the engineers. They were just like, oh, I would have to sign up I'd have to write up a report about a design flaw, and anyway, so yeah. But the entire design that they put forth was right in my hands, right there on the computer. So I could just look it up. And this is CATIA. Look it up, Jamsy, if you think I'm full of shit. You should use it.
Yeah.
They have 3D and 5D. If you think I'm full of shit, I know these guys. These fucking French fucking engineers. They would just fucking throw these fucking ignorant engineers that came in and just like, oh, I'm gonna design a cabinet, and I would have to do shit within fractions of a millimeter sometimes. Otherwise, the shit wouldn't work because I was working on airplanes. It wouldn't work. And when you pressurize the cabin on an airplane, everything changes.
It wouldn't work. Is that why they fire you, because it didn't work?
No, they fired me because I fell asleep on the job because I was working too much.
Oh, working too much. That's not good.
No, I actually fell asleep on the job because I just fell asleep on the job. But I was working like 70 hours a week, so, whatever.
And they still fire you, these assholes?
There's other reasons. I mean, there was other things, but yeah, 70 hours a week. That's a freaking
Like what?
like they wanted me to go another shift, and I said no.
Why wouldn't you want to work 90 hours, Helio, if you were working 70 already?
No, there. Yeah. See, I worked for a decent company, but they aren't decent. They fucking. I argued with the engineer. I wouldn't argue because I didn't have the access to the engineers. I can only have the access to the engineers through certain certain
So
aspects.
the imagery that you got to build the part for the airplane.
I didn't build shit. I was building it from their parts, and I'm like, holy shit, this ain't gonna work because
You didn't build shit and you were building it. I don't get it. I don't. That's kind of like a
wait.
contradictory statement. You said you
Hold on,
didn't build shit, and then you say you built something.
Jimsy. I had full access to the design. But when
So you got
I
the
was
design.
trying, hold on, motherfucker.
Hold the phone. Hold the
When I
phone.
when I tried to put it together,
Hold the
and I could zoom in on the product and the parts they gave me, if it didn't work right, I had to write it up and say, "Hey, the engineers fucked this up."
Oh, so they made a lot of mistakes.
Well, how would you know if you made a mistake unless you have a practical apply it? You can't know every fucking mistake you might make in
Yeah,
design.
Helio, what you're saying is that they give you some build in a computer, and once you use the measurements and it didn't work, you actually build it. You're complaining about that because they just did it in a virtual space, and you had to build the actual part, right?
Jimsy, that's not the way it works in this company. And if you're trying to give me shit about this, I worked there for 9 fucking years, asshole. And
Yeah, that's good.
so you weren't there. So have you ever worked for a company with and worked in contrast, compare with the design method, went to meetings, helping the engineers to design a correct model. Went through freaking hours in meetings with these
Hey,
people.
what did the engineer pass to you? What did they give you for you to work with?
What did the engineers do?
Yeah, what was the step that you took from them, and then you started doing your job? So what do you get from them?
James, it didn't work that way. That's what I got so fucking frustrated about. They think they can design something they never fucking put their fucking hands on. God damn it!
Well, that's what I'm understanding that you're saying. But then I'm saying what you're saying, and you say no, you're not saying that.
Well, okay, well, they never fucking put their hands on it, and I had to put my hands on it every day. And every time I try to tell them that this shit ain't gonna work, it didn't work, and so I had to fucking make it work anyway. And that was my job, to make it work. And so good luck flying on some of the jets that I built. It wasn't my fault, it was the engineer's fault.
Elio, can you give me the type of airplane that you worked on so I can make sure next time I fly it, I don't get in it?
No, I'm not going to give you the name of it. I'm not going to never give you I've already talked about it on here several times. It's easy to find what company I used to work for.
How can I talk to the flight company if I don't want to fly it in that type of airplane because you worked on it?
No. Dude, I was one of the best. So.
All right, never mind then. If you weren't one of the best. I'm pretty sure my luggage will be safe inside these cabinets that you built for the airplane.
I'm gonna. You're an asshole, Jimsy.
Wait, is that a bad statement? My luggage will be fine, right? Because that's what you built.
Oh, your luggage. Oh yeah. I mean, the luggage compartment was my most. Jimsy, you don't even know how to. You don't know shit about what I did.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is that
fucking years at this company, and you're gonna
that's
fucking
that's why I'm saying.
Fuck
that's why
you,
I'm saying
Jamsey, you fucking asshole.
My luggage will be safe because you built
I didn't build fucking airplane compartments. I did,
no?
but it was I built corporate jets. I built like small corporate jets. It was there were very detailed shit I did for corporate jets. You fucking asshole.
Yo.
All right, what's up, Elijah?
Good timing, Elijah. Good timing.
Good timing because Elijah's gonna fucking give me shit now too.
Everyone just rub their balls and relax.
Jimsy's just jealous because he doesn't know how to fucking.
I can hear that you're not rubbing your balls and relaxing, Helio. Count backwards from 10. Rub your balls.
Yeah, Helio, let's rub the balls.
No, I came in here because I'm watching this really trippy video. Because I saw from The Pursuit of Wonder 3 thought experiments that no one can solve. And as I'm listening to what's being said in this video, it's interesting because it makes me think that perhaps from a metaphysical or maybe a philosophical or just a non-physical standpoint, like only dealing with like for instance, like information and whether or not you can actually understand versus repeating known knowledge and not understanding it. And it's like, if this guy is drawing a difference between because he's trying to explain how someone can learn something but not necessarily understand, and he's trying to draw that parallel with why AI, artificial intelligence, might be able to seemingly trick a human into thinking that they understand because they can answer certain questions and behave in certain ways. But ultimately, he's drawing a distinction between being able to do that and actually understanding like a human, which made me think, there are a lot of humans that act like robots, at least in the way that he's illustrating in this video. And I'm like, that's interesting. What if we're different on a metaphysical scale? What if that's really true? You know? So if it sounds interesting, if you want to know what the hell I'm going on about, I'll post a video in the chat. It's really interesting because it's like, bro, I can't think of any. I can't think of how not to think of certain people as just different from me. Because when I hear someone who's in sync with me and on point, I know it instantly. You know, I think we all know it instantly when we completely click with the person because they're on the same wavelength. You guys want to just play the video and like mute the YouTube live stream so y'all can hear what's going down?
Yeah, play it. I want to listen to
It's a
it.
it's a 13
And
minute video.
I think this is the best topic at the moment because, Helio, his mental state is good for this at the moment. Think
Well,
about it.
I actually
Bro,
don't
I'm
know
gonna
what
fucking
I
come kick your
actually don't
fucking
know.
ass, Jamesy, you fucking asshole. Fuck
Well,
you.
I mean,
What?
seriously, um,
No, I'm not. I'm not actually. I'm just fucking. I mean, you're just trying to take the piss out of me, and you're really riling me up on purpose. And you're just like,
Helio,
ah,
can
yeah.
you
well,
please play the
if you
Helio
do
and
that,
do your job?
Helio, you know damn well people like to do that because it's possible. Why can't you just not get triggered? You know what I'm saying?
He's not triggered. He's not.
Don't let these people ruin your morning,
All
Hilly.
right,
Come on.
this is the last
You know
time.
we
Hey,
actually love you. And,
Jamesy, fuck off. Fuck you.
there you go.
Just press play.
Oh, I can't. Can somebody with the DJ role do whatever it is y'all do to make it work?
Helio, get to work right now. Please.
And mute the live stream so we don't get a copyright strike. Because this dude definitely has almost 2 million viewers, subscribers. So like my sole purpose and like as I was listening to it, I guess you can consider it a bias because I was looking at it, trying to hear. Because immediately when I started listening, I was like, this
Same guy, but it's a totally different kind of video. Anyway, and for anyone else, I uploaded it to archive.org. I upload videos that I know will get taken down to my archive.org channel. So I'll go ahead and share that video here. We can't play the audio, but I can show the video. We can't. It's called Matrix Explained: Knowledge from the Abyss.
So Helio, when you don't want the sound to go to the live stream, you don't mute the bot, you deafen it, right?
Yeah, you have to deafen the bot. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so if you're going to play something you think YouTube or something wouldn't be, you just deafen the bot, and then it won't go on a live stream. It's like there's no audio on the live stream when you deafen the bot. Yeah.
All right.
Cool. But here's what I sent to Elijah, because even when I talk about something, if I say, I mean, a lot of people are like, "Oh, what are you talking about? You don't have a link?" There's a link, man. This is I created a archive.org stream. Shit that they won't let me fucking post on live on my YouTube channels. I put it on archive.org. And so anyway, so that's one of them. You can click on it, and I'll put that in the live stream for everybody listening. And that was a really cool video. I'm gonna freaking download that one that you just posted, Elijah. Everybody that was listening live couldn't hear it because we had the definite. That's why I just don't like to why would you okay, everybody's talking, everybody's listening. Okay, let's listen to something we can't listen to on YouTube. It's like, why don't you fucking listen to that in another room so that we can keep the live stream going? But that's all on you.
Are you thinking out loud, Helio?
No, I'm not thinking out loud. I'm saying, why would you interrupt the live stream so that you can play something for everyone that is in the live stream channel to deafen the bot so nobody can listen to it, while the people that are listening have nothing to listen to? That doesn't make any fucking sense at all.
It does make sense because you use your
Why don't you and
to mute the bot.
Elijah and whoever wants to hear what Elijah wanted to listen to, go to another voice room in the Discord, go listen to that shit and let other people talk and keep the live stream going,
Helio,
instead of deafening both live streams so that we can just sit here and listen to it with only people in the Discord when the live stream's still live and everybody just leaves because there's no audio.
Isn't there a rule against drunk people in the live stream?
Is there a rule against common sense when it comes to live streams? I mean, would you listen to a live stream when nobody's talking?
Bro, it took like what?
God damn it, Jimsy! Would you listen to any channel that is supposed to be live and you have no audio whatsoever? Yes or no?
Yes.
Really, you're gonna listen? No, you can't listen to when there's no audio.
We'll listen to silence. Yes.
Well, that helps a lot of people. Dead air helps a lot of people.
Have you ever done yoga, Helio?
Have I ever done what?
Yoga.
Yoga? You mean yoga?
Well, before we even continue,
Oh my God! Did he just say
listen.
yoga, meaning yoga?
Helio,
Oh shit!
Helio. All we're saying is you don't have to spend 15 minutes talking about how the live stream was silenced for a 13-minute video. It's like it's kind of excessive. Like
Yeah,
just
nobody want to hear that, Helio. No one wants to hear that.
Hey, and you know what? I'm giving Gemsy shit because he gives me shit all the time. So anyway, doesn't
well, that's
matter.
what you get, Jimsy. It's your fault.
I'm used to it.
Well, so am I guess. Anyway, so we're back here now. Next step. I gotta see damsel medic.
Can you please don't stop speaking because nobody wants to be in the live stream listening to silence in here.
A fellow,
So just keep it going, bro.
a fellow Arkansan seems to be here. Damsel medic. Shout out. She might not want to speak. Oh, she was there. Oh, she's still here. Sorry for Gemsy's impulse.
I'm buying some alcohol here. What would you like?
Well, I might have a little bit of alcohol, but you have a shitload of asshole. Right, like right
Oh, yeah.
along with all this, whatever the fuck you got going on.
Let's see.
Ha! Funny, Miguel. Look at that. We got some yoga. Kitty yoga. Stand up on my tail.
Is that what you spin every day when you decide to drink, Helio?
Pretty much. I mean, hey man, it's not a secret. I mean, what the fuck? You think you're gonna tell somebody something that they don't already know? Yeah, I drink a lot. Fuck it. You know, it's fucking easy.
You do?
Yes, I drink a lot of alcohol.
Watch out, man. You can get cirrhosis.
Okay, well, you know, gotta figure that out, and so will my body eventually. Whatever.
That's all in the mind.
Yes, I'm not. I don't believe in cirrhosis.
Cirrhosis. Well, you don't believe it. You don't believe in it until it actually happens. Cirrhosis of the liver is actually a thing. It's not happening to me, but what's happening to me is you guys are talking to me about me drinking a lot, and yes, I drink a lot of alcohol.
Not you guys, me, Gemsy, one person.
No, man, I'm pretty sure it's everyone's aware that I drink. You know, it's not a.
But I didn't tell you you are drinking. I asked you my first question when I opened my mic, and I asked Helio, today it's Saturday, it's 9 a.m. Are you drunk already? You never answered.
I'm still awake from last night, so I didn't just wake up or anything.
All right, I get it now. You haven't gone to bed yet. All right,
cool.
You're allowed to do that.
Yeah, because I'm an adult.
I don't know about
Damn.
See, he doesn't have to. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't want to argue with you, Jimsy, and I don't want to call you a fuckhead. You know. You're the one arguing with me, man.
I'm just asking questions.
What's your next question? I told you, yes, I'm drinking, but I'm still drinking from last night. All right, cool. So,
What you drinking, Helio Skeptic?
beer and vodka.
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay, so next question. We're moving on. Elijah played a really cool video, which kind of relates to what I posted there about the Matrix, and which if I post that on YouTube, they immediately take it down because I already tried to do it, but. If you watch that video I posted, watch it objectively. I don't necessarily take it literally either, but some good info in there. Same guy that made the No Force on Flat Earth video, and I think there's some good info in that video as well, but I don't take the entire video as, oh shit, there's no forest on Flat Earth.
Wait, how can there not be forest? I've seen forest.
Mm-hmm.
There's one by my house.
Wait, have you seen the No Forest on Flat Earth video?
Nah, it doesn't even make sense. There has to be forest.
Oh shit! All right, Cliff, I got a video for you.
All right.
All right, now, if you start watching, it's like 2 hours long, so you won't be able to talk to us if you start watching it. But I'll send it to you.
Oh, why are Flat Earth videos always 2 hours long? Fuck.
What? How long?
They should be like 10 minutes.
What?
Every
Wait,
video
hold on. They send you to school 8 hours every single day to indoctrinate you and educate. You're supposed to get educated 8 hours a week, just like a job, right? We go to job after you graduate from high school and college or whatever, then you're still going to be working at least 8 to 10 hours a day, and you can't watch a 2-hour video about history.
If I understood the whole Flat Earth thing, that'd be fine. But it's like every argument requires a 2-hour video.
It's not required. Wow, anybody else have? It's not required. We're not requiring you to watch 2 hours.
Helio, let me respond. So what you said is not true. If you go to DITRA, there's a lot of videos that are like 3 minutes long. So every Flat Earth video.
What's going on?
Every video.
I'll post a link to his channel. Go ahead, Elijah.
Every video that Flat Earth has put out is not 2 hours long. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's not like you sit in classes 8 hours a day and say, okay, everything they say is true, and I can't even take time to at least maybe take 15 minutes of a 2-hour video every day. You don't have to watch the whole freaking thing the whole time. Hey, man, what the hell? This isn't really hard to figure out. All right, here's DITRH. It stands for Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. He has a lot of short videos on his channel that you can watch. You don't have to spend 2 hours. You can just watch some of his short videos if you know how to use YouTube.
You mean Helio? Really... if it's 2 hours of good information and something interesting, I will not watch that. I will watch only first minute of that 2 hours.
Yeah, and then I know.
Like because life is so. I don't want to spend. I will come here to find out information, but I don't want to spend so much time because 2 hours in my life, man, how much is that? I can give 3 minutes, but 2 hours, man, that's too much.
Well, it's just like if you find a good 2-hour video, which I was about to post another, a good 2-hour video. You don't have to watch it all at the same time. I don't know what, dude. I listen to freaking 12-hour audiobooks like all the time, and I'm fascinated with them. So if you find a good video that's 2 hours long,
I want to read one good book in 3 minutes. Can you provide me one good book?
I want to read or listen to a good audio. I want to listen to a 15-hour audiobook, but I want the summary in 3 minutes.
Yep.
All right. So, hey, PMax server muted. I'm going to unserver mute him. He might be ready to just like.
Harrison Bergeron is a good book by Kurt Vonnegut, and it's like 10 minutes.
I just finished audiobook series. It's the Mode series by Piers Anthony, and those are like 12-hour audiobooks. I listened to all 4 of them.
Love you long time, Helio. Love you long time.
Hey, what's up? Hey, P-Mac. Yeah, cool. I saw you were muted. You probably, were hot micing or something the other day, but I'm unmuted. I just want to let you know you're good to go.
Yo, check out those clouds.
What?
Yo, how crazy
what,
is that?
Did you take that picture?
No, I didn't.
Are they is that dumping clouds? Are they dumping? What the hell is
I don't know what they're called. I think I have it somewhere, but
some chemtrails, man.
Doesn't it almost look like say when you have the little iron filings and you drag them across, that little thing you used to play with and you could design the face?
Oh yeah.
Yo, I swear it looks like that. It's like
it's like fuzzy hairy or some shit.
What the
shit? It's almost like everything's electric or something.
Hey, well, you grew up in the South, right? You're from Tennessee, right? You've seen some crazy ass shit, clouds doing craziness. I grew up in Arkansas. I've seen clouds doing. I've never seen that before, though.
Yeah, me either. I think it looks like magnetism in a way. Like the clouds are trying to get to the ground or something. Like they're really positively charged and they're trying to get to the ground. And maybe that's why water comes out of them. Right, because the water wants to go down to equalize at the place of equilibrium on the surface of the Earth. Yeah, I wasn't trying to interrupt, bro. My bad. I just wanted to drop this in there.
Clouds look crazy, but they ain't as crazy as Helio.
Well, duh. Isn't that right, Eva? Eva, you gonna ditch me if I come through Arkansas again?
Oh, that's crazy, Miguel Sousa. It looks like it's hitting a barrier of some sort.
Is that what's it?
Yeah.
Yo, what's up, man? I just posted like a 13-minute video, and if you listen to that video with the thought in mind that these people that we talk to, these Globers, just might really be spiritually dead. Like in a sense, kind of like AI, but from the spiritual standpoint versus us actually being beings from a creator that is the ability to actually understand things. Like it's a very interesting take when he tries to. It's like it's a video about a mental or a thought experiment where he describes a person having the knowledge of something but not understanding it, and then he relates that to how AI would never be able to understand, even if they could trick a human into thinking that they do because they know things. And I was like, shit, man, if this AI doesn't sound like a Glober, I don't know what does.
Yeah, it's funny. I'll check it out. I got it opened up. Bunch of
It's
NPCs,
13
bro.
minutes. It's just 13 minutes, bro. It's super interesting. Super interesting.
Well, think about this: like your body kind of is a computer, right? So maybe it's just like the spiritual connection to the creator is like what gives us the added benefit. Like we're all computers. Our bodies are like all computers, but theirs are just like the computers we have because they don't have the spirit.
Right. They don't have a processor in there.
Right, they're just divvying out the info. They don't comprehend it. Did you guys see Alex Stein on Fox News? Alex Stein was on Tucker
What's the
Carlson.
haps?
Okay, so he was on Tucker Carlson, and he jumps on there and he immediately says, "Well, Tucker, you know the deal is we're under constant trauma-based mind control." And so he gets all shocked, like, what is that? He's like, yeah, they keep you in a constant state of fear, fight or flight, where you can only see an inch in front of you, so you can't see the whole picture. They're constantly pumping out fear. If you go to CNN right now, all you're going to do is see troll or the little low saying, someone died, someone did this, blah, 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 always keeping us scared. He's on Fox News, Tucker Carlson saying this. And then he's like, yeah, I mean, well, the thing is they have the Mockingbird media, CIA declassified. They have liaisons all the way up the media in place. Tucker Carlson just acts super shocked. He's saying this on mainstream. That, I know people get triggered like he should have screamed about the earth or something, but he was on there for a certain subject. And he just takes over the conversation and says they're CIA Operation Mockingbird and all the media, and that they're putting us under trauma-based mind control. Pretty epic.
Yeah, man. You go on CNN, they're just talking about war, trying to scare us.
Hey, explain who Alex Stein is to him. What's it?
Okay, yeah, so Alex Stein is going to all these city council meetings, and he is sarcastically repping what we would call the left's position. Because when everyone goes and be serious, they just get real nervous, and the politicians ignore them. So now he just goes and he says, like, the absurdity of the left. Like, well, I'm actually a 7-time transitioned male/female. My daughter is also transgender, and we've actually got in line and taken our 7th booster, and we need more boosters. We need to force everyone to get boosters. Everyone has to take it. We need to force them. There's no more playing around. He says all this crazy stuff, right? And they have to like listen to him and take him serious. And some of them are so dumb they don't realize that he's like taking the piss out of them. So he's been doing this all over the place with different things. Now he's going around recruiting people for the Ukrainian war. So he puts on like an army suit and he's like, I'm drafting you to the Ukrainian war. You can make a difference. It's super funny because he's being sarcastic about how everyone's acting like we should be involved in a war.
Hey,
and so it worked.
Is that the guy that went viral with the suit and the yellow tie, does the rapping on the town meetings? Was
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was on Tucker Carlson.
He dressed up as the nurse.
See, look. See, now he does that to prove a point, right? Now, like leftists could say, no, that's not you, that's not me. But then you can point to all the actions that people take that chant that they're left and this, that, and the third.
It's even worse. It's like
it'd be funny if they tried to do that. If they tried
They
to
don't
do
even
that
know
with
he's
flat
joking.
Earth, we would be like, nah, actually, no, that's a straw man because actually, this, and this. Why? Because we have understanding. But these people don't even understand who they pretend to be because they can have a script, but not understand the script once the people's names are changed in the script. All of a sudden, it becomes a totally different thing. Like girlfriends and fucking Sex in the City, same show, different names, different color of women. So
Yeah, but the real I think value in it is watching the normies wake up. That's what's happening, and that's what's interesting. That's why that guy is interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, like he's on the show, and I text him. I said, "Dude, you crushed on Tucker, except for the global bit. He gets all carried away and talks about how they're trying to make a global order." I'm like, "Oh, bro, you gotta leave that word out of it." So I know a lot of people are gonna get triggered. Like I'm sure Russian vids will say that he's CIA or something, but I actually personally know him, so like I think it's funny when people hate on a flat earther. Just got on Tucker Carlson and didn't answer his question. Just went on his own rant about the Operation Mockingbird media brainwashing us with fake war. And if they go look into him, now he's gone viral, even though heavily censored. He's got like 100,000 subs on YouTube. He'll probably be kicked off,
Wait, the
And
word's not real?
yeah.
That's so
Anyway,
cool. You know him, bro. That's so fucking awesome.
Is that the guy on? Is he on a journalism show?
yeah, the Baby Truther show.
Ah, okay.
Wait, can we go back to the war isn't real? What the fuck?
Well, whatever they're saying about what's going on is obviously fake. Yeah.
oh, by the way, that he's a Glover. Just like you know.
Oh,
Who, the Alex Stein guy?
Well, how about you stop talking about it and virtue signaling, and you go sign up and go over there and fight? Then be a man. Go fight for Ukraine, or you hate black people. I win. I automatically
Right?
win. You
Wait, is
can't say
Alex
anything
Stein
back.
really a Glover?
Are you not?
Is Alex Stein a Glover or am I a Glover?
No, he's
You?
not. He's not brain dead. He actually did a debate with McTiernan on the moon landing, and McTiernan quit in like 5 minutes. Rage quit. A modern day debate. But anyway, yeah, he's like a comedian, so he's like real sarcastic, and he gets on some people's nerves or whatever. But I've had a bunch of flat earthers reach out to me, like calling him a shill. I'm like, you're the person that would never ever say their real name on national television and have the balls to even be on Tucker Carlson, much less have the balls to actually talk about how the CIA runs the media while you're on the media. And I'm like, dude, to me, that's like a legendary status. I think it's super epic that he did that. So whoever's hating on him, how about you just sit at home with your anonymous name? Don't do anything for the truth, but just pretend that somehow you would have done it better, and he's making it worse or whatever. It's so sad. It's like when people finally break through the matrix, the truthers attack him.
Seriously though,
Did they still have that on in the federal debate? I want to see that rage quit.
Yeah, McTiernan. I think it's still on modern day debate. Super funny. Oh, he was also on InfoWars. So this like really popped him up there, where he started getting these conservative people started dragging him in. I don't even know if they're doing their research. If you go to his channel, if you go look him up on the internet, all you're gonna do is find out about flat Earth.
yeah, you got to remember. Like I used to think how. Well, first off, Robert Sheldrake said the enemies of an idea are the ones that spread it. And two, I used to love it. Like Timmy also would be like, he'd just be riding around on his bike and he'd be like, "Hey, have you heard about flat Earth? It's so fucking stupid." But at the same time, whether you say flat Earth and you're making fun of it, or whether you say flat Earth and you're being serious, like it's interesting. And if you're serious, they're gonna hate you. But you're better off making fun of it because they're still gonna hear about it.
Yeah, like he's from the beginning. He's admitted like he'll always say, if you want all the specifics about the Earth, go check out my boy Whitson or Jaron. he's like, I'm not the expert. I'm just not. I just know they lied about the Earth. It's not a globe, and I know that the moon landings were fake. And so, that's a good enough start. If someone is becoming famous for talking about how we shouldn't be forced to take stupid stuff in our body and fake wars and all this stuff, like if that's what he's famous for, that's good, dude. It's unreal. You think that I'm gonna be on Tucker Carlson, bro? You think they're ever gonna put me on Tucker Carlson?
Well,
No.
what's cool to think of too with it. If you were ever on Tucker Carlson, argue for geocentrism, not flat Earth.
I agree. Actually, we're doing a tour 2.0, and that's the whole thing. It's just going to be geocentric. Like, we are the center. Like, the Earth is the center. We're just going to do that. Like, because flat Earth comes up on its own.
Well, that being said, I definitely do want to post this, and either somebody could read it out or I could read it out. I don't care. Let's see. Did I read? No, I didn't. So I gotta scroll down a little bit.
Like, he could, like, even if I was on there, like, I would say, if I said the global conspiracy, I'd put it in quotes, global, or I'd wink, or I'd do something, or I'd wear a shirt that maybe said it. I would work geocentrism in it. I'd talk about the fake moon landing. I would not go in there and just immediately, even though, say I get on there because I win my First Amendment case, I wouldn't jump on there and be like, well, the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles. And because, dude, you're just going to get cut off. Yeah, they're just going to cut you off.
Word. And then you're gonna look like you're rambling and you're looking like a crazy person trying to finish a point, and then they're gonna make it look like what it wasn't.
Exactly. You want to play their game. You want to get them to where he flipped it over where he was basically interviewing Tucker Carlson.
Just have him watch like a 2-hour YouTube video.
Like, imagine
See what I'm saying? See, did you hear what he said?
Yeah, but I'm saying, just imagine this guy. He's never looked at the Earth, right? Like, he's 100% never went and made a long distance observation. And there are people like in this room who make them every day. So this guy is he's literally like just watching the movie, eating popcorn, and then he's going to go watch some porn,
But that guy that just spoke before you thinks that it takes a 2-hour video to prove a point on flat Earth.
Yeah. When we
All the
falsified
time.
the radius, that took a couple words. You have a rebuttal? We falsified the radius. See how easy that is? Let's talk about something else now. Let's talk about something else, not about the radius, so I can say the Earth isn't flat. Let's just change the subject to something else.
Talk about the diameter.
The diameter is just twice the radius. Same thing. It's been falsified.
Fine circumference.
It's all been falsified.
All of the circular properties, or let's just say spherical properties, that are related to each other have been falsified once the radius is falsified. Does that work for you?
You talking about like a globe, the radius of a sphere, or the radius of a circle?
I swear I just said that.
It's the same thing.
What did I just say?
His mind is shutting down.
I'm not even sure it's on. Cliff, what did I say?
No, but that's what I meant about understanding in the video that I played earlier. I can already tell, like, never mind. Go ahead.
Eli. Sorry, I don't know if I'm coming through. Let him repeat what I just said, because his question to the room didn't make sense in context of what I just said. So, Cliff, can you repeat what I just said?
The thing about the circle properties, I don't remember the whole thing.
Okay. So, once you debunk or falsify the radius, then you've falsified the whole thing, right? You don't need to be asking about diameters and circumferences. This is all part of the same thing. The Earth isn't a ball, then it doesn't have any of those things. Right?
I mean, if there's a circle, it can have those things.
Okay, but we're not talking about a circle Earth. We're talking about a plane. So it's either a ball or it's not a ball. Okay? We've falsified the bit that would make it a ball.
I mean, you know what I mean, though? Like, just because you get rid of radius, there's other objects besides balls that have radius, namely a circle.
Yeah, but man, I feel like you're deliberately missing the point at this point. Like, what Witz has said to you is that the radius is falsified. They tell us that the ball has a specific radius. Now, the diameter can be derived from the radius. The circumference can be derived from the radius. All of this stuff is linked. So asking about other parts of the same necessity doesn't mean anything.
No, I get you now. I get you now.
Seems like you're wasting our time when you do that.
Yeah, how about you try to address it now that we've got all that out of the way? We falsified the radius.
Okay, specifically you falsified the proposed radius given by globalists, so I wasn't getting that that's what you meant, but yeah, I got you.
Okay. So do you know that if the radius is wrong, everything about the model's wrong?
Really?
Literally everything.
If it's wrong, then why does everyone use it to, like, do stuff, like satellites?
Maybe to lie to you.
Why do they use it for satellites? They lie about satellites there, bud. Why don't you go Google real picture of satellite in space and see how many real pictures you get?
Well, who's gonna go to space with a camera and just take a picture of a satellite?
I thought that's what NASA did. I thought that's why we gave them $60 million a day was to do that very thing.
If we have satellites, that means that the Earth will curve.
Dude, I thought we gave NASA $60 million a day to literally go into space with cameras and take pictures. I thought that was like their job description.
Well, I think they're taking they want to take pictures of the other stuff, not the satellites.
Hey, you can't send satellites to space using the radius value if the radius value is falsified.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, you have to use your radius of orbit. To put something in orbit, you have to know the radius of the Earth. So if the radius is wrong, which it provably is, we falsified it, and every story they claimed using that R value is a lie. It literally can't be true.
So then how did they, like... Okay, so they didn't get the satellites up.
There are high altitude satelloons that are openly admitted, and they're not in a magic fairy tale vacuum hundreds of miles away using an R value that has been proven inaccurate.
Are they higher than, like, airplanes?
Yeah, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If the Earth claims a radius and we falsified that radius value, the Earth cannot be what they said. Let's focus on that part.
Okay, but what if they just got that part wrong, but it's still a globe?
It doesn't work like that because day and night cycle with the sun and the moon, they use the radius value. Quote unquote gravity uses the radius value. The distance to the sun uses the radius value. The orbital path around the sun uses the radius value. The distance between planets use the radius value. To shoot something into space uses the radius value.
Okay, I think I'm following you now.
Yeah, okay, well, we falsified the radius, so everything that uses it cannot be correct.
How do you falsify the radius?
Physical measurements of the surface of the Earth. The Earth has to curve at a certain rate if it's a sphere with a certain size, i.e. the radius.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen the video.
Lasers, long distance observations, see mountains from 273 miles away, infrared pictures from hundreds and hundreds of miles away in a helicopter. You can see mountains from hundreds of miles away, all over the Earth. You can shoot lasers all over the Earth. 70% of the ocean floor is the flattest part of the entire Earth, smooth as a tabletop, flatter than anywhere on the surface, which is incredibly flat everywhere. So the radius value has been falsified. It's crazy how if you Google flat Earth, that it will never tell you, whenever they tell you what flat earthers think and they're all straw mans, they'll never even mention that we talk about the radius value. Isn't that interesting?
Well, and just like you just brought up the abyssal plains, right? Which is, that goes across the Atlantic, right? The abyssal plains are...
Well, yeah, 70% of the entire ocean is abyssal plains. There's different types. Different
what if
names.
You guys made a mistake when you're doing the measurements.
How do we make a mistake?
Let's get to the specifics of this. How are we wrong about this?
Well, I'm saying like traditional science you put out a paper and then your peers review it and they try to like point out where you messed up.
No.
No, look, like that's what I'm saying.
Your individual experience. How are we wrong about? How do you know that we are wrong about this?
I don't. I'm just saying, how do you know you're right? Like normally there's like
because we
peer
repeated
review.
it can be repeated all over the
What?
entire Earth, and we're not stupid. So
Watch how I illustrate how there is zero understanding because in order to connect what I'm about, or in order to know that they're kind of, matter of fact, I'm gonna just let it happen and then I'm gonna point it out. So in celestial navigation, you deal with circles and establishing a radius from the ground position of the star to your location at a 90-degree angle to the star above it, or whatever you're shooting. So in that case, the radius would be one straight line across the surface of the Earth. That's what they use in navigation. In order for that to happen, you can't have a curving surface. So radius confirmed means globe falsified.
Yeah. But all I'm saying is like, how do you know you didn't make a mistake when you measured the Earth?
Oh, I thought he was going to say how you take that radius, but not the radius of the Earth. And I was going to say that's how you know he don't understand. So,
hey, look,
man.
check this, dude. If I walk up to you and you're on the other side of a giant hill of dirt, can I see through the hill and see you on the other side?
If there's like a mirror or something, yeah.
A mirror?
If there's like a mirror above the dirt, you can look in the mirror and see me.
Okay.
It's too far away. You can't see that far.
Okay, so if I use a mirror, does it flip the image?
No.
Mirrors don't flip images.
No, that's a common misconception. They don't.
Really? So the perceived image isn't flipped in a mirror?
Okay, imagine you're holding like a piece of paper with some writing toward a mirror, right? From your point of view, the writing is backwards because you're facing it toward the mirror. Like if it was see-through, you couldn't read it. The piece of paper, if it was see-through, you couldn't read it. So it doesn't flip the image. You flip the image to show it to the mirror, and then it returns it flipped.
So you're saying the mirror shows us exactly what's there?
Yes.
Wow.
Cool. So that, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, so wait, so when we see these mountains and they're over this magical hill that is seen right through as if it's not there, you're saying a mirror lifted up the mountains and we're not seeing the actual mountains?
I'm saying if there's like something behind dirt and I want to see it, and there's like a mirror above the dirt, I might reflect and I can see it maybe, you know?
Okay, can I see through the dirt to see you, though? Can I see through the dirt to see you?
If you can utilize a mirror with a naked eye.
Oh, you don't have a mirror, bud. You don't have a mirror, bud.
With a naked eye, no, probably not.
Okay, thanks, yeah. Because the dirt's going to physically obstruct you and you can't see through it. Like you can't see through a corner. Yeah. Okay, so how do we know we didn't mess up? Because the globe Earth claims a specific size of dirt that should be there. A certain size hill of dirt, okay? And so we shouldn't be able to see things at a certain distance because that hill of dirt will get so big, proportionate to how far away it is, to where it's going to block what's behind it. Yeah, we go in the real world and we look out over the ocean and we see mountains almost 300 miles away. The top of the mountains should be blocked by over a mile of the hill of dirt, right? In the analogy, a mile. Yeah, we can see the mountains all the way to the shore.
So then how come it's like that, but none of, like, there's so many scientists in the world, but none of them have noticed, like, wait a second, you can see stuff really far away, you know? Like, how come no one's noticed that?
Well, yeah, no one tests the earth. They just grow up believing it, kind of like you. Whatever the majority thinks, they just believe. And that's what you do.
No, I'm a skeptic.
You're not particularly skeptical, though. So, okay, you're a skeptic. Do you
How many claims have I made?
Well, just the way you're talking is very some gamma melish.
He's being
So like,
very vague. He's being very vague. He's being very careful.
Yeah, it's called skepticism.
Cool, man. Let me
No,
ask you.
that's not the way. That's not what you're doing.
Hey, if you're so skeptic, are you skeptical of the CIA?
Fuck yeah.
Okay, so are you skeptical of the FBI?
Wait, what?
Are you skeptical of the FBI?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. Are you skeptical of the NSA?
Yeah.
Right, because they surveil all kinds of Americans for years without ever legally getting permission to do so or us knowing about it. So anyway, so those are three primary federal agencies. They are all notoriously liars. In fact, most of their lies have now been declassified. Okay, so now we're going to move to another federal agency, NASA. What makes them different?
They're not an intelligence agency.
Okay, so you're not going to apply the same type of skepticism to another federal agency.
Well, they're a different type of federal agency, and I never said I'm not skeptical of NASA.
Oh, okay, well, we should automatically be skeptical of NASA, right? Because they're a federal agency, and the federal agencies notoriously lie.
Okay, but you're listing like intelligence agencies that try to lie to like get one up on other powers, and then you're trying to compare that to like a scientific agency.
That's exactly what NASA does. NASA lied and said they went to the moon, so they have a one-up of power of space exploration over the rest of the world. That's what ended the Cold War. NASA is still considered to be at the top tier of scientific exploration of space. It's given us this geopolitical power over all the other countries because we're the most advanced and the most successful in space. That's literally what NASA does. That's literally why NASA was built.
So the Cold War ended in 1992, and the moon landing was announced in 1969.
Yeah, how long was the Cold War?
So at that point of the Cold War,
wait. How long was the Cold War? Do you know?
I don't know, like fucking 60 years, 50 years.
Oh, okay. So what's 1992 minus that many years?
Minus what many years?
40. The answer's 40. So how what's 1992 minus? Okay, so when did the moon landing happen?
Fuck, man, you're really confusing me. All I'm saying is, like, it was around for a while after the moon landing.
Very simple. Nobody here is trying to confuse you. You are...
Come on, buddy. Listen. The point is that if it started in 52 and the moon landing didn't supposedly happen until 69, okay, then we have 17 years, Jesuit number there, 17 years of them being in this propaganda war against Russia to see who was the most advanced. Then Russia claimed they sent the first thing to space, a satellite. And then America claimed they landed on the moon and showed that we were more advanced than Russia. NASA's very origin is the very thing you said they don't do. You said intelligence agencies lie for power over other places. NASA literally did that. That's what it was first used for.
That makes sense, but what about now? Like, the Cold War's over. Why do they need to keep lying?
Okay, well, here's the thing. So if they are lying, do we just automatically assume that whatever we catch them in lying about is the only thing they lied about? Or are we going to be... I thought you said you were a skeptic.
I mean, I'm skeptical that NASA's telling the truth, and I'm also skeptical that NASA's lying. Like, I'm reserving judgment.
Cliff, they were lying only during the Cold War, but in future they stopped to lie.
Yeah, I mean, just
they're
consider
good.
they might have been lying about the Cold War as well.
Yeah, they wanted to lie only 20, 30 years. They then realized, oh, it's enough to lie 30 years. Let's say true.
In 2014, NASA doctored international temperature recordings all the way back to the 50s, changing them every year all the way from the 50s up to 2014 so they could show the data supported the idea of quote-unquote global warming. So if NASA is an agency that in 2014, they'll go back and intentionally doctor and lie about temperature recordings all the way back to the 50s, why is it that you think that they don't lie? That's what I'm genuinely confused.
I'm really confused how you keep thinking that I'm making claims about whether or not they're lying. I said I'm skeptical.
Hold on.
Here's the follow-up then. If NASA's lying, what proof do you have the Earth's a globe?
Yeah, he didn't make a claim. He didn't make a claim, did he?
I know, but I'm making him make a claim, Helio. Hey, if NASA's lying, then what
I can't make a
proof do
claim
you
because I don't
have?
have evidence. I don't have sufficient
Hey,
evidence whether they're telling the truth or not.
hey, bud, hypothetically, if NASA is lying, you can't trust anything NASA says. Hypothetically, they're just lying, okay? Then what proof do you have that the Earth is a globe?
No, I mean the newspaper lies, but I trust them on what the weather's gonna be like. I mean, people can lie and tell truth about other things.
Fucking
Do you have any
weather.
proof the
Give
Earth's
me
a
a
globe
break.
without NASA? Yes or no?
Wait, one more time.
Do you have any proof that the Earth's a globe without NASA?
Proof's a strong word. I lean toward evidence.
Okay. You're just like a
Saw
contrarian.
this coming. I saw this coming, but anyway.
Yeah. Sorry, man. You're not gonna. I mean, this is. You're never gonna get a girlfriend like this.
Whoa.
Well, ask him for evidence if you don't like proof or whatever.
Yeah. Do you have any evidence that the Earth's a globe without NASA?
Let's see. Where I remember when I was in class growing up, they told me some Greek guys put some sticks in the ground and measured the shadows from different points, and they were able to calculate the radius of the Earth.
Love this one.
Circumference.
This is my favorite. Can I go for this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. So, did you know that you can calculate the radius of your flat floor?
The radius of my floor?
Yeah, you can calculate using Eratosthenes' let's just call it method. You can calculate the radius. You can calculate the radius of your flat floor. Do you want to know how?
No.
You don't want to know how?
No, I think. Do you know how? I don't know how.
Oh, right, okay. Do you want me to tell you how?
Yeah.
Cool, okay. So, have you got a light in your room that you're currently in?
Yeah, it's right in the center.
Okay, perfect. So, the light in the center of your room is the sun, right? You need to get 2 pens. You put one pen directly underneath the sun, the light, whatever, and then you put another pen off to the side until you observe a 7.2 degree angle differential. At that point, or a 3.6 degree angle also works. In fact, 3.6 degrees is probably better. At that point, you then have everything you need to calculate the radius of your flat floor.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's trigonometry, right? The cosine.
Is your floor a ball?
No, it's flat.
No. So is Eratosthenes' method any use?
Oh wow, that makes sense. Wow.
Yeah. It gets even worse than that. There's no primary documentation that ever even happened. It's just a fairy tale. It couldn't even have happened.
Sorry, Cliff, could I just give you mad props? Because normally when I bring this up to a Glober, you just see this cognitive dissonance is all over the show. Like they're saying, oh, but we know that X and we know Y. You're just like, yeah, that makes sense. Just gonna give you props for that. That's all.
Yeah, I feel like you would need more sticks, because if you get enough sticks and you measure enough shadows, I feel like that could tell you whether it's a ball or flat.
Globers tell you this, but then when you can use 20 sticks on a flat surface and still calculate a radius, they'll tell you that it doesn't work, but it actually does work when you do it.
Yeah, I have hope for this guy.
And regardless, there's another interesting facet about this argument specifically is that they love to talk about refraction and until the rays have to be parallel for Eratosthenes, at which point light doesn't bend, even though it is actually in their model entering the atmosphere of Earth from the vacuum of space, which would be a change of medium. It's the one time when refraction would actually apply, and they deliberately ignore it. So it's quite interesting.
I would like to have one person that brings up Eratosthenes tell me how exactly that it's a measurement without any presuppositions. Thanks.
Well, to be fair, he just said I briefly remember someone in school saying that. So.
Yeah, that's true. I get that.
I think we should help each other, people out, even if they're kind of being deceptive with vagueness. Like if they're being honest,
It's true. Yeah. That's true.
So just so
Yeah,
you
I
know,
mean,
man, like, go ahead.
he's cool. I mean, sorry, Richard. Yeah, he just said like, yeah, that makes sense. You know what? Fair enough. Fair play.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, this is a lot of information, but yeah, you're gonna find out we know of anything you're gonna bring up. But the story is that this dude went 500 miles in a straight line. So how did he maintain straight? Doesn't matter. It was impossible, but doesn't matter. He did it. He was effectively the Messiah. And then he went 500 miles and he knew exactly when it was 500 miles. How? Doesn't matter. He just did it. And then when these people were 500 miles away, they knew to record the angle of the shadow at the exact same moment from 500 miles away. That's the story. That has no primary documentation of ever happening. And then, like Crypto told you, doesn't prove anything. It's just calculative assumption.
Yeah.
So it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad that in 2022, one of the main arguments from even NASA is this story.
Yeah, it's kind of like, gentlemen, sync your sundials.
Super funny.
But yeah, we have the archaic label on all of our stuff, not them. Hilarious.
These are one of these moments I feel like the ideal thing, if this guy's still here and open, is like just to start dropping flat Earth information on him, right? Because it's just a lack of information. Like yeah, they said that they were going to go to the moon. JFK said they were going to go to the moon. Then he got assassinated, and then the guy who was supposed to go came out. So there's no way we're going to the moon next year. We can't do it at all. It won't work. Hung a limit on the thing to show that it won't work.
Yeah.
And then he mysteriously blew up. He blew up right after he told everyone that.
Oops.
Like, people don't know that.
Yeah, look at all just the Apollo mission mysterious deaths. Justin Apollo, do that. One guy was run over by a train. He got stuck on the tracks apparently. Guess what? The train was owned by NASA. Dude gets killed by a NASA train. Car accidents, brake failures, like interesting. Yeah, but that's serious stuff. I like how you break that down with the deception, going all the way back to the Gulf of Tonkin and all of that stuff, man. That, yeah, their whole thing was deception from the very beginning. Actually, the whole entire Cold War was a psyop on the people of Earth. That's all.
Well, when I first found out the moon landing was fake, like not even for a second did it cross my mind that the Earth was flat. That wasn't even a thing, you know. Like I thought, oh, they found something in space they don't want us to know about. They just made the story up to beat the Soviet Union, right? I mean, I was like 13, but anyway, like someone needs to be given the additional context that, well, this Cold War idea started, and then NASA came, and then NASA claimed they went to the moon, and officially they beat communism, right? Like they need to really get the context of it, and then you're like, oh, so you think they just lied about it to hide stuff? Then you kind of let them work that out on their own, you know. Like he's saying, well, maybe they're not lying now. Like, okay, cool, sir. So, and then we can't go to the moon because they say they can't go back, and they didn't go the first time. So then where do we get the pictures of Earth?
Yeah, I don't understand how people have this image, or they're professing that they believe that these agencies have an image that's just spotless. There's no reason, nobody lies. It's just lily white. White is the new fallen snow. Yeah, amazing. I don't know where in the programming that came from, that loyalty to these people you never met. But
here's another thing. He asked why they would stop lying, right? It's like they're still saying the moon landing was real, so they didn't stop lying.
Exactly. Even though out of both sides of the mouth in the Orion project in 2015, they say they can't go there. Oh.
When did NASA stop lying about the moon landing?
Who's the programming intelligence releasing that Orion information? What was the deal with that? Why would they do that? They think people are so stupid that they're not even going to notice. Probably that's what they actually think.
Well, it works, dude, because no one does notice. I go out into the world and literally 99% of the population has no idea. If I tell them that NASA says they can't go back, they think that you're crazy.
Mm-hmm. And tell them they destroyed all the information, the telemetry data. Most people probably don't know nothing about that.
They know nothing about any of it. And anyone under the age of 35 hasn't seen them moon landing.
Yep. Yeah, they lied to me my whole entire life.
I did a moon landing 2.0 stream not too long ago, and my point with it is that I think we're in a very crucial moment where we really need to blow the lid off of their lies, because if not, they're going to be able to just go fake another space propaganda film, and the moon landing will just get lost in the wind, you know?
Yeah. So what's it going to take?
I don't know.
Million Man Flat Earth March in DC. I'd fucking go.
Yeah, you know what though, with it? I'm of the opinion that the globe isn't going anywhere. Space program ain't going anywhere. We're just a fortunate group of bunch of people to be able to see through some shit. But it's not going anywhere because you live in a society of people who don't give a fuck. But all you can do,
I actually think you're probably right.
Yeah.
what you can do is liberate yourself and your family. That's what
right.
we have the authority over.
Mm-hmm. And you can actually make a safety bubble around yourself by taking these actions.
Well, no, remember, we were talking about it actually earlier, and I just, look, on either end of the discussion, the information about the shape of the Earth is utterly useless.
Yep. All of it.
I mean, the only ramification we were getting into earlier, and everybody left the chat I was in, I do this all the time, forgive me, but is the philosophical value for us. You know, that's it.
Yeah, I agree. Like the value of the truth itself, I guess also the value lies in understanding their lies, right? Like the acknowledgement of the lie also has a value, I guess, because it allows you to actually start to see reality.
Well, also this too, I'm on this kick of where I think stupidity will actually be the salvation of mankind.
Because it'll force the hand?
No, because just as it's hard for us to, like, say, explain, like, quote unquote, flat Earth to somebody and all the ramifications, is just as difficult as it is for the other side to radicalize their group, because everyone doesn't give a fuck. Nobody cares.
Yeah, most people don't. That's the whole crucial key issue. Even the what Earth is aside, the bigger problem is what has happened to like all of our minds. Like we're only beginning to see through it, but there's others that haven't even begun the process.
Right. That's why, even like you were saying earlier about that guy's, you know, going on Tucker and stuff like that. It's like what we're doing, and we're fortunate enough to be able to do, is observe society collectively as a normie waking up a little bit. But a little bit of knowledge is dangerous. So that's why, you know, there has to be this element of like calm, cool, you know, awareness.
Yeah. I think we
because
have
they want us to rage against this system.
Yeah.
Particularly because it's the only system that gives man rights from God. It recognizes that. If you're out there clamoring for human rights, you're clamoring for the atheist technocracy. But we have a system that says in God we trust all over the place, and everyone's like, fuck that. I hate the system. Burn it down. It's like, that's what they want you to do.
Yeah, because they make money that way. They profit. That's what they've always done.
Right, but it's easy to get, you know, it's like I don't know. I mean, they're so clever. You have to just sit back and clap sometimes.
Yeah, so you got a point there because I think we know a lot about what doesn't work. Like I said, a Million Man March. Like I think we kind of know that does not work. If you're out there clanging things and making noise, you're just going to be amongst the
Collectivism doesn't work.
noise makers. We know what happens with them. But anyway, they're probably not expecting us to go in there and put a wrench in their own system through its fallacies. Like, so let's wait and see.
Well, it's like that's why it's almost like, when you come across the diehard Glober, the only thing you can do if you're done using them as a sounding board is sell them Coriolis insurance. And, and if they're so serious about how real Coriolis is, then why don't they have insurance?
I know.
And
that's
and then you just sell them then you sell them the plan for it's just $90 a month. You know what I mean? Give them your PayPal.
Sounds like a.
We should have done. We should have been.
Other way
We should
through,
have been
dude.
super quiet.
This is why you got to have
We
that.
should have been
Globe.
we should have been super quiet in the beginning and just went around contracting with everybody. Like, hey, would you like to buy lunar real estate? I'll give you a real good deal on a bulk purchase.
And that's how I think NASA did it. Like, I think NASA is completely a Robert Anton Wilson psyop that was like, they manufactured to get over on the government to give them billions of dollars for giving them CGI. I mean, it's fucking brilliant, dude.
Yeah, how it dovetailed into the rest of their little phony system. Like, it's pretty.
Right, but you can't be mad at the player. Those dudes are like, getting billions of dollars from the government, not doing shit, and be like, oh, hold on. Where's that video we made? Let's give them that this week.
Nice.
For the 19 billion we got. And they're like, damn, these people are stupid. And they're like, I know.
People wanted so people wanted movies. They just gave the people what they wanted.
Right? And that's the problem, is that like in retaliation to that, that's where Coriolis insurance comes in.
Mm-hmm.
If they're so serious about it.
But what the movie lovers don't know is that desire to have those movies was planted into them. It wasn't even by their own choice.
Right, but you also have to be aware that when people, like, it's like nowadays, it's like they want people to discover flat Earth in a way that is destructive. They want to burn down the system, and like I just said, like that's what we're actually up against. Because if you know their plan is to divide and conquer, then our job is to unify.
I don't think it worked. I think it unified people more, actually, from the events of summer 2 years ago. Is it 2 years ago now? Almost. Yeah. Like, I think it backfired. I honestly do.
Oh yeah, no. I think we're like, people are good, but I'm saying, like, it's just the idea that, teaching, like I used to always say to the flat earthers that were raging, it would be like, well, where's your Kundalini, you fucking solved out the universe vibes, dude?
That's right.
You know what I mean? Like, why aren't you so calm and cool and collected about these dickheads saying shit about you? Because they're irrelevant.
I've gotten upset myself. I'm trying to learn. I'm learning. It's all a process, man. Like,
oh, fuck yeah, brother. And that's why, like, this is why these rooms here are cool to talk about this shit. But I don't talk about this shit to the general layman, dude.
Yeah, it's not easy putting your ego aside, man. I can attest to that. But the more I do that, the more benefit I get, and then I can be more productive. And I can, like, my whole emphasis now is to try to maintain enough of an equilibrium in my own life that I can be useful in the future. That's the whole purpose. So I'm trying now to, like, pace myself the best I can. I'm not that good at it. It's probably the hardest thing or the biggest challenge that I have is pacing myself and calming down, actually.
Yeah, same with me. Like, I get too worked up with this subject way too much. Like, especially when I'd go out, I'd be like someone might say, "Man, so I'll hit you in the mouth," or something. I'm like, "What? Do it!" I just start going off on. I'm like, "Damn, dude, I should not." In all actuality, I should be so chill about this because I just know what the truth is.
Yeah, but I don't want to say. I mean, you're wise beyond your years with it, but you do have the age thing, and that it's not. That's just how we are. I don't know. I was very hyperactive, very energetic, and I always have been. I still am. Obviously, you can hear that in my voice. That's no lie. I never stopped moving. So when I was 26, 28, I was the same way. I had 3 times more energy. But that's good you're focusing, man. Like, I really appreciate that. I feel foolish, that like stupid and regretful, remorseful that I didn't do more in my life. It's like saddening. It's the kind of thing that you fucking wake up in the morning crying about, you know?
No.
No, everything is beautiful now, man. Like, just like look at the beautiful part of it. We are gonna go on tour again, but I think that this time it's gonna be like a comedy, like stand up game show. Like maybe Fighter's not for you, you know, like no contention and negative energy, just like funny.
Yeah, but one good thing is I see that a lot. Most of those materialistic things that we all, had this drive to achieve these things, that it was all fake. It really wasn't. It wasn't real. So I'm not worried about that so much anymore. I can move on. I'm actually very happy about this knowledge.
The most success I've had waking up people is like just being really chill. I was playing poker with my friends back in the day, and they all knew I thought this of the earth, so they couldn't help but bring up questions throughout the thing. And I was just like, I could answer all their questions, but then I just move on. Like I made them want to be on my side. Like, damn, why is Austin so comfortable with the whole room thinking that he's stupid? And he's just smiling and laughing and smoking them every time they ask him a question. But he's not trying to teach them or preach them or convert them. You know, he's just washing his hand and casually answering the questions. And then now everyone in that room is a flat earther.
I love that. That's awesome, man. That's just the way it's going to go. There is no other way. So I don't know. Like, I know a lot of us sometimes lose confidence because we don't have any idea, like, really what our numbers are. That would make a difference if we really could see and get a handle on it. But we're not being given that information. That's being hidden from us. Our own numbers being hidden from us. If you can imagine that. So I feel very encouraged. I don't know. Like, some things seem very positive. Like, I think the best is still yet to come, and I did not used to think that way. So,
yeah, their reaction is all you need to know about us. How many of us are? There's mad flat earthers, dude.
And great for Alex for being on that, being on their media. You know, can't wait to see.
I think so, yeah.
It's fucking awesome, man. Like, I'd get out there and do that publicly. It scares the shit out of me, though, because I know how I am, not necessarily how they are. I think Witsit knows what I mean. I'm not going to be someone easy to, like, contain, if you will.
You can't stop me. You can only hope to contain me.
Yeah, Cliff.
Oh, like gas pressure.
Yeah,
Yeah, just like gas pressure.
So we're glad you're here, Cliff.
Guys, I heard a really, really bad argument earlier. I don't know if you guys want to hear it, but basically, I was talking to a Glober who said that the Coriolis effect is what makes orbits work.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, they do the same thing with gas pressure. They think gradient just happens all by itself. Like, they would even know what a gradient was if they didn't measure a gas pressure without with a container in the first place.
They wouldn't know a gradient if it came out and bit them on the neck.
You don't even know what a gradient is, period, without the use of a container to measure the pressure that the gradient exists inside of.
Yeah, but if you really just want to watch the Glober implode, you know, you just say, I mean, did you know there's an electrical gradient on the Earth? Yeah, they literally can't. They feel they can't answer that. Uh-huh.
Hey, Cliff, you got any notes?
Uh-huh.
No, I'm still working on the notes.
Can you give us the Cliff Notes version of Flat Earth as you know it now?
Yeah. The curvature of the Earth has never been measured. The radius has been falsified. Fuck, that's the main stuff.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And we're talking about how the gas pressure on the Earth has to
Yeah, sorry. And the gas pressure gradient.
Well, yeah, the gas pressure itself requires there be a container on the Earth. It can't be sitting next to a vacuum of space.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Your Cliff Notes are going to be great, man. You can just say NASA's really gay. You can put that down.
NASA's mad gay.
Mad gay.
I mean, wouldn't it be better to say that they're fake and gay?
Yeah, there you go.
NASA's mad fake and gay.
And founded by Nazis.
And Nazis.
We want a new fake gay, a new fake gay, a new fake gay, gay fake, gay fake.
Did you know NASA names all their stuff after like Greek gods?
Oh, like Saturn and stuff.
Well, like all their missions, they name their missions after different Greek gods. Yeah.
Bro, Saturn's not Greek.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
The Roman, huh?
So who was Zeus's father? Fuck. I can't remember.
Albert Pike.
Kronos, right?
Oh, Cronus. Yeah.
Fucking Chuck Norris.
You guys are hilarious.
I think it's super weird that they're like super obsessed with the Greek pantheon. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, that's kind of bizarre. There's one in Memphis, isn't it?
No, that's what makes him gay, dude. That's what makes him gay.
Is that
Telling you, man.
Where's the Pantheon? They have one in Nashville, right? An exact replica of the Pantheon in Tennessee.
I did not know that.
The Parthenon?
Yeah, the Parthenon. Yeah, Parthenon.
Yo, what's it? You ever get into Michael Tsarian?
Nope, never heard of it.
Yeah, I read his book. What?
He's an interesting cat, but he gets into some philosophical shit that's interesting, and he's got a whole series on post-humanism. He's a bit of a glober, definitely a glober against flat Earth in a lot of ways. But I was just curious if you ever heard of him. He's an interesting dude.
Michael Tazarian.
It's Gatekeeper.
Yeah. They say he's like fake Irish, or who knows? He like has a little fake Irish accent, but I guess he's from Ireland. I have no idea really about whatever, but good material, especially the philosophical stuff.
Cool, I'll check it out.
Whole bunch of space shit too that he's into, like all this alternative shit. But he's an interesting study.
Didn't he write some books? I think I could have sworn I bought one of his books.
Oh no, yeah, he did. He's more of like he seems like he's like a tarot alien fucking, psychic advisor kind of bullshit.
Looking at
along with the rest of it, but there's cool information and he covers a lot of ground. That's why I said to get away from the like mystical shit, he gets all into like, the psychology of the person they were creating to get ready for the post-man era.
He's
Really interesting stuff, dude.
It's got some subtopics on this page. It says unslaved, female Illuminati, Atlantis alien visitation, Irish origins of civilization, Astros theology.
And he gets into like Akhenaten and like all the his whole thing is like, Moses, like Moses from the Bible is actually like Tutmosis, the Egyptian fucking pharaoh and shit.
Yeah.
All that kind of stuff.
I've heard that.
Moses. Yeah, he's full of shit, bro.
I mean, there's levels of that too, but that's why I said I pointed to his like psychology stuff and his post-humanism is interesting.
I have listened to him lots and lots of times, many, many hours. He is a lot of interesting shit, but he is one of these new wave kind of people, and he actually showed up on TV way back in the 80s with like 666 fucking something on his jewelry and an upside down cross on his ear or something. He's a bit of a
yeah, he's all about the occult. But I mean, back then, that's probably where it was at, It's like, I just think like it's an interesting, you got to remember with the guys that do all that shit, like half of it is all just to scare the Christians at the time that were trying to stop heavy metal music and rap. You know what I mean? So it's like, there's like a pushback from every direction sometimes. That's how I look at a lot of Luciferian stuff or people that do that, is it's almost like this. I'm sure there's some serious shit, but at the same time, there's also like an adolescent phase of like, fuck you,
What? Fuck you.
Yeah. Like, as opposed to being like a diehard Luciferian, like, you know what I mean? It's like somebody's just doing it because they know it pisses off the local cop. You know what I mean? Or whatever, the local authority, whatever.
Yeah, I would say with no uncertain terms, I think that Cesarian is definitely Luciferian. I think he's one of the gatekeepers to give out those little nice information that rings true to people and speaks to your soul. But the end game is a bit like Alex Jonesy.
And to me, it's all Coriolis insurance, dude. But at the same time,
Coriolis insurance.
Yeah, it's all just, it's all a hustle. That's why, like, a guy, I think about it like this. When a guy writes a book about how the earth is like, was visited by aliens and far away, and that's why you can't become a flat earther. It ruins all your marketing.
Yeah.
I think I need to get some Coriolis insurance. Do you know any good salesmen?
Hey, I'll sell you some.
Any flat earther has the right to sell Coriolis insurance to ballers, dude. Just get a PayPal.
I'm just worried that as I'm driving along the road, the Earth's going to like deviate from my my course, and I'm going to crash into a tree.
Totally lost.
Actually, sounds like an insurance's nightmare, right? Because you just get tons of claims, like, yeah, it's the pseudoforce made me wreck my car.
Yeah, but we don't cover that.
yeah.
You got to show us the evidence for the Coriolis so that you can get the payout.
I can get you some. I can get you some asteroid contact insurance if you'd like.
No, yeah, what we need is space contractors. So we can build somebody their house in space. You know what I mean?
We hear about the meta. People are spending millions of dollars in fucking meta. That's not even real, bro.
Well, that's like they can't take you to Mars, so they're going to give you the metaverse where you can go to Mars, improve curvature and everything else.
Well, you can pretend, but it was in the metaverse, so it's...
You get an Oculus Rift. What is reality, though? That's what they're playing with. That's why Tessarian is so interesting. Because, if you're in the metaverse and you think you're real, people think they're jumping off buildings when they're in the metaverse and, you know what I mean? Have real reactions. And, what is reality, right? And, what's his name? In 1984, George Orwell, he said, reality is in your skull. And they know that. And that's why I said, do you think it beyond our mathematicians to have the stars either far away or close? Reality is in your skull, and it's whatever you fucking digest from the state.
That's right. I heard that one. Yeah, it doesn't matter how far away or close it is. It's just, yeah.
Right. That's why they can't give them the fucking moon landing. So they got, or they can't go back to the Mars and all the rest of it. So they got to fucking give them the metaverse.
Dude, just the fact that some of these dudes can get girls in the metaverse will make it work.
Oh yeah.
Dude.
Game
Yeah,
over,
right.
man.
So you find out you're talking to some avatar, some 300-pound dude behind it.
It's like some 5-year-old dude. Makes it look like a Chinese chick with a little dress on.
These are the kind of people that can look at the moon landing footage from China and convince themselves it's real. So they'll have no problem with that.
Yeah, they pulled that.
Right.
Didn't they pull that? They pulled that. It was so bad they had to pull it.
Supposedly Elon Musk going to come out with a new competitor to Twitter.
Yeah, I heard he might buy Twitter.
Wonder if he'll censor flat earthers, eh?
I remember the days when NASA was easy. We could just go up in an aircraft and put templates over windows and stuff. Yeah, now we got it really rough. Gotta do dozens and dozens of image manipulation programs. Gee, it's tedious. It's hilarious. People were so stupid back in those days. It was easy. Those pesky flat earthers are waking people up at an astounding rate.
And I would have gotten away with it too.
You actually have to kind of empathize with younger people, right? Like, think about how much they've ramped up the speed of propaganda. And so, like, these younger people, dude, it's just normal life to have, like, something crazy happen every day.
Yeah, that's what makes, even that's what really makes me sad is like to think there's some kid who's just an intelligent kid with some fucking normie dipshit parents and like they're like, you need to go on medication. And he's like, and they're just sitting there like, no, I fucking don't. You know what I mean? Like, that's the shit that pisses me off is the idea that you have some overbearing fucking dipshit trying to make their kid do something they don't want to do or like, like trying to impose some bullshit. That's what saddens me is like, because children are the most fucking, helpless.
They're our greatest resource.
Like making a little kid wear a fucking mask. Like what?
Dude, insane.
The fuck, dude?
Dude, taking them to get their jab, bro. It's like,
dude, I saw a fucking kids wrestling match, and one of the kids was wearing a mask.
Wow.
And of course, he got pinned.
He probably could barely breathe,
Right? Like, and who the fuck made you think you need to wear that, kid? Or who's making you wear it? Well, you can't go to a wrestling tournament. You can't come back home to our house if you went to a wrestling tournament without a mask on.
If I had my choice, those people that are doing that, these adults that are doing that, allowing that to happen, should be hogtied, laid down in a field until someone can just, take care of them.
Yeah, well, no reason to get into it, but yeah, dude. I hear you, dude. I get the anger.
They need to be taken away to an appropriate place. That's criminal. Holy crap.
Yeah, it is, and that's what's sad about any of it.
It gets me so upset. Listen, gets me so upset that I want to go up there and do it myself.
Right, but remember though, that's what these dickheads want.
I know, like citizens arrest.
Chill, man.
And listen, I would do it myself. You don't even freaking know me.
No, allegedly.
Right. It's like, when people say like, oh, there's no real such thing as good and evil because, no, there is, dude. There fucking is. There's bad shit and there's good shit. And, and you're supposed to hate the bad shit. It's like,
Yeah, for sure.
it's like if I catch a snake in my fucking yard, its head's coming off.
This is actually what got me in trouble in Yellowstone,
Yeah.
dude, was we went to gas and the gas was way overpriced. And I was like, dude, I'm not filling this RV up paying $1.50 extra per gallon. That's $150 extra dollars. So I'm like, whatever. So I go to get in, this car pulls in and blocks us in. And then I watch these parents force these children to wear masks, and they're like crying and saying they don't want to, and they put them on them. And dude, so I immediately grabbed the microphone and was like, dude, let your children breathe. This is one of the prettiest places in the entire world. Let them breathe the air. It's fine, And that's what got me in trouble. It's like I felt like I had to say something,
See, that's the thing, though, is that they can do what they, like, it's like, like there's a line, like, it's like, I'm trying to think of how, like, like, let them worship what they worship and let us worship what we worship. There is nothing,
Sure, I just
there is no likeness, like, and there's no jurisdiction over what they worship, like, for us. You know what I mean? Like, it sucks, but, at the same, that's why I guess, like, for me, even like I started doing music back in the day, really, again, I guess, whatever, is like to the flat earthers, those kids out there that I just feel for, in the sense of like being like how dare they like make it so that you can't, like, with those poor fucking kids with these mask bullshits. It's so disgusting. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's why art is the move, because art can translate and talk to them, get through the barrier.
yeah, it's like if an adult wants to do it, it's cool, man. But when I watch the children like argue with their parents about not wanting to wear it because they were at Yellowstone, they just wanted to walk around and enjoy themselves, literally. Like, it pissed me
See, but
off.
that's where I look at it. Like, that's where you pose the allegory and the rhetoric. Is the idea of like, if you're on the mic, you might, instead of saying let your kids wear masks, you might want to say to the mic, what kind of fascist Nazi would make their kids wear masks, my good people? You know what I mean? Like, and that's why a question always is better than a statement. Because a statement, you're making a claim that you can't prove because the facts are on the moon. You can't prove anything, right? But a question opens up all the possibilities. You know what I mean?
I agree.
I mean, it's so real. Like, and especially when you're in that hot battle, the question is the only way through.
Yeah, that or like a joke or a question posed as a joke.
Oh, there's always that. But even then, like learning how to take the left turn, if you will, like if somebody says, and I just use this as an example, if somebody says, "Are you a U.S. citizen?" The answer to the question does not lie whether or not you've got papers, whether or not you've got that. The real answer to that question is it a crime to be one? Do you know what I mean? It's not whether or not you've got papers, whether or not you love Marilyn Monroe and fucking apple pie. It's like fucking, it's just that, is it a crime to be one? Because that cuts the question off at the neck. You know what I mean? Because if they say, well, no, there isn't, then what's the problem? You know what I mean? Like, that's, and then another line of questioning that goes around. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Questions is the way. Conditional acceptance, yabba dabba do.
Yeah, like I wanna really work on my arsenal because I do still want to go out and talk to people, but I found out that the way I was doing it is definitely not the best way, and so I want to do it totally different. But I know now I'm like on a different level of understanding with the cops that are gonna come try to stop me now. So I really want to just like I'm gonna start saying that one, but they typically won't even ask me that. Like, they don't even ask that
Well,
usually.
we should wrap. I mean, like, nobody wants to hear me go through the spiel. I've like cleared so many rooms talking about the legal shit. But if you ever like want to get into it, the conditional acceptance, bro, and then Like, and then that armed with some knowledge about them and their system and the way they have to operate and the fact that they're honorable for doing what they're doing. Yeah, but I would do like there's a way through, because I look at it like it's like the Care Bears in a grander sense. It's like the Care Bears. You have a bunch of fucking people that are hypnotized, and you've just got to work with their hypnotism. Like you got to work with what you got. And I think it makes more sense when you can see a way through to work with their hypnotism as opposed to trying to fight it, because
Yeah,
it's
for
not
sure.
it's not the day to win that battle sometimes.
Yeah,
Like,
like,
that's why.
probably almost never.
Well, even like take like flat earth. Like, anytime I've ever brought it up publicly or like asked somebody, like I used to walk around. I used to pick up chicks all the time with fucking flat earth, dude. Like, so I'd walk around and I would just pull out my phone and I would say, "Hey, do you mind if I ask you a question?" Da, 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 da. And we'd walk down the road and I'd be like, "So, have you heard of the flat earth theory?" And then see what they say, because I'm not addressing it to them like, "Do you know that the Earth is flat? Do you know that NASA has satellites in the sky and NASA's, you know what I mean?" And like on and on about about what is, and you can't question it. It's got to be like, have you ever heard of it? Do you know what it is? It's just a theory. You know what I mean? Like, it's not offensive. You know what I mean? And like, it's like, I look at it like almost like this, like a musician. Like, is the musician the song?
And chicks like that? Because, like, I'm not good with girls. Is that how you do it?
I'm just saying, that's how I did it. I could take any
I
conversation.
don't think anyone can teach you how to be good with girls. And man, just don't be nervous and lame.
Yeah,
He's trolling. He's trolling.
I know.
I found in London. Easiest way to talk to any chick.
No,
just
for real, I'm
troll.
pretty crappy with girls.
Can you hear me? Dude, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Am I coming through? Alright, cool. Cliff, just like Quincy said, don't be lame. Just troll people. Like, women love being trolled, and I don't mean like globe troll. I mean like, I used to go up to girls and say, "What's your favorite Will Smith song?" Like that. That was literally my opener, and girls were like, "What the fuck, Will Smith? He's that lame rapper on the radio." Yeah. What's your favorite Will Smith song? And like, it just gets the conversation off to this like funny start. And the ones that don't like it, you know what? They don't have a sense of humor anyway. Walk on.
Yeah. Honestly, dude, mine was so basic and generic. Like when I used to spit game on girls, I would literally, if I could say it and mean it, I would just compliment their eyes. Honestly, I wouldn't come talk to them if I didn't like their eyes. Yo, it's like the easiest thing in the world. So I think it's much more about like nowadays, like younger dudes have such an advantage over like a lot of us when we were growing up, because just the fact you have the balls to walk up to them and talk to them and not slide through the DMs on IG, they're like taken back and automatically like want to talk to you.
But that gives us an advantage as well, because we used to have to do that, right? Now you got all of these kind of like chode 18-year-old dudes who are like, a lot of them are like feminized and they don't really know whether, like, they did a poll on I think 18 to 24-year-olds a couple of years ago, like, is asking a girl for a drink sexist, right? And like a third of them said yes. Like, this is what you're competing with, people who think asking a girl for a drink is sexist. Like, that's not competition.
Crazy.
How is that sexist? That doesn't make sense.
I don't know. Ask them. I don't fucking know. But yeah, man, I wanted to get it back onto Flat Earth a little bit. So, I mean, random thought, I was just thinking, but I don't understand the kind of depths of the physics arguments enough to say whether I even think this is a good argument or not. But I was thinking about this, and you know how they say that we're orbiting around the sun, and obviously we're stuck to the side of this ball. Now, often you hear about this conservation of momentum argument as being why the atmosphere stays with the Earth and explains a few different phenomena. What I find interesting in my brain is that I can't wrap my head around how they even see this, because as far as I'm aware, say for instance you're in a car and you're driving straight and then you take a sudden left turn, everyone in the car jolts to the right. Yeah. If you imagine that the Earth is doing this constantly around the sun, then there would be this constant like uplift of people on the night side of the Earth, and kind of like a forcing down of people on the day side of the Earth. Now, I don't know how pronounced that effect would be, but surely you would have to weigh more during the day and weigh less at night if we actually were orbiting the sun. I don't know what you guys think about that as an idea.
Yeah, it's constant acceleration when you actually spin.
I'm not talking about spin.
Yeah, when you take a left turn, you are changing the vector of your way of motion.
No, I know that. I know that.
Yeah.
I know.
So
Yeah, any change in vector is an acceleration. Totally get that. Not really what I'm
yeah,
saying.
it's like spinning in a circle, but not a complete circle, but only like 90 degrees or 30 degrees. And
I'm not talking about spin. Get. I'm
I
very,
know.
typically not. Yeah, but why are you talking about spin then?
Because you are saying that everyone is being pushed to the right in that moment when you turn left.
Yeah, so I'm talking about the conservation of linear momentum, right? So, like, if you're on the side of something that's moving and it's moving away from you, you wouldn't move with it, would you? You would deviate from that.
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying. So I don't know how pronounced that effect would be, but surely you would be able to measure some sort of weight difference just of an average human between the day side and the night side of the Earth.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Like, what do people think about that? Like,
You're saying because the gravity's farther away, because the sun's farther away on the night side?
nothing to do with gravity at all. Nothing to do with gravity. Nothing to do with spin. Nothing to do with whale farts. We're talking about the conservation of momentum.
Yeah, well,
so let's put it another way. Right? Let's just say that you were on a. Okay, let's just say that you know when they give you the example of like spinning a bucket of water around and the water stays in the bucket, right?
Yeah.
So instead of water, we remove the water and we put an ant on the inside of the bucket and an ant on the outside of the bucket. What would the effect on those two ants be?
The one on the outside would probably feel more speed. I don't know.
Well, the one on the outside would either be uplifted or just flown off entirely, thrown off entirely. And the one on the inside would feel like it's being shoved towards the inside of the bucket, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I'm saying. If the Earth is the bucket going around the sun, which is you, in this analogy, then there would be some sort of effect, just purely based on, you can call it centrifugal force or the conservation of momentum, like whatever. There would be an effect where the people on the day side would have to weigh more than the people on the night side.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. That's pretty interesting.
So
every time I come across questions like this, the answer I always get is like it's a negligible difference. Like no matter what kind of question like this I come up with.
Yeah.
But I think it's a good point. Like I don't know their mathematical constructs difference off the top of my head, but I do know if they can just make it sound small, then people brush it off.
Yeah, sure, but that's why I'm not going to bother bringing it up to the globe, because I know the answer will be either it's negligible or gravity, both of which don't actually satisfy the questions. So.
Right. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. Just as to people, I think that makes sense. I agree with you.
Well, I'm a bit lost. You were explaining it fast for me to keep with it, but
The night
keep the
side's the
pace.
furthest away from the sun. Okay, it's a different location relative to its motion around the sun. So the people on the dark side, the side furthest away from the sun, are going to feel different impact of the movement than the people on the other side of the wall.
Yeah, because
Correct.
effectively,
Yeah, that's logical. Yeah,
well,
it is
effectively
logical.
they'd all be pushed away from the center of rotation, but the people on the day side would be pushed away from the center of rotation into the Earth that they're on, right? Hence, way more. Whereas the people on the night side would be pushed away from the center of rotation into nothing, so they would weigh less.
Exactly.
Yeah, I get it. Now I get it.
Yeah, it's like the tide
100
explained by Neil deGrasse Tyson.
100%, they'll say that it's damn near negligible. It still should be measurable, though.
Yeah. And this is
Yeah.
something that you can measure every day.
Yeah.
So it's actually maybe something we could look at. I don't know.
Why isn't any of their stuff measurable? Huh?
Oh,
Yeah.
we can do it.
Well, when
Yeah,
tides
yes.
happen, I think we could actually measure the electrostatic potential in the atmosphere, in the air.
Yeah, of course, man, of
And
course.
I'm pretty sure we will notice a difference,
Well, we will.
which would explain why the tides. You know.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely the answer to everything is electrostatics, and so some flat earthers will catch up
Yeah.
when they do. But well, like when he's saying it like he is, like it's interesting because we can do that. If we're gonna sit around and hope that NASA goes and does this, I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I would say,
Yeah, they'll hand wave dismiss it. It doesn't matter. We should just stack up evidence. So like there will not be, because that means that every location on the earth is going to have different weights in day and night period. Like all you have to do to test this is just weigh things yourself where you are at day and night.
Yeah, because they talk about how gold needs to be at the right latitude or whatever because of Earth spin. I can't remember the exact argument, but then time of day would also matter. Like if they were weighing gold at midday, it would be worth more than at midnight, right?
Yeah, that's true.
We should open
they
the
would
company where we buy
definitely-
gold at nighttime.
Oh, okay. They would definitely be utilizing this information if it was real. You know, like that's what the best point I've heard someone make is like when it comes down to money and investment, the earth becomes flat real fast.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that hilarious? Yeah.
Unless you're being paid to prove that it's a ball. It's only ever a globe if you're deceiving people.
Right.
yeah, this will be interesting on a shore where you have tides to actually install a few scales and weigh different materials, objects, and when the tide is coming, to weigh them again in that moment.
I like
to
it.
see if there is any difference. Yeah.
I like it. I like it a lot. We should do both of these things. We should integrate that all into an observation because each person can get all the data they need, and because it just requires a single location, and then we can coordinate this all over the plane.
Hey, I know it's a little off topic, but I wanted to show you guys this. This, I guess it's a seed that comes off of a eucalyptus tree. Hold on a second. This is something that I know it is off topic. I warned you. So, but hold on.
Warning! If you just say it, is that what the Glovers are going to say now? Well, I warn you. I'm not going to respond to anything you just said, but
but look at this thing that nature makes. This thing is bizarre. Like, okay, hold on. Wait for it. Look at that.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Just a normal
So, Sonny, are
seed.
you going to do your weight observation? I mean, it would be ideal if we can get all the flat earthers to have a little gold, a little silver.
What'd you say? Hold on. Say it again. I missed the first part.
are you going to do your observation in San Diego? So we're going to weigh 3 objects simultaneously. So it requires 3 scales. And it costs a little bit of money, but I do like the idea actually. Three is a good number. 3
I would
different.
do it. I would do it.
Yeah. So then
Yeah.
you measure, and really you could do it different times, right? And you can coordinate that to the globe, because there actually should be a change from front of the globe to back of the globe. It's not just like 2 differences. It's like there would be a change as it's going toward. So it would end up incorporating the spin.
There would be a fluctuation, and that would equate to a sine wave of how that would be fluctuating. Yeah, so that would be measurable for sure.
Yeah.
So I put this
because it's like if the ant crawls. If in his analogy, if the ant crawls into the inside of the bucket, like as he goes down towards the inside of the bucket, he's going to be feeling a different effect the whole way. Right?
I'd rather do observations with freaking P900, but I don't have one yet.
Okay, if we take the bucket, we spin around and we revolve, which has always been so stupid to me because that bucket needs to spin also. So let's say we spin the bucket, right? So like the ant on the outside, as it spins back, it's going to feel a difference in momentum as it gets closer to the axle rotation, right? And then come back out. So it's going to be a change the whole way. And in fact, there would never be consistent weights. So I think this is a super epic argument.
Yeah. Well,
you
should be able to tell the difference with one scale. It should show a fluctuation with one scale. It would go up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's just talking about having multiple data sets. That's like if you have 3 scales, then it kind of gives you more data, right?
Yeah, let's do that. 3 scales, 3 different places. A scale in each.
Yeah, it's not a problem. You can use also one scale, but you are weighing different objects, and you write them down, the time of the measurement and the weight.
So you want them to be the exact same time, which requires different scales. So say you did 3 different elements or components of matter, whatever you want to call it, 3 scales, different times throughout the day should show a change. They're all going to stay the same, though. So, I'm saying it's one of those cracker beer open observations.
Yeah, they are going to stay the same. Absolutely. That's funny as hell. Look,
there will be some difference geographically, maybe though. If we get sensitive enough scales, you would see, probably not though, not on a scale, right? You would need something really sensitive, but you would see different quote unquote weight of the same objects in different locations on the Earth. But because that actually makes sense. Like you're in a giant magnetic field, dude. Whether or not magnetic, everything is. Dude, chill. Literally everything. So when I say everything is electrostatic, I am simultaneously saying that everything is magnetic, just not coherently magnetic, which is the only way they define it. You can't even have electrostatics without the incoherent magnetism. Anyway, so my point is that you actually probably will see, right? I think that these are the nuances and the lies that have created this buffer zone, right? Where we're prove it, and really when they try to map out weight distribution or gravity distribution across the quote unquote globe, it's just such a shit show. It's off all the way everywhere. Huge anomalies, doesn't work at all. And then what they use has preset algorithms that try to make the answer right in the gravimeter, which is interferometry or lasers, just cross pattern lasers that measure a bead that drops. Really, really sensitive technology, but it's all set up. It's all preset with algorithms. And it still shows anomalies that are way unexplainable by the globe. But if we're talking about reality, I think that you would actually see, I think so. I think you could test in numerous ways, but say you're going to drop something free fall, you're going to have something really high in a controlled environment. You're going to have to also make sure you live monitor electrostatics, the best that can be done. And then the environment of that and the relationship of that, the objects, the motion the objects go, if you drop a certain coherent magnet in a certain motion, because the coherent magnet will start moving in a vortex real tight, so it's going to go down faster. these tests haven't been done, but I'm like almost sure of the answers, in my opinion. But then you start looking at trying to map out the whole Earth, for example. I mean, dude, it's not it's not viable. It's like it took the world's governments hundreds of years to do that. like even just like kind of anything. So anyway. Like, what's the furthest north we have someone in the server?
Probably get in Germany.
Iceland? No.
Oh, Iceland. Yeah, Dryson them in Iceland.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 66 degrees north.
Yeah, Dryson Carmen.
Okay.
How far
So,
north? Wait a second. How far?
Number their Drays? Sorry.
What degree north?
66 degree.
Whoa. Holy crap.
So you're right where they're gonna. You're right where they're gonna tell you chill out.
Look, I'm right above.
Yeah, essentially.
I'm right above the 33rd.
Can you see the northern lights?
Yeah, regularly. It's random, but if you look at the sky enough, yeah.
All right, that's dope. So, do you think that you actually know your location relative to the true center?
No, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm asking. Yeah.
I've never been to the true center, so I don't know.
Right, of course. But even when you look at the northern lights, they're not centered on the supposed center, and so. But anyway, so I guess we'll have to let go of the rigid idea of latitude to really do this observation efficiently. It's unfortunate. It's a very useful data set. We don't have that data set. If we can acknowledge that, we're like a globe Earth astrophysicist who's dedicated to proving relativity. We do not know those latitudes, man. We do not know them.
Yeah, we just assume they're correct.
Exactly. But if we could find this little golden nugget that shows us a pattern when you get closer to the north based on weight distribution, then we could maybe actually start to piece together a proper latitude.
That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we need tons of people like you around that whole circle, man. That supposed 60 to 66 range.
Well, we probably got some people up in Canada.
One of the problems is the definition of latitude. It seems to be entwined with the fact that they believe we live on a globe. So
no, it's not. No, it's not. Latitude just circles drawn around the center on a flat projection. Just circles. They get bigger with each circle because you're outlining a circle. They wrap it around the ball and shrink it back down and do all kinds of nonsense. Yeah, so you're right. Latitude past the equator is clearly a construct dependent upon the globe, as has been defined and taught. But I'm talking about the actual idea of it, because if you align it properly with the sky and then you start to get these measurements, you'll be able to figure out the actual. I mean, obviously, it would actually technically require simultaneous expiration. You would take the recordings as you.
Well, I think you'd need to define what it is first, wouldn't you? That'd be
center from all directions.
If it's not related to the globe, then you'd have to define actually exactly what you're talking about. That'd be the first.
I'm saying that this would be the first step to hopefully piecing together a viable latitude system.
But what do you mean by latitude? I might have missed you already. I've come in a bit late, so I apologise for that. But when you say latitude, what do you mean?
Yeah, this would be the first puzzle piece to creating a viable latitude system. Latitude, you have a central point, and then you just draw circles around it that get bigger.
Yeah. Orbits.
So anyway, and this is how you'd be able to know where you are. Honestly, it is an efficient way to map out the Earth. We've just been lied to about the data.
There are different kinds, right? Other than this one, I like barely paid attention to um, this thing I read, but it's not like maps don't have to be projections out from the center. There are all kinds. This is the one we commonly refer to and use is the one where the coordinates go from center.
Yeah, but it's just like, in my opinion, the most efficient. So like,
How
but
would
what
we know?
because it's just hyperlogical because we don't know the actual center point and everything's relative to that throughout all of history. That's how they did everything. And the people in history were clearly more advanced than we've been told. So it's like we're just trying to crawl our way up to like what you were born with a few thousand years ago, in my opinion. So like
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Even if you look at
I
all the
mean, a
data we get
coordinate
from the
system
north,
that doesn't look like a circular kind of latitude kind of situation. I'm like,
Well,
if it was laid out like a grid instead, or like
well, the grid's
how
going to go
maybe
out in all
might
directions
that
from the center, though, right? If we don't acknowledge the center, then I mean, we don't have to, but it's not going to give us accurate proportions equidistantly. So, like, the equidistance is dependent upon the center. And if we had an accurate center, then you would be able to. The tricky part would be as you actually go further out in reality, it gets bigger. So, to accurately map out these lands would take insane resources and accurate navigation over water for long periods of time to get the accurate proportion of the land. And as you get further out, like past what they call the equator, would be really difficult to do. I'm just talking about hyper focusing on the center. And if you combine what Bob did, which is you take the gyro, for example, up to higher altitudes at the same quote unquote latitude, and you see all these different variances, if we start compiling that data and we combine that with the different weight distribution data towards the center, we would literally be able to map out like a tangible understanding tied in with the sky of the Earth. I mean, we would just be taking baby steps, but I think the whole point is they want us never even considering it.
yeah, I want to take a mechanical gyro and fly in a circle around the north. But if you look at all the data that we do get from the north, there's always a hole in the north. So even with their data, we don't have anything on the center point.
Yeah, and look, check this out, dude. So if you live in this giant magnetic field, and I'll drop a picture, there is a hole in the center, so you wouldn't be able to get any data. Misdrew the circle, man. They misdrew the circle. I mean, that's my opinion, right? Like, I've never been in the center, but we have a magnetic field in the Earth, and I can just show you pictures of what magnetic fields look like. So, I mean, you can postulate we have a magnetic field that isn't like all the other magnetic fields, and then I guess you now have an extremely heavy burden of proof, and I'll just sit back and wait for you to explain to me how that's possible.
Well, a center is a intersecting line or a point. But when we see that there is a hole, that's something else.
Just like I'm trying to find this photo. There's a hole in the magnetic field, man.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of attempts to depict like the North Pole, the magnetic, and it's not actually a point, but it's an area. And that's how it is also on the surface of a magnet. It's always an area.
Okay, yeah. So the center of a magnet has a hole in it. It's called a
No.
toroid. If you look at that hole, right? So if you look at the top picture,
Yeah.
we live on the center line. We observe the top part of it. Okay, so you
Yeah.
flip it over, right? That's a hole, man. Yeah, dude.
Well,
There's not another viable way. If someone wants to give me some scientific evidence, I will hear it out. But otherwise, it's preemptive hand wave dismissal, rhetoric.
it's really interesting, at least, because if Earth is behaving in a similar manner, it could be messing with the light and other things there in the center. It would be really interesting to examine that center point based on it being the center of the magnetic field.
Right, dude. Because then you're gonna have to start understanding. You'll start understanding the light projections much better in that case, maybe. So I'm trying to find them. I have them going somewhere.
Now, to be honest, I don't know a lot about electromagnetism. I should probably look into it a lot more, but that does raise some interesting questions, like how they say that light bends due to gravity. Okay, well, we know that's nonsense. But could light be bending in other circumstances due to some kind of magnetic effect, or is there something else
Yes.
maybe going on that
Yes.
explains that phenomenon?
Yes, Crypto. Magnetism is proven to actually be capable to obstruct light propagating, and that for this is a test which you can search Faraday effect, and that explains how magnetism can literally block light propagation.
Okay, well, if that's the case, that
Yeah.
makes day and night very easily explained on a flat Earth with a magnetic.
Yes, yes,
Dude, it makes everything.
yes.
Stars, southern stars, everything. Here's a picture right
Yeah.
here, 2 minutes after the hour, dude. There's a hole in the center, man. Like, I'm saying I've never been to the center. Can't say I know for a fact what's there. Can anyone offer
Yeah.
an alternative viable option? Because we know we have a magnetic field. Globe Earth can't explain it at all. Globe Earth is fake. We've proven that fake. There's an electromagnetic field in the Earth, though. So does it have some type of manifestation different than all other magnetic fields? That's a crazy claim, bro.
Yeah, very unlikely.
Like, I think you see how we've been tricked in looking at it in a way where it's like we don't want to make the unfounded claim, but we really have we have like the best positions in our pocket, and we just haven't pulled them out. Because it takes a little bit of boldness, you know.
Well, the main thing would be that magnetism is agreed on by everyone to exist and provable and manipulatable, and we can do so much with magnetism. We can do absolutely fuck all with supposed gravity. Just as an example, like they assert gravity, and then it's like, okay, cool. Well, we disagree, but they don't disagree about magnetism, so we can just run with that and just say, well, you don't disagree with magnetism, so let's test magnetism, see what it actually can and can't do. Test it to its limit,
They've done that, and magnetism doesn't affect light because light is uncharged photons. So any uncharged electromagnetic, a particle won't be affected by magnetism.
This is not true. This is 100% not true.
Electromagnetic waves are not affected by magnetism.
Yeah, like for instance, saying like, wait, well, I gotta ask you.
No, light
photons. They say that. You're right.
Yeah.
They say that. Okay, so what source did you use to make the light?
What source did I? I didn't use a source. Every single scientific proposition is that light can't be bent by magnetism.
Okay. So what source made the light?
I couldn't tell you that. It's light, isn't it?
Well, it's the answer. The same answer for all of them.
There are different kinds of light. There's illumination from fire, and then there's illumination from
fire's
the other
electromagnetic. Fire's electromagnetic.
Well, that is different. I'm just trying to. It's different.
I know, but I'm saying it's all the same. That it's electromagnetic. The answer is the same for all of it.
So what's the point of the question?
Yeah. Well, he's saying the point is simple. They're all intrinsically EMF.
So then they can, or they. So then every light source can be disrupted, or the propagation can be stopped by some kind of demonstration. Like
the very light
every light source.
The very light itself is a byproduct of EMF. So if you change the direction of that, the power outage of that, whatever you change, like you're changing the light and its propagation intrinsically, because that's what the light is. It's that energy introduced that illuminates.
But we can demonstrate this, right?
Yeah, literally, that's the only way you can make light.
As far as I'm aware,
Paza, why are you saying what you're saying?
well, as far as I'm just saying that as far as I'm aware, visible light can't be disrupted by by magnetic fields. That's what I see everywhere I've ever looked.
Okay, well, how about this? I'm going to show you a ferrocell image of light showing you the magnetic field, and you tell me if this light that we see in the image is being affected by the magnetic field. Oh, it's already in the voice text, so just tell me if that light's being affected by the magnetic field. Two minutes after the hour. Is that light affected by that magnetic field?
Yeah, Faraday effect is very well known and studied in the scientific community. And this guy is denying it now. Like saying that magnetism cannot affect light propagation.
Well, I'll check that stuff out later. To be honest, it's my next path of discovery is going to be magnetism and electromagnetism. And I know Witzig's been going on about electrostatics since the dawn of time, so I'll probably have to look into that at some point as well. But this stuff really interests me because it's actually practically applicable. I don't really care much for the kind of fluffy stuff that you can't really get your hands on too much. Like it's interesting to think about, but once you can actually start to manipulate things, show things, prove things, that really excites me. So that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just takes away everything that they claim to.
Paza, can you answer the question?
Oh,
Also,
it was Paza.
Just in Paz's defense, he's a fellow like me. We don't have much experience with light because we live in the UK. So please, please be kind to him.
Oh yeah, I mean that image is clearly light, bro.
It's not your fault. It's a geographical thing.
Yeah, we're geographically challenged.
Yeah, that's it. That's funny.
Paza, you're not there?
That's
alrighty. Well, never mind. Word.
Yeah.
We can't talk to not ourselves for the life of us.
Yeah, I mean, this stuff's really interesting. This kind of conversation that we've had for the last couple of hours is exactly why I love this community, because it's interesting, it's new, but it's not like out there and weird. Like this is stuff that's true and applicable, and we can think about everything in a new way. That's exactly what I love about this community. Props to everyone. Everyone pat yourself on the back. Anyway, so we lost Pazza.
Yeah.
Wow, that was inconvenient.
Well, I mean, as far as I know, he's cool. I don't know, but anyway, because we were talking about some good stuff. So that would show you get to the center. That would show you a lot about light projection into the outer parts of the realm.
Yeah. So we're talking about like controlling light effectively with magnetism, and if the realm we live in is inherently magnetic, which compasses so clearly, then who's to know what sort of either natural or even artificial magnetic effects are taking place in order to throw up all sorts of day, night, stars, all this kind of stuff that we see. At that point, we can no longer assume that what we're seeing is directly in front of us, and it would explain why we have an apparent sun and we can't really triangulate the sun. And it explains a lot of stuff, you know. Although it does raise a lot more questions than answers, but that's cool, because then at least we've got something to go on. It's like what you were saying earlier about being able to bring up like a second latitude system. You need some data to go on, and then you can kind of build from the ground up. And I feel like this would be the same.
Sorry, I stand corrected. Light can be affected by magnetism in so much as the medium it's traveling in can be affected by magnetism. I put a link to something I just found online, a New Scientist article. Visible light in a vacuum can't be affected by magnetism, apparently. But that's easy to prove.
I mean,
It is magnetic, dude.
who gives a fuck about that when vacuums in nature don't actually exist? We're talking
light's
about
magnetic, man. Stop making
propagation. We're talking about light propagation through a medium.
Okay,
it's the only way you could see it. And the only reason we say it's the only way you could see it, because hypothetically in a vacuum you couldn't see it, even though nothing, we haven't made a perfect vacuum anywhere. So this little difference that you've come with is like so relevant, it's insane.
Yes, sorry. Well, I didn't know the context in which you were making you were talking about magnetism and light. I just caught the beginning of the conversation.
The context in which it's practical, like
right.
every other conversation here.
So how would you propose to evaluate this then? You're going to do experiment with some magnets, see if you can bend light rays?
Light rays don't physically exist, but like you said, if you disturb the medium, like if you, bro, I see. This is what I like. Here's the understanding thing coming again. It's like once I realize, oh yeah, I'm talking to an NPC, it's kind of hard to continue. So I'm gonna mute.
Yeah, no worries. So Pazza, quick question. You know, you just said that light can't be bent in a vacuum by magnetism, right?
Yeah.
So can energy be transferred in a vacuum?
Yes.
Okay, how does that work?
Well, light is energy.
Oh, no, I didn't ask that. I asked how does it work?
How does it work? What do you mean?
Yeah.
Well, energy can travel through a vacuum.
Prove light is energy.
Prove light is energy.
Yeah.
How would you go about proving light isn't energy?
It's your claim.
I guess my question isn't going to
It's
be
not my
answered.
claim.
Go on.
It's not my
Go
claim.
on.
It's not my claim. I've not done any significant evaluation or study of light.
It's your argument. It's your argument because you cited it. If you're not going to back it up, concede and shut up.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm being short because I just don't like.
Carry on with what you were saying to each other. That's great.
Cool. So anyway, we're in the medium of air, you know, and there's okay. Let's go for a scenario. So we've got a plane, and we've got a medium of air, and we've got like a magnetic system set up. How would let's get crazy, right? Let's pretend we're in the speculation room. How would, say, a magnet be able to affect the day and night cycle from a single light source in the sky? Just throw some shit out. It doesn't matter. No one. Okay.
Sounds like he doesn't want to. Oh, but I will try to answer this. Yeah, if that's okay, if it's acceptable.
Please, I was hoping that literally anyone would take the bait. So if you're going
to, okay. So, yeah, if we have superfluid liquid helium in the sky, an ocean of it, which flows in two opposite directions, frictionless, yeah. The presence of any metals and other elements will be, vast majority of them will be into a superconductive state. So we're talking about supermagnets, superconductivity, insane amounts of electricity in voltages and
But we don't
stuff
have
like that.
superfluid helium in nature. That doesn't occur in nature.
Yeah, we do have it in laboratories. It's tangible,
And now you're doing it again.
demonstrable. It
Yo, you
exists.
said it doesn't exist in nature, and you're like in a lab, bro. What do you do in
To be fair,
labs? You
to be
create
fair,
artificial
Yeah, okay,
situations.
but we haven't been up there to actually prove that there
So
is.
then why are you saying? So then why are you saying it?
well,
Now
because
that
like
aside, I would speculate. Sorry, let me before I shoot him down completely. Let me just clarify my position, if I can.
I'm answering your question, bro. I'm
Yeah, I
answering your
was
question.
answering
Why is he
Crypto's
doing that?
question.
Yeah, why is he
Yeah,
doing that? Because I asked him to. Is the
yeah.
answer.
Why
So
is he? No, he didn't answer your question, and that's why I'm talking to him, because he didn't answer. You said, "Well, no, my bad. Actually, let me rewind. I heard him respond to Sunny, and Sunny asked him, or Sonny told him, well, he asked him, where do you find superfluid helium in nature? And he said, in a lab.
Yeah, see, I actually just made a statement. My statement was it does not exist in nature. That's my statement.
not around us, like within
Okay, well,
our grasp.
then good.
But
It's not
nobody
around us.
can
Okay.
prove that there is no superfluid liquid helium above
Well,
us
but I
or
wouldn't.
below
I
us.
wouldn't make the argument like that. Okay, here's
Yeah,
how I would put it. Not that anyone has to be like me, but seeing as that you just said out of your mouth, we can't prove it.
I know.
However, the fact that certain things are definitely not just governed by the containment but by like temperature as well, and because the temperature appears to drop when you go higher, I don't know if it continues to drop, I don't know exactly, but if it were cold enough like in the lab setting you're talking about up there, then hypothetically if there was helium up there and it was cold as hell, then perhaps it would be in a superfluid state. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hypothetically speaking, speculation, so that
Yeah,
people know where I'm
speculation.
coming
This
from.
is what I was doing, answering Cryptos, because yeah, he asked me how could I explain this, luminaries of the sky and like eclipses, yeah, when they happen. So yeah, in this medium, we can have the presence of supermagnets which could actually block the light from these luminaries, because those magnetic fields are so intense, so powerful, that they will just obstruct light propagation,
I gotta
and we
see
will not
this.
see like an object. We will not see like an object. Well, in the case of a moon eclipse, yeah, uh, when it happens, we don't see like an object coming in front of the moon.
So it could be
Mhm.
light that's twisted or
It
absorbed
looks,
by something else up there.
all we see is the shadow covering the moon, but we don't see any other object present in the sky doing that.
And the ancient world did
Right,
talk
but
about.
we also don't
Yeah,
know that it's a shadow. We also don't know that
yeah,
there's a
of course.
portion.
Yeah,
Well, the
that's
But
a
ancient
very
world
good
did.
point.
that being that being said, um, I know of heat being able to um,
Distort
block light
light.
or distort
Yeah,
light, but
yeah.
and create shadows. But I would like to see what you're saying done in practice. I would like to see it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I recommend watching the Faraday effect. I posted the link in the live stream video chat. showing and explaining this phenomena?
The Faraday effect has magnetic fields twisting light and distorting it or something like that. But the ancient world did talk about other reasons for eclipses if you guys are still on eclipses. They talked about dark stars or other things basically doing the eclipsing other than, the earth or whatever, something else getting in front of the bodies up there and causing a shadow. So we have at least two possibilities here with some sort of Faraday effect, magnetic field twisting of light, and or dark stars or something to that effect.
And just to point something important, in that Faraday effect experiment, they were using like olive oil and pretty small magnet, but we know that super magnets are much more powerful than ordinary magnets.
And different substances emit light at different, frequencies or absorb light at different frequencies. So there could be something up there absorbing the light as it gets in front of something else. Magnetic field, object, whatever. There's different things that we could speculate about if we're talking about what happens with an eclipse. But the closest thing that we can get, since we can't go up there and film everything, is try to duplicate the effect and try to extrapolate and guess that this is or is not the cause.
Well, who is God? I wish I was learning from directly from God, to see how all these things were made, done.
Well, God can reveal a few things to us. The rest of it we'll have to seek out.
Yeah, and that's his challenge for us.
I mean, if you go with, say, the scriptures and the account from this dude who made it, God himself, assuming you believe that that's the case, it sounds like he made the sun and the moon, as some sort of construct, basically, the sun and the moon to rule the night. So there appears to be something up there. Now, the rest of the stuff, who knows what the rest of this, stuff star-wise or whatever is. I would probably say that the
Well,
stars are something a bit more, bit more.
this Christian religion, which is actually, a ancient religion, the Greek mythology and pagan religions, they just change shape to Christianity. It's the same story, the same problems, and yeah, in Greek mythology, they say that the moon, the sun, and the moon are brother and sister.
Well, you need a story that talks about the origin of everything. The story that talks about the origin of everything would tend to be primary. And Christianity, or whatever you want to call it, the scriptures of the Bible, appear to talk about the origin of everything, not gods that originate from other materials like Mithras coming from a rock or, coming from the created earth. That's a bit of a contradiction if you're going to talk about the story that, originates everything when you have gods that are coming from stuff that was created prior, like a rock or, the mist of the foam for Aphrodite. So the nature of the narrative is a little different. One appears to be more primary than the other. At the very least, we need an account from somebody who was there, a witness account from somebody who can say, hey, I was there, God or whatever, and I can tell you how it was, even though you can't see it. We need some sort of revelation. Part of the reason that I'm very comfortable going with the ether as the substance of space is there appears to be have been some sort of light dark period in the Bible to give you a day. And all of a sudden, my mind starts thinking of a light ether and a dark ether swirling around each other to give you a day night cycle, even without the sun and moon on the third or fourth day. So it does look like there's some sort of light or some sort of light substance of some sort swirling with a dark substance to give you some sort of clock like cyclical 24-hour-ish day, even before the sun and moon are a thing. I'd call it what? The light ether, the dark ether, like a yin and yang symbol or something like that.
Wouldn't he? Wouldn't he?
But past that, we'd have to compare accounts and see which one appears to be the most consistent. If we have a bunch of revelations from these beings competing for our minds and our hearts, I would have to go with the Christian scriptures myself. But do you have another contender, Vlad, that's worth considering?
Nothing gonna bring it back. Sticks and shadows won't bring it back. How could you bring back something that never was?
Mic check.
We hear you.
Coming in. Yep.
I thought I disconnected. There's new people in here. They were. Robert Luscombe's a Glover. What do you got to say today, Robert? Anything?
Say that again.
What's on your mind? What do you think about this conversation about electromagnetism or whatever you want to say? Andy's robot. Is it just me?
Yeah, robot.
He is or I am?
He is. You're actually coming through clearer than I've ever heard you, Dave.
It's because I'm not mobile at the moment. It makes me my humble abode, looking at one of my cats.
Nice. Well, good to hear you in a clear manner.
Thank you. We couldn't hear you, Robert. So if you want to say something, go ahead when you get connected. I'll shut up. Y'all were having an interesting conversation. Is everybody just pondering or everybody's got stuff to do?
Yeah, it's a little bit of both for me.
Yeah, I was just listening while watering the garden.
Well, from a 59-year-old guy who don't know a whole lot, I know one thing about what is the source of energy, the sun. So if we could ever figure out some stuff about that and go from there, none of us would be here if that sun wasn't up in the sky, right? Anyway.
But you're right. None of us would be here if the system wasn't exactly designed for us.
But yeah, Drace, we're in the Goldilocks zone. We just happen to be on that one little speck of a planet that had perfect conditions to support life. You agree, right? Sure.
Yeah, it's just through pure coincidence and violations of natural laws. Yeah.
How could they have all these fallacious arguments that they do have for the globe, and yet still have this opposition to us being like important or the center of everything? But yet they call this special place. They call it a special place, the Goldilocks zone. Like, what the hell? They have to make a freaking cartoon reference. Or yeah.
Instead of being fascinated with American culture.
Yeah, that's why they had to put us in a expanding, endless, infinite galaxy of nothingness, right? That's where you live.
Any fucking thing? Are you?
They always speak out both sides of their face, so it's hard to take them on face value.
Hello? Am I?
You're a little low, Helio.
Helio, you there? You're hot micing, I think. He disconnected. Did somebody disconnect him or did he do it himself? Am I still here?
I think he did it himself.
Okay, go ahead, Drace.
Yeah, I don't remember what I was talking about before Helio started talking.
You live in the middle of expanding nothing. How do you feel about that?
Well, I would first have to see any proof of that. If I lived in an expanding container, all the gas would continually get thinner and thinner until I would not be able to live.
But nothing exploded, creating something, and all that something is constantly expanding, and that checks out to 90% of the population. That's a problem.
Yeah, it doesn't check out to me. Like, what is expanding and into what? Like, was reality the container for everything, and then the explosion, like, destroyed that container? Like, what is it expanding into?
It's a legit story if you really don't think about it, if you critically think about it, you know.
Essentially, they claim that in the beginning, everything was collected into a single point inside an absolute container, or all of reality was stuck to the surface of this ball. So there's no way for it to explode or expand in any way, but they just ask for this miracle, and sure, you give them the miracle that everything can explode even though it's absolutely fucking contained. And then you imagine that, and everything explodes outwards. That never happens again. And suddenly, all this stuff that wasn't solid or liquids or gas, there were no laws while it was in this center point. But after the explosion, the matter itself decided to form into different matter and create all known chemicals or elements, and then it decided to start to coalesce from very thin gas into balls, even though gas doesn't actually attract gas, and that whole idea just doesn't work.
Yeah,
But we just have to give them that other miracle, which is the son of the other first miracle, and he rules us now, the sun, with his mighty gravitational powers, who holds everything together.
Yeah, all that checks out. Sounds legit to me, man. Go ahead.
It's just a religion. They have the father who exploded everything, and they have the son who attracts everything.
Well, Robert didn't make it back. I gotta get mobile, so I'll probably be broken mic games for the next little bit. So, if there's any new people here got something to say, feel free to speak up. Everybody have a good day. Make a difference in somebody's life today, positively.
named Bertha. She said she was a flat earther. On our way to the conference, I said, you know that's nonsense. She said, the shit's not nonsense, you don't even know, have you heard my silence? I said, what about science? And she said, science don't give me no love. I got talking to Linda. She was out on a bender, flicking through Tinder. I said, how's that working for you? She said, it's not working, it's regret and embarrassment lurking. But it's late and I'm lonely and hurting, and where else can I get me some love? Holding on for dear life. Always a bridesmaid, but never the bride. A billion tiny islands in the ocean. All these characters I dream, variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. I met a boy called Casper. He's a worldwide traveler, talking about ayahuasca as he stares into his pasta. He said, I probably shouldn't fly so much, probably shouldn't get high so much, but I'm a lonely hedonist and my therapist says I need to find ways to love myself. How could I forget Brian? Open the floodgates without even trying. I missed my stop on that train, cause I got a lot of time for a grown man crying. Well, he said she loves me and I love him and he loves she. Still spinning the bottle on the topmost shelf and looking for love like everyone else. Holding on for dear life. Always a bridesmaid but never the bride. A billion tiny islands in the ocean. All these characters I dream, variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. Holding on for dear life. 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 Like everyone 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 holding on for dear life. For dear like everyone else. For dear like everyone else. Like everyone.
Since you're listening to jams, this is my favorite song currently by Steve Grant and yeah, Alice Clay, Heidi D, and Diesel Automatic.
Round two, back again, another global movement, which I just think that in itself is just, that speaks in volumes, and that shows that people can get together, even if it is a trending thing or a social media thing or whatever it is, it's happening.
Get it started, it's the daily departed. I'm about to leave a mark on this earth, I won't be forgotten. I'm with my people, I'm taking action, I'm finished talking. I grit my teeth and I hit these streets and I get the marching. Yeah, hold up, wait a minute. How can you stand up for what you believe in? If you sitting, you gotta get up and get to going and get up in it. Cause once we have risen out of this prison, then there is no limits. Yeah, ain't the time for us to lay down big dreams. This ain't the Ides of March, this is Jan-Helm 15. Yeah, it's a 16, but we bound to power through it. All you gotta do is show up, don't worry about how you do it. And this music is to help grow seeds underneath us. No one can do it alone, each one is needed. With every revolutionary primary. We've come to beat them, and we do this all for you. Peace, love, and freedom. Rise up. All my people, are you with me now? Rise up. All my brothers and my sisters now. Rise up. Cause we all in this together now. Rise up. Everybody around the world, rise up. This is power to the people now. Rise up. And we calling all warriors. Rise up. Cause we all in this together now. Rise up. Everybody around the world, rise up.
Rise up, that spirit moving inside us. Hold strong when the COINTELPRO try to divide us with their left, right, black and white mass media hype. Meanwhile, they be keeping real issues out of sight, like the poison in our water, soil, sky, seeds, food. The daily assault upon me, her, him, you. The endless supply of lies and chemical-filled skies. We confront them with truth. They try and brush us aside, but we ain't budging. Me, Diesel, and Steve Grant, plus IDD and family. We truth hop champs, uplifting our fam, taking a strong stand, putting in the work. The situation of man's got our hands in the dirt and our eyes on the target. You could say we pulling weeds from the garden. Standing with my brothers cause our mothers getting raped. Time to put the violators in their place.
Rise up. All my people, are you with me now? Rise up. All my brothers and my sisters now. Rise up. Cause we all in this together now. Rise up. Everybody around the world, rise up. This is power to the people now. Rise up. And we calling all warriors. Rise up. Cause we all in this together now. Rise up. Everybody around the world, rise up.
Rose up, a God within the phoenix. I forgot about my freedom when the demons took Eden, and now I'm back, tribed out, no doubt. Make it a mission to maximize my vision in the name of ascension. To spreading riches like we're children frolicking under the sun. When the journey is done, reminisce on order to find. Let my soul into a body that didn't cooperate. So I exited the matrix and rewire my fate. They said it couldn't be done. Tried to hit me with curses. I'm a hippie gypsy wizard with a lyrical purpose. People hurting, people poverty stricken. They steady looking to a system that killed everyone off. Like we were victims, hearing crickets like David Wilcock. Get the beginning of his journey. Now you're learning and yearning for all his wisdom. Find your name is just a number. You live in a box. You best to turn a cold shoulder, my soldier, and rise up.
Rise up. All my people, are you with me now? Rise up. All my brothers and my sisters now. Rise up. Cause we all in this together now. Rise up. Everybody around the world, rise up. This is power to the people now. Rise up. And we calling all warriors. Rise up. Cause we all in this together now. Rise up. Everybody around the world, rise up.
On the mic and we rising up for the fight. Cause the time and the place is right. It's like lightning the way we strike. Hit them quick and fast. Listen as the microphone gets ripped in half. This the type of track to get you hyping up to kick some ass. Keep it peaceful though. Steve Grant and Diesel flow for the people, and we planting mental seeds so we can grow as a species of earthlings on this planet. The first things understanding we share this world we inhabit. We are not alone. The planet don't belong to us. What the heck is wrong with us? Everything will be gone because of us. If we don't change the way we live, if you say that you don't give a damn, then maybe you should think about the future generations. Yeah, the babies and the kids who will learn from our actions in the way that we get big. Rise up, all for one and one for all. We changing the way we live because we trying to evolve.
Rise up. All my people, are you with me now? Rise up. All my brothers and my sisters now. Rise up. Cause we all in this together now. Rise up. Everybody around the world, rise up. This is power to the people now. Rise up. And we calling all warriors. Rise up. Cause we all in this together now. Rise up. Everybody around the world, rise up.
Rise, you better rise up. Rise, you better rise up. Rise, you better rise up. All my brothers and my sisters, we gon' rise up.
Yeah, Buzz, I wasn't asking you the definition for the word mechanism. I was asking you to show me a citation or definition where a solar panel is called a mechanism or a machinery.
You're asking me to give you what?
Show me a citation or definition for a solar panel where it states that it is a mechanism or a machine.
Solar panels work on the mechanism of photovoltaics. It's a mechanism. A mechanism doesn't
No, it's
necessarily mean
not a
machine. It means a
mechanism.
process. A
Solar
mechanism.
panels are not mechanisms.
They're not a machine, but they work by
No, they are not machines. Yeah, correct.
Well, yeah, we agree they're not machines. But a mechanism doesn't just mean machine. It means a process, a natural process. Photosynthesis is a mechanism, but there isn't
Natural
necessarily.
process.
Yes. Read the second definition I just posted. Read the second definition.
That's for something else.
Read it out loud. That says mechanism, right? For example,
Yeah.
capitalism is a mechanism, is a financial mechanism, right? Democracy is a political mechanism. There's not machinery involved. A mechanism doesn't necessarily mean there's a machine. It means a process some sort of way in which things are done.
Yeah,
But it's not really worth you. What the fact you're arguing over this is just shows where we are really. I've put a couple of things up about and you're arguing about the word mechanism. Brilliant, you got me there.
Well, you were calling solar panel mechanisms.
No, I didn't say that. I said the process.
Yeah, you did.
I said no, I didn't. I said the mechanism by which a stream of photons is turned an electrical charge. You jumped to the conclusion. I said solar panels are a machine. That's what you do all the time. I said in my original quote, the mechanism by which a stream of photons is turned into an electrical charge. Didn't mention solar panels at all. Definitely didn't say solar panels are a machine. The reason that your mind races around like that and tries to find ways to contradict people is why you're in here in the first place.
I didn't listen to all that. So you were calling that Drace was suggesting a contradiction between a mechanism that converts a photon stream to an electrical charge. You are describing a solar panel and you are calling it a mechanism. That's my problem with you.
You're absolutely right there about that's one thing you are right about. It is your problem.
Well, have you studied mechanics? To call a solar panel a mechanism is like to call a Allen key a mechanism.
Nobody's gonna talk. I'm looking for music if there's a DJ here.
What do you want to listen to, Dave?
Good choice.
I see you with the liquor store, leaving with the cheapest kind of beer on the shelf. You ain't living on the street, but you're barely making rent, and I relate because I'm struggling myself. I see you smile at the clerk when you fumble through your purse. I just wish I had a little more to help. I imagine where you're living, how you feeling, what you love, and who you'll be if you can make it out your hell. I see you at the bus stop, looking at the sidewalk, smoking half a cigarette, waiting for a ride. Kinda limp when you walk and look away. When you talk, you're ashamed, I can see it in your eyes. Probably got a NASCAR shirt and a car that you love, but you're here cause you're too afraid to drive. It's been almost 10 years since the day that you crashed. Can't forget about the little boy's life. Everybody's got a story. If you look a little closer, you can see it in the wrinkles in their face. They can hide it in the silence, they can bury it and fight it, but it comes out when the hair is turning gray. You can feel it if you touch them, you can tell that they are troubled. You can hear the story running through their veins. We all travel different roads and we put on different clothes. Underneath it all, we're really all the same. We've all got problems and we all feel alone. We've all been haunted by the secrets we hold. We could fill our coffins with the rocks they have thrown, or we could build our castles with the sticks and the stones. We've all got problems and we all feel alone. We've all been haunted by the secrets we hold. We could fill our coffins with the rocks they have thrown, or we could build our castles with the sticks and the stones. I see you sitting on the front porch playing with a radio, looking to the sky. Probably living in that house all alone these days, trying to find a better way to pass time. Got a wheelchair ramp leading up to the door, I can see that you walk just fine. Probably hate it cause it isn't getting used anymore, and you only ever built it for your wife. Everywhere that I walk, see you on the sidewalk, begging for a little loose change for some dope. Probably got a mama and a papa spending everything they make, trying to clean you up enough to take you home. Used to have a good job, used to get good grades, used to have big dreams, and he lost hope. When your girlfriend died giving birth to your son, you're the father that'll probably never know. Everybody has a tale that they're too afraid to tell. You can see it in the cracks in their hands. They can cover it with smiles. If you walk a couple miles in their shoes, then you'll know where they stand. Everyone who really lived had to climb out of a ditch they were in before they found the right path. If you want to know the truth about what we've been going through, then try to put your phone away so you can ask. We've all got problems and we all feel alone. We've all been haunted by the secrets we hold. We could fill our coffins with the rocks they have thrown, or we could build our castles with the sticks and the stones. We've all got problems and we all feel alone. We've all been haunted by the secrets we hold. We could fill our coffins with the rocks they have thrown, or we could build our castles with the sticks and the stones. We are the neighbors that you'll never meet. We are the strangers walking down your street. We are a million faces in the crowd. We are the ones the system's tearing down. We are the people working to survive. We are more than just our 9 to 5s. We are the shopping malls and streetcars. We are one. It's time to tell them just who we are. We've all got problems and we all feel alone. We've all been haunted by the secrets we hold. We could fill our coffins with the rocks they have thrown, or we could build our castles with the sticks and the stones. We've all got problems and we all feel alone. We've all been haunted by the secrets we hold. We could fill our coffins with the rocks they have thrown, or we could build our castles with the sticks and the stones. We've all got problems and we all feel alone. We've all been haunted by the secrets we hold. We could fill our coffins with the rocks they have thrown, or we could build our castles with the sticks and the stones.
Interesting. Go on. Tell me more.
What's up? I kind of quiet.
Nothing.
while it's quiet, we can give someone out there maybe listening to my voice an opportunity to, as QE would say, provide one shred of scientific proof for the spinning ball space monkey religion, please.
Oh, hold on. There's definitely proof of the religion.
Oh yeah, that was poorly worded, maybe. You're right.
Although maybe not scientific proof.
So, if there's anybody new on here right now, it's a wonderful time to strike up the convo. Or not. Your choice. I got nothing. I got probably a dead mic because I'm mobile in a poor coverage area. So,
I can hear you, bro.
see, I told you my mic wasn't working.
That's working just fine.
Oh, I thought you said you couldn't hear me. Well, that won't last long.
No, I can hear you. It's fine.
What do you got, Flatter Day? Give us the subject.
Subject to a nun fest.
That is related.
Oh, the
Hopefully.
real ID with a star in the top right corner. The real ID. Get it while it's hot. Yeah, I won't even accept any ID except a real ID. I don't want no fake ID.
Hey, if my mic's still working, we got D to the V and old school dude back for more. Maybe he's got something to say. What you got, D to the V?
D to the V.
Well, he has the right to remain silent and apparently the ability to do so also. Back to you, Flutter Day.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the moderate resolution imaging spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command-Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me hated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I'm taking. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the glow model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Humans, for the most part, don't have a clue. They don't want one or need one either. They're happy. They think they have a good bead on things.
Well, why the big secret? People are smart. They can handle it.
A person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and you know it. 1,500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat. And 15 minutes ago, you knew that people were alone on this planet. Imagine what you'll know tomorrow.
Captain thinks the world is around, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
My dad once told me the world was flat. Where I'm looking, son, he said, where I'm looking, the world is flat. I believed him. I still do. That's a fucking bull. Now, before you start, I don't give a fuck about outer space or the view from up there.
There was a very hot, sizzling hot topic from over the weekend. It was Kyrie Irving sharing his thoughts on Earth.
Kyrie is my little brother. He's my all-star point guard, superstar point guard, and if he decides he wants to say the Earth was flat, then so be it. So he's an interesting guy, man. And, he believes it. So Kyrie, the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So whatever.
That's news.
That's news. There we go.
No, the Earth is flat. Oh, here we go. The Earth is flat. There's no concrete information except for the information that they're giving us. They're particularly putting you in a direction of what to believe and what not to believe.
Is this like a long troll game? Are we being trolled?
I don't think we're being trolled because if you want to talk about anything that's scientific, two things must be met. Two underlining materials and variables are, is it reliable and is it valid? I just got off of a flight from Connecticut seeing my daughter, and this is a reliable. She's doing good.
And let me guess, the plane went straight. So
let me just say this, Mama. So I heard Kyrie talking about it, and I said, let me do my own scientific experiment. Let me take a look out this window.
Nope.
At 36,000 feet, I saw the skyline. And you know what I didn't see? A round skyline. It was flat from the left. And I went on the other side of the plane, it was flat on the right. You know what? Kyrie done broke it down to y'all.
Alrighty. Next we have it's a flat Earth after all float. Oh, this is a good one.
Oh, wow.
This float celebrates flat Earth theory that is spreading ironically around the world. What do you think the Earth is flat, Snoop? What do you think?
It's a flat world after all.
How you doing?
I'm doing fine.
That was a joke about the world being flat, right?
Was it? I bought a bus a couple summers ago. So when I drive from Florida to California, it seems flat to me.
I see. Okay.
So you ever been in a flight and you get ready to land and you pull up the window and you look?
Yeah.
It seems flat, right?
Well,
it seems flat to me.
I see. Okay.
Kind of, well, Dad and my dad took a job at United Airlines, but tell you what, your jobs aren't just going over there, sailor. Some of us are coming over here. The world is flat like a son of a bitch.
You're giving us a lot to process here.
What?
Right before your surgery, I asked if you had packed your cell phone, and you said, which one?
When? Skylar, I was medicated. I mean, I could have said the world was flat.
You know what I think? I think you accidentally told the truth.
Well, you may have seen it on your way to work or school or just driving around. A new billboard has some people thinking about the Earth.
And asking the question, could the Earth be flat? Greg Argos is here with more on the movement that is taking on centuries of scientific research.
Yes.
Greg?
It really is, guys. And Yuki, this was just unveiled just yesterday, in fact. This billboard, a digital billboard unveiled yesterday, and it's calling into question a theory most of us have accepted, that the Earth, of course, is round. But those behind this billboard say, well, we've all been tricked.
Drivers heading eastbound on the Schuylkill already battle some serious traffic. But now there's another distraction slowing them down, and it's just 100 feet above their heads. Sandwiched between two insurance ads is this bold 3-word billboard, Research Flat Earth. And for at least the next week, this ad will be blocking drivers' attention.
So Neil, you're not a climate scientist, but you're a very distinguished scientist and astrophysicist. What do you think about when people say, look, this is not settled science, there are still questions?
How do we know the Earth is not flat?
We don't. It's flat.
Our factories, cars, trains, and planes, and electric power plants almost all run on fuel made of ancient living things. Coal, oil, and natural gas, and they contain carbon. And when they burn, they produce carbon dioxide, which chemists like you call CO2. And carbon dioxide has a remarkable property. As light from the sun goes through the Earth's atmosphere, it passes right by CO2 molecules. When sunlight reaches the surface, it warms the soil, the seas, and the plants. And some of that warmth returns as heat energy. You've probably heard that we call CO2 a greenhouse gas. It's not a perfect nickname, but here's where the expression comes from. When I point this small and happy infrared camera at my hand glows with infrared light. But then watch what happens as I dip it into this glass aquarium. Like, dude, my fingers are like totally cut off. It turns out that glass blocks infrared light. It's one of the ways that greenhouses work. The glass lets light through, but prevents a lot of the heat, the infrared, from escaping. The carbon dioxide in the atmosphere does the same thing. But Bill, there is no big glass dome over the Earth.
Let's open up our world. You know what? I don't want to open up our world. I want to close our world. Build a dome over it.
If you don't want to meet any new people, why'd you agree to go out with them?
Because Carrie can't know about the dome.
The pitcher, steroid Santa Claus, kicks and deals. It's a long fly ball going back. And the ball shatters the sky, bringing the ocean itself down into the stadium. Oh, Simpson just broke this dream's reality wide open.
What does gravity look like? Gravity is something we can't see. But we know it's a great invisible force that keeps us all here on Earth. It's a natural force that keeps us all from flying off into space. We were always told that the world is flat.
You were told right. Don't listen to her.
Why are you so sure they're coming here?
Well, because mosquitoes, these kind of mosquitoes are here in the United States. And we now know that these mosquitoes can get Zika virus very easily from biting somebody. And the world is flat, right? The World Cup hit a Zika.
So if in fact somebody comes here and has the Zika virus and a mosquito bites them, then that mosquito can spread it anywhere.
Exactly. One can lead to thousands.
What about the Summer Games, the Olympic Games, and the possibility there you have people from all around the world going to a place where they could contact Zika and then returning, spreading back out around the world with Zika contamination?
It's a public health nightmare. And so I think when we all look at this, we have to learn from it. Zika will be the first of many viruses over the years because the world is flat.
Dr. David Agus, good to see you here. Thank you so much.
One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go. One thing I really want your generation to embrace is that the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
What's going on in here? Wake up, people.
Do better than this. This is Mother Nature. You cannot beat diffraction. On your retina, When you look at a light source, the image on your retina will look like this. Will look exactly what you saw there. That is what your retina will see. And if those two lights are too close together, your brains will say, sorry, I don't see two lights.
I've been looking into the topic of this video for a while, and I really wanted to introduce the concepts of angular resolution, visual acuity, and diffraction as they apply to the horizon, so that these laws of physics, light, resolution, and perspective can be taken into account and hopefully further developed in order to better understand our Earth, and also to help dispel some of the tired old myths of ships and buildings disappearing over the edge of a ball Earth. Now, mainstream science teaches us that the horizon is the edge of a ball Earth as it curves away from us, because ships disappear bottom first when they sail over this edge. What's funny to me is that their argument of ships going over a ball Earth is just as silly as falling off the edge of a flat Earth. It is a very childish argument, especially in today's world where we can pull objects back into view with a telescope or zoom camera, not to mention the fact that if you ascend in altitude, you can clearly see that a ship or building is not over the curve of a ball. It was simply out of your view due to perspective and the angles of light propagation when you're at a lower elevation. From a higher vantage point, your eyes can clearly see that the water or land is completely flat. There is no curve or edge that boats are sailing over. Again, it is a silly assertion, yet it is one of the main pillars of the ball Earth theory. In this video, I will introduce the concepts of angular resolution with a basic explanation, and then I will show another short clip of MIT professor Dr. Walter Lewin in his Physics 3 course, where he teaches these recognized laws of physics that we can test and observe. This is basically judo, where we are using their own scientific admissions to form a logical explanation of why we observe what we observe, and this in stark contrast to how groups such as NASA interpret the same observations. The survival of the ball Earth theory necessarily relies on NASA images and other space claims. Otherwise, their theory has only silly stories such as a spinning, orbiting ball Earth and non-existent curvature, or the direction of toilets flushing and boats going over the edge of a ball, none of which is observed by the average individual. So to begin, what is angular resolution? Angular resolution describes the ability of any image-forming device, such as a telescope, microscope, camera, or the human eye, to distinguish small details of an object. It is the minimum angle needed so that an instrument can discern resolvable detail, and it represents the resolving power and precision of optical instruments, which includes the eye. This angle is created at the eye or the lens, and it is based on the diameter of an object and that object's distance from the observer or the device. This angle determines the size of the image that is projected onto the retina. So once an angle is small enough that it reaches the angular resolution limit, no image can be resolved on the retina, and basically the object disappears. The formula to find the angular resolution of the human eye, or any image-forming device, is the constant of 1.22 times the wavelength of light divided by the diameter of the lens aperture or entrance pupil. Once you figure out the angular resolution of, say, the human eye, you can large how far away an object must be for you to be able to resolve it. In other words, for you to be able to see it. This is the limit of eyesight, or the resolving power of a telescope, camera, or microscope. Anything beyond this limit cannot be seen. A shorter distance and larger diameter of an object equal a larger angle at your eye, thus easy to resolve. A longer distance and smaller diameter of an object equal a smaller angle, thus difficult for your eye to resolve. The size of the angle is also what gives us perspective. Objects do not physically shrink in size as they move away from us, but the angle in our eye gets smaller and smaller, which is what allows us to determine that it is moving further and further away. For objects coming toward us, the angle will get larger and the object will appear to be larger on the retina. This is an important part of perspective. This is how we distinguish objects moving away versus coming toward us. The angles also help us determine the size or distance of any given object. Visual acuity is another closely related term that means clarity of vision or the limit of one's eyesight, and it is a measurement of the angular resolution of the eye or the device. The generally accepted value for the angular resolution limit or visual acuity of the human eye is about 1 arc minute, which equals 0.02 degree. This means that at a distance of 1 kilometer, the human eye can resolve an object that is about 30 to 60 centimeters in diameter. Beyond this, the angle formed in the observer's eye gets smaller than 1 arc minute, and the object will blur and then finally disappear altogether. And here is another quick explanation of angular resolution by MIT professor Dr. Walter Lewin.
So in the remaining 5 minutes, I want to address the issue of the angular resolution of your own eye. You can now calculate what the ultimate angular resolution is of your own eye, because you can estimate what the diameter is of the pupil, the opening of your eye. 3 millimeters, maybe 5 millimeters, a little bit larger at night when it is dark. Pupil opens up, but we can calculate what this is. If I take 4 millimeters, so I put in for A 4 millimeters, and if I take lambda 5,000 angstroms, it's not an unreasonable value, then I find that the best angular resolution of a human eye is half an arc minute. Cannot be any better. There's just no way around it. You're always stuck with the diffraction limitation. I think, though, that most of you will not be able to see with an angular resolution of 1/2 arc minute. Most of you are probably in the domain of 1 arc minute. It's a little larger than diffraction limited, but it's very close to that. That is 30 arc seconds. That is 600 times worse than Hubble Space Telescope. When you think of diffraction, it's really an incredibly fascinating thing. Because what does diffraction actually means? That it is a limitation that is put upon us, on everyone, also God. No one can bypass diffraction. No matter how hard we try, we can never undo our chains and handcuffs that are imposed upon us by diffraction.
And he's definitely not a flat earther. He obviously believes in the Hubble telescope. The main reason I want to introduce these concepts is to demonstrate with logic that there are scientifically proven and verifiable factors that determine how far we can see with our own eyes and with telescopes. Angular resolution equations are used by NASA, astronomers, and scientists to determine the resolving power of the human eye, cameras, microscopes, and telescopes, including the Hubble Space Telescope. So when people say, if the Earth was flat, then we should be able to see Europe across the ocean, there are scientifically proven laws of light, diffraction, resolution, and perspective that render this statement foolish. Due to the resolving power of our eyes and even the most powerful telescopes, we could never possibly see across an ocean that is thousands of miles in distance. It is impossible due to the laws of physics, due to the physics of the angles, not to mention the additional limitations of diffraction. Again, it is a silly statement that we should be able to see across the ocean if the Earth were flat. However, the mistaken or disingenuous conclusion put forth by the so-called scientific community, in spite of these scientifically proven and accepted limitations on light propagation and resolution, is that the reason we can't see across the ocean is because we live on a spinning ball. Do you see the trick that they're playing? It's like telling little children that a guy on a sleigh in the North Pole brings them presents on Christmas. It sounds outlandish even to children, but they don't know any better, and they don't actually see the parents leaving the presents, and they are given this story by the authority, so they believe it. In our case, we have a knowledge gap, an unknown, because we can't see across the ocean, or we see ships and buildings disappear bottom first as they get further away, so we look to supposedly qualified authorities to study these issues for us and provide reliable explanations. For hundreds of years, the scientific authorities, now the space agencies, have both knowingly and unknowingly filled this gap with their own cleverly constructed explanations, and most people just accept their models without researching or using reason and logic. If people did think about the issues critically and logically, they would see that the authority is giving us beautifully wrapped presents and putting out cookies for their fictional Santa Claus. In this case, a spinning ball Earth. One way they fill this gap is to use the angular distance of a sky object to invent their model. The angular diameter, or apparent size, is an angular measurement describing how large an object appears from a given point of view. For example, this involves looking at the sky and determining that the sun and moon have an angular diameter of about 31 or 32 arc minutes, which equals a half of a degree. So this is the angle created in our eye or in a telescope, which means that the sun and the moon can be around 31 miles in diameter and 3,500 miles up, or, as the authorities claim, the moon can be 2,159 miles in diameter and 237,000 miles away. And they claim the sun is 864,575 miles in diameter and 93 million miles away. You see, both measurements are correct based on the angle we see from Earth. Knowing the angular diameter or apparent size of a celestial body, we can easily invent a model using trigonometry. We could say the sun is 500 miles in diameter and 57,000 miles away, or maybe it is only 5 miles in diameter and 500 miles up. Or, if we wanted to get really crazy, we could invent a sun that is 2 million miles in diameter and 229 million miles away. Of course, if we did that, we would then have to adjust all of the diameters and orbital speeds of the planets and distances, but this should give you an idea of how they have constructed their model, because they are all built on apparent sizes, the angular diameter of lights in the sky visible from Earth. So, relationally, the math works out. They then construct their universe model around these angles, filling in and changing the numbers as needed to fit their assumptions. This is why the spins and orbits are so ridiculous, yet mathematically they work out because it's all based on the angles. And this is also the reason why they changed the distance of the sun over the years to fit their model. This assertion of boats going over the edge of a ball Earth is silly. Check out this footage from a channel called Wide Awake. This guy filmed some great sky and horizon shots showing that objects can be brought back into view, and more importantly, his shots also demonstrate diffraction and the resolution limit of these objects at those distances and at those angles. As you can see in his footage, the boats, once they are close enough to resolve, appear like little smudges, and they also appear to be floating above the horizon. The boats are not mirages floating in the air, although there is an inferior mirage that appears inverted below the actual boats in his footage. To prove this, he actually tracks them all the way in, And the closer a boat gets, the more resolved it becomes, and the more detail you can see. This is a perfect illustration of visual acuity and the angular resolution of the camera, which is obviously better than our eyes, but the principle is the same. And again, if you increase your altitude, say to the top of a hotel or in an airplane or on a mountain, you create better angles and you can of course see further, but even there you will eventually reach a resolution limit. It is unavoidable, but it is not an edge that Santa Claus is falling over. Look at the water in his shots. Some would call the resolved water line the horizon, but you can clearly see boats fully in the water beyond the resolved water line. You can even barely make out the water being sprayed up from the motor. The surface of the water extends beyond the resolved water line, but it is too far and at too sharp of an angle for the camera or your eye to completely resolve. There's also a lot of diffraction going on due to this angle and the light or atmospheric conditions. Therefore, you get a blurred section that reflects the sky and the boat as an inferior mirage. Again, this happens beyond a point where the eye or camera can no longer clearly resolve the water due to the angle and diffraction. It is where your eye or camera can no longer distinguish points of light. The image blurs and turns into a mirror under certain conditions. Look at the shimmering and changing edges of the top of the water line as the camera resolves it at its maximum distance. Beyond this distance, the water is at too small of an angle to resolve any detail. At this point, it does exactly what a road will do on a hot day. It reflects the light waves like a mirror because the eye or camera can more easily resolve these reflected light rays than they can the actual surface of the road or water. On the ground or on the water, you can see the inferior mirage or reflection of the boats and cars. Some people will claim that the boat itself is a superior mirage and that the actual boat is over the edge of a ball. This is silly for two reasons. Number one, a superior mirage is inverted, and number two, in this footage, he tracks these boats the entire way in, so you can verify with your own eyes how a boat will barely come into view as a small blur, and then as it gets closer and closer, the angles get larger and your eye can then resolve more and more detail. This is observable, repeatable, apparent, and can be verified by anyone, unlike NASA's theories, of course, that nobody can verify unless they can build a little rocket ship. Finally, I would like to discuss the issue of boats or buildings being cut off by the horizon line over water, which many people falsely attribute to the object being over the edge of a ball Earth. Again, I would start by saying that it is easy to debunk this simply by increasing your altitude. If there were a massive drop in curvature obscuring the boat or building, this would be apparent from higher up. Our eyes are not that bad. We can clearly distinguish slopes and hills in the distance, and when you increase your altitude, you can clearly see that the target object lies on the same flat plane as the original observation point. It is simply a function of perspective, angular resolution, and diffraction. When you stand on the seashore, you can see a horizon line, which is basically the limit of your ability to resolve the water, because at a certain distance the angle becomes too small and diffraction also plays a part. Above this waterline horizon will be everything that your eye can resolve above your eye level. For example, from the beach I can see about 3 to 4 miles of the water's surface, which in my field of view extends from my feet up to my eye level, and it represents my horizon and the limit of my sight up to my eye level. Now, there are hotels located about 18 miles away in this picture, and these hotels are above my horizon line, yet appear to be cut off by the horizon. Not because they are over the edge of a ball, This is simply the point where they fit in due to perspective, where objects that are closer are in front of objects that are further away, which is also a function of diffraction and angular resolution. I cannot resolve the hotels any lower because the angle is too small. If I could resolve the hotels lower, then logically I would be able to resolve more of the surface of the water at a greater distance. But we know this is not possible due to the laws of physics. However, if I were to go up in an airplane, I would be able to see the entire distance from the beach to the hotel, and I could also see that it is flat as a pancake. The hotel is not obscured by the edge of a magic ball. It is simply perspective and angle of view. The limit of what I can see above and below my eye level converge at what we call the horizon line or vanishing point. So check out this little experiment I did. In order to simulate the size and distance of that hotel, I took a small glass bottle and put it on the road and then filmed from ground level. Now the hotel is about 18 stories, which equals about 180 to 200 feet. I used 250 feet just to be conservative and to give it some room above the actual water line, and the distance is 17.5 miles. The glass bottle is 3.5 inches, so that meant that I would have to put it at a distance of about 107 feet to get the same ratio. Now when I started filming, I was standing up and I could zoom in on the bottle, the entire bottle, top to bottom, and then I pan out, I take the camera and I place it on the ground, and even on the ground it's actually conservative because the lens of the camera is still about 1 inch to 1.5 inches above the ground, so this is a conservative experiment. And when I zoom in, you can see now that the angle of resolution is just too small, and combined with the diffraction, you cannot make out the bottom of the bottle. It disappears. It is cut off, and that is exactly what you're seeing in those pictures and videos where buildings or boats are cut off at the bottom. Your eye cannot resolve the detail of the surface of the ground or the bottom of that bottle. It's just too sharp of an angle. And you can even actually see beyond the bottle where the road is again the same color, because your eye can resolve that a little bit better because it makes a curve and it's a little bit, the angle's a little bit better on the road beyond where the bottle is. So that's a pretty interesting little experiment and shows you the effect of diffraction and angular resolution. And again, even on the ground, the lens of the camera is about 1 inch or 1.5 inches off the ground, which when you compare that to the bottle, that is almost half of the bottle. So that would probably equal an observer that is about 100 or 150 feet in the air filming the hotel in New Smyrna. So if I was actually on the ground with the camera, I'm sure that the diffraction would probably cover almost the entire bottle, if not half the bottle, and it would look exactly like the water line covering these hotels or these boats. But you can see the principle. It's verifiable and it's repeatable, so it's an explanation. We don't have to use the Santa Claus falling over the edge of a ball to explain what we see. If I'm standing on the beach at sea level, then obviously my field of view from my feet to the horizon will be much shorter due to the angle. Again, about 3 miles from the beach is approximately the limit for a 6-foot tall individual. Yet the distance of my field of view above the horizon will be much greater due to the angles. Therefore I can see most of a hotel 18 miles away, but again not the bottom of the hotel due to the angular resolution and the angle of perspective. The same principle applies to a sunset or a sunrise. The waterline horizon at the beach is about 3 to 4 miles out. Yet the sun is thousands of miles out when it disappears due to the limit of angular resolution and light propagation. We can see the sun at a much further distance because it is so large and high in the sky. But just like anything else, once it gets far enough away from the observer, the angle becomes so small that it will disappear, the furthest edge first, appearing to go down behind the water. This is what you would expect to see based on perspective. Something closer will appear in front of something farther away. This does not mean it is due to a spinning ball Earth. It simply vanishes at the waterline horizon due to perspective. Even the sun is subject to the laws of perspective, angular resolution, and diffraction. With a sunrise, it is the opposite. We see the top of the sun first because it is approaching us. Therefore, the side that is coming toward us is the first section of the sun to come into our field of view due to angular resolution. And again, due to the laws of perspective, the sun will always appear to be behind the much closer waterline. Some will say that it is due to the spin of the ball that you live on, but I think perspective makes more sense, and the sun is simply coming into our field of view due to, again, angular resolution. The problem that truth seekers or flat earthers face when trying to expose lies and deceptions is that most people put their own brains on sleep mode, and they put their trust in the so-called scientific authorities to investigate and explain the reasons for phenomena that we observe from Earth. This is not to say that the scientific community is purposely promoting an incorrect model. What is happening is that everyone is so specialized that they only see a small portion of the big picture. We are basically compartmentalized due to the level of sophistication of technology and our economy. People are also conditioned from kindergarten and throughout school to conform, to obey, and repeat government-sanctioned science. People are conditioned to treat any questioning of the spinning ball Earth as idiotic and primitive. If you mention flat Earth, the reaction is guaranteed to be ridicule, laughter, or even anger at the stupidity of such a statement. No one likes to be wrong, and no one likes to be ridiculed, so there's not much straying from the herd in today's world. I personally believe there's a lot of compelling evidence that calls into question the scientifically accepted model brought to us by the politically created agency of NASA. If everything is exactly how space agencies and government scientists tell us, then we are going to need much more and reliable proof other than CGI images and silly old stories. It is amazing how academia conveniently forgets the debates that used to rage about the rotundity of the Earth, and not by idiots, by learned men and women. So, in closing, I just want to reiterate that there are other alternatives to the theories that were taught to us as fact by space agencies and the political scientific authorities. There are logical and scientifically accepted laws of physics such as angular resolution, diffraction, and perspective, which can be applied in this pursuit. You don't need to be a math genius or have a PhD in physics to understand that there are physical limitations on our ability to see, even with telescopes and cameras. We need to have faith in our own ability to think and use logic and reason. Otherwise, there are many opportunistic groups of individuals who will step in and do the thinking for us. And these groups may not always have our best interests at heart. In fact, they will take advantage and control those who cannot or will not think for themselves. This, I believe, is the modern-day manifestation of slavery, where most people no longer think like humans, they simply repeat and react. Thanks so much for watching, guys. Hey guys, today I want to talk about the awesome fact that our eyes are actually mini gyroscopes, or more specifically, our own built-in attitude indicators, just like on an airplane. Our eyes work in conjunction with the horizon, which is rendered by each person's eyes depending on his or her height and altitude. The horizon rendered by our eyes acts just like the horizon reference arm of a plane's attitude indicator, also known as the artificial horizon. Now this also demonstrates that our eyes are built for a flat plane only. The functionality of our eyes and the fact that they always render the horizon at our eye level is what allows us to see using perspective, to distinguish up from down, a gradient that is sloping downward or sloping upward, near from far, and truly proves that we do not live on a ball. Now, when you turn your head sideways, the orientation of the object you're looking at does not change. This doesn't happen when you record a video sideways with a camera. In fact, that's very annoying. So why do your eyes do that? Well, it's because your eyeballs are mini gyroscopes. They do not turn with your head. They work just like a plane's gyroscope, but better. You can check this out in the mirror. Stare at a distinctive point in your eye or the iris, and then turn your head slowly, and you'll see that iris or your eyeball, it doesn't turn. Its orientation remains intact. So this is, I find this to be very cool. And the next essential feature of our gyroscopic eyeball is what it renders for us, the horizon. The horizon just doesn't exist out there. Our eyes render it for us. And it's the same feature as the artificial horizon line on the attitude indicator instrument of an airplane. So again, what is a horizon? A horizon is the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet, to converge. And it's the convergence point of things below and things above into the vanishing point, or the point at which receding parallel lines viewed in perspective appear to converge. The point at which something that has been growing smaller as it gets further away, it disappears altogether. This is due to the limits of our eyesight. It's a creation of our eyes. If we could see forever, we wouldn't have the horizon line. But then again, without the horizon line, we would not be able to distinguish between items that are above us or below us, or taller than us or shorter than us in a distance. You've all seen the telephone poles in a distance. They will always, if it's taller than you where you're standing, they'll be above that horizon line, your eye level line, in a drawing or anything. And just a linguistic note, this is very interesting. The origin of the word horizon, which we never think about, but if you think about it, it means horizontal or level. And the concept of level or horizontal is very important in this discussion. For instance, in Arabic, horizon is وفق المرء العقلي. It has literally, word for word, the meaning of that is level, man, mental. You know, it's almost like our internal mental leveling instrument. It's pretty cool. In Hebrew, the word for horizon also means level. I can't pronounce it, but there it is. And again, you just realize that the ancients devised the word horizon because it is level, flat. In any language, horizon is going to mean horizontal or level. The horizon that our eyes render is our level. We have a built-in level. I find that fascinating. So to move on, the horizon, it gives us our relativity. Just like the airplane's attitude indicator, it contains the horizon reference arm. Our gyroscopic eye works using the horizon that it renders for us to act as our attitude indicator. And again, the horizon for us is the level marker or artificial horizon on a plane's attitude indicator. Our eyes also create the horizon further out if we ascend in elevation, but necessarily still at eye level. If we go up in a lighthouse, our eyes will be able to see further, maybe 10 miles, 20 miles further, and they'll render that horizon at a greater distance, yet it's always going to be at our eye level. It's level. Our eyes create our horizon, which will be different for people depending on their height. If you're 4 foot tall, your horizon in your eye is going to be a different distance than someone who is 7 foot tall. But in all cases, the horizon is at each person's eye level, without fail, always. It's how we see using perspective. We need it. Like I said, our eyesight is based on perspective. So how do our eyes create perspective? Well, using our eyes as attitude indicators, our eyes render the stabilizing horizon line, and this allows us to determine whether something is above or below us, taller than us, or shorter than us. This is how we determine if a staircase is going down or if it's going up. It seems obvious and redundant, I know, but it is essential that we establish these facts when we ponder how ridiculous it is to claim that an ever-descending landscape would ever rise to our eye level. You know, just picture yourself standing on top of the ball Earth. It's impossible, you know, for our eyes to function that way. We would not be able to distinguish between a flat, level plane and one that is descending away from us, because we just wouldn't be able to distinguish. That's not how our eyes work. We work based on the concept of level, horizon. Now, depth perception, that's another part of perspective. Objects in a distance will be smaller in size. It's with the amazing design of our eyesight. If I'm 6 foot tall and standing on a flat plane looking toward the horizon, any other individual who's 6 foot tall will always be at my eye level. If he's right in front of me, he's at my eye level. 10 feet away, he's at my eye level. 50 feet, you know, a mile, 2 miles away, he's going to be at my eye level. That horizon level in a perspective drawing, that's that straight line across the page. No matter how close or how far away he is, if he's my height, he's going to be on, his eyeballs are going to be on that line. And now, say a man who's 4 foot tall, well, he's going to be slightly below that line. No matter how close or how far away he is, he's going to be below that line. And a 9 foot giant, well, he's going to always be above that line. If he's right next to me, he's going to be way above that line. If he's way off in the distance, his eyes are going to be above that line. This is the beauty of how our eyes work. And this is also impossible on a ball Earth. We're designed to live on a flat plane. So this is also how we're able to determine if we're walking toward a hill or a slope. You know, you don't want to fall down a hill. You know, our eyes are designed so we don't fall down too many hills or too many staircases. You know, descending grades will never rise to our eye level unless they make it to a flat plane, and then the flat plane extends off into the distance. And then that horizon will rise to your eye level because you're based on a flat plane. This is how perspective works. In these photos, our eyes can distinguish between the downward gradients and the level sections. And like I said, the only reason the horizon rises to our eye level is because, you know, we are on top of a level plane. Whether you're on, you know, a hill or a valley, everything is built on the same level plane. So it will rise to your eye level. If it was on a ball, it would be impossible. No matter where you are or what elevation you're at on a ball Earth, the underlying base structure is a ball or a spheroid or a pear, which would necessarily descend away from you in all directions. Therefore, the horizon could never come to your eye level. If it did, it would be a crazy, confusing world like M.C. Escher drawings. You would not be able to properly distinguish between downward gradients, level sections, or upward gradients. Thank goodness our eyes allow us to distinguish between gradients and perceive depths. Otherwise, our lives would be one giant slam session, just like in skateboarding. And I know what that pain feels like. So, you know, perspective. It's awesome. It allows us to perceive distances. Objects get smaller as they move further away from us. And elevation, the horizon line being the leveling line. Anything below is lower than us. Anything above is above your eye level. This is the leveling feature of our eyeballs. On a ball Earth, the horizon would never be at eye level, because in reality, it's always sloping downward. Why would your eye render it up at eye level? Just think of it, eye level, level. A ball Earth is always descending away. It would be deceptive. It's just not going to work. We'd be so confused. We would think we live, you know, like I said, we'd be living in an M.C. Escher world. It'd be beyond belief. So I'm sorry. Our eyes just do not work on a ball Earth. And another thing I ponder as well, in true zero gravity, if such a thing even existed, how in the world would our eyes work? Because, you know, what would be the orientation to keep the eyeball, the iris, always coming back to the same orientation or remaining in a given orientation? And we can't replicate this because in zero-G planes, for instance, you're actually just falling. You know, the orientation of the eyeball is the same as on the ground. You know, the buoyancy and pressure, if you want to call it gravity, well, I'll let you call it gravity for now, but whatever. It's still keeping the horizontal orientation of your eyeball in check, even on a zero-G plane and you're flipping around. But in magical deep space land, you know, what would give your eyeball orientation? It's kind of sickening to think about that, but you know, you'd be twirling around in circles. What would orient your eyeball? I don't know. It's pink unicorn land, but maybe somebody else can speak to that. But again, we all, I think, pretty much understand you can't trust NASA, so I don't think it's ever even, I don't think it exists. I don't think zero-G exists. So your eyeball wouldn't even function in zero-G, you know, and without buoyancy and pressure, or if you want to call it gravity, but I don't think there even is such a thing as no gravity. Your eye wouldn't function. You would have no way to orient yourself. Your eyeball would spin in all different directions, perhaps, or you would turn and you would look like the camera. When you take a video and you turn that camera, it's so annoying, the picture just spins around. Well, in zero-G, maybe your eyeball would just lock into the socket, and as you turned, everything would just always constantly spin. It would be sickening. And the ISS, they'd all just be puking the whole time. So, and we know they don't clean it. We never see them cleaning it. So, anyways, I know I got off on a tangent there, but I hope you find this as interesting as I do. Maybe it's old news to some of you, but I just kind of stumbled upon this. I just thought about it. I think it's amazing. But let me know if you have any comments. I'm sure that other people out there can maybe even go further with this and get more technical, make some, you know, other videos about it and how ridiculous the ball Earth is when you truly think logically about how our eyes work. So. Hey guys, how's it going? As a follow-up to my gyroscopic eye and angular resolution videos, I wanted to simplify and illustrate a few applications of perspective and angular resolution in order to better understand why and how we see the way that we do. Now, we know that our eyesight is based on perspective and that there is a limit to our vision. This is why we cannot see to infinity, and we definitely cannot see across the ocean. So first, I just wanted to quickly recap how images are displayed in your eye, how perspective is constructed in your eye or any image-forming device. The light waves come into your eye and form an image on your retina. And remember, the image is created upside down because that's how the light enters your eye, and the size of the image is a function of the size of the angle. Larger and closer objects will form bigger angles, and therefore the image on your retina is bigger. Smaller or further objects will form smaller angles, and therefore the image on your retina is smaller. These angles allow us to use depth perception, judge sizes of objects, and also determine whether objects are coming toward us or moving away from us. Once an object is too small or too far away, the angle will become so small that it will go beyond our ability to see it, to resolve it in our eyes. And this is called going past the angular resolution limit of our eyesight. It's all about the angles. The angular resolution limit of human vision is about 1 arc minute, or 0.02 of a degree. And that 0.02 of a degree represents an angle. Once light comes in at a smaller angle, we cannot see it. The cells on our retina cannot resolve anything smaller than 0.02 of an angle. That is the absolute best we can do. That is the limit. We can do worse due to diffraction and other conditions, but never better. That is the physical limit of our eyesight due to the size of the cells on our retina and the size of our pupil. So I would like to start with perspective and how parallel objects seem to converge at the vanishing point or the horizon. We always throw around the word perspective, but we never seem to break down exactly how it is formed by our vision. Take the example of railroad tracks. Now, we know that they are parallel, and they always remain parallel. So how and why does perspective make them appear to converge, to meet at the vanishing point? The why is easy. It allows us to perceive distances, depth, and sizes. And the how is easy to understand as well, but we never really think about it. I want to demonstrate how this occurs, and it is due to the angles. Again, it is truly all about the angles. So, how do our eyes render the convergence of the railroad tracks? And to understand this, we need to look at the railroad tracks from a different vantage point. Let's look at them from above this time, from a bird's eye view, so that we can learn exactly how the tracks seem to converge at a vanishing point. Here, we are looking at train tracks from above, and this object here is supposed to be an eyeball. Bear with me, this is just to illustrate the concept of the angles and how they render the convergence. And remember, we are looking down from above like a bird's eye view. From this view, we can see how the tracks are parallel, but in the eyes of the observer on the tracks, they would appear to converge at a vanishing point. So, as the observer gazes out over the tracks, they seem to converge in the distance. To illustrate how the angles are formed in the eye, let's draw lines from the trusses into the eye and examine the size of the angles. The close truss forms quite a large angle, which means that it will form a large image on the retina. Now, notice how the truss a little further away forms a smaller angle, and accordingly the image on our retina will be smaller. As we draw lines from the trusses that are even further, notice how the angles get smaller and smaller. The angle determines the size of the image on your retina. A very simple concept, yet we take it for granted. Look at the angles formed in your eye. The close trusses form larger angles, and therefore these trusses are rendered larger in your eye. The further trusses form smaller angles, and therefore they are rendered smaller and smaller, just like in the perspective drawings. When the angle gets so small that it is smaller than the limits of our eyesight, the truss or any object will disappear, will vanish at the vanishing point. So the bird's eye view allows us to see how the angles determine the size of objects in your vision. Now let's look at a side view, and this will allow us to see how the items are displayed in relation to the horizon. In this sideways picture, the dotted line represents eye level or the horizon. So I'm going to draw a straight line from each truss, and as you see, due to the angles, the near truss is rendered at the bottom or foreground of the perspective drawing, and it appears at the top of the eye, but again the image is flipped, so the close truss is rendered at the bottom of the perspective drawing or the top of your eye. And as we draw lines from the further trusses, we see how the angles cause them to be displayed closer to the horizon or the eye level line. So the furthest trusses, as they are vanishing, are also approaching the horizon line in your eye. Simply put, the angle is based on the distance from the observer, and the angle determines where the object is displayed in relation to the horizon. Larger angle, further from the horizon. Smaller angle, closer to the horizon, or vanishing point. So let's look at each truss as it appears in each view. This truss in the foreground is the same as this truss, and is finally displayed like this in your vision. This is what you see. This truss in the middle is the same as this truss, and it is finally displayed like this in your vision. And the further truss is the same as this truss, and it is finally displayed like this. So you see, the angles determine the size of the object in your vision and the position of the object in your vision. And all of the angles together create the effect of perspective. So we see from the bird's eye view of the railroad tracks how angles determine how objects are displayed in our eye. Now let's look at the horizon, and this time let's look at it from a side view. This will allow us to visualize, although not to scale, how angular resolution works to form the horizon. Now, before I develop this further, I must illustrate what is happening in our eye with regard to the horizon. In our eye, let's consider where the horizon would be rendered, a midway area that is the exact eye level plane. Think of the receptor cells on our retina as pixels, and the imaginary eye level line is between a row of pixels. The slightest tick downward, which is necessary if we want to see the ground, would look something like this. And the slightest tick upward, if we want to see the sky, would look something like this. Now, when this happens, you are seeing a flat, straight line cut across your retina. This is your horizon, and it is simply where everything you can see above eye level meets with everything you can see below your eye level. To you is a straight line, a crisp line. After all, we are talking about tiny pixels or retina cells. But that is what represents your horizon. That is your horizon. These angles are minuscule in your retina, and you can see how in your eye they seem to converge or meet because they are just a few pixels or receptor cells apart. However, if you were to extend these lines or light waves out to the limits above and below, in reality the sky and ground are thousands of miles apart. It's truly amazing. So to illustrate this further, let's look at this picture, and the dotted line represents this stick figure's eye level. To confirm this 3-mile horizon, we can actually take the eye level and then make the smallest angle of declination toward the ground that our eye can resolve. And remember, that's 0.02. Obviously, at eye level, we are never going to see the ground, so we have to use the smallest angle of declination that our eye can handle. If you make right